Welcome back to 11 Alive's continuing coverage on the path of Hurricane Helene. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Cheryl Preheim. Right now we are under a weather impact alert. We are under a tropical storm warning as Georgia and the metro brace for Helene.
President Joe Biden has even approved an emergency declaration for Georgia, and it comes just hours ahead of the hurricane making its way and landfall along the Florida coast. 11 Alive will be with you all day long, keeping you weather aware.
All right, let's get to that all-important weather impact alert forecast. We've got team coverage with meteorologist Chesley McNeil and Nicole Hartford. Chesley, you're kicking us off watching the track. It's moving this way.
It is moving this way, and it's moving at a pretty good clip too. And that's a good thing, because you really want it to move in and move right out. You don't want it to hang out or hover over an area where it will drop all this heavy rain. Those winds will be sustained for a longer period of time. This is an all-day event for us. We got the rain out there. We had it yesterday. It continues today, starting off on the light side, but we're expecting that rain to begin to intensify as we head through the afternoon and into the evening as well. Back through the overnight going into Friday, that rain is going to be around. You're looking at the winds picking up as well as the center of circulation gets a little bit closer to our area. We'll see those winds really start to kick up. So that will be an overnight event for us too, going into Friday. And we could see some isolated tornadoes, certainly not out of the question, a little bit higher of a threat, well over toward the east of us. So we need to prepare, right? That's why we've been telling you this right now. Going out would be good about now, because the rain is light and wind is light. That will intensify. The later you wait, the more our conditions will start to deteriorate. It's going to be hard navigating, getting around while the rain is coming down, especially you don't want to do that with the wind blowing that rain around as well. Category 2 hurricane right now and strengthening. We've been seeing that pretty much all morning long. That has been the trend. Winds right now up to 105 miles per hour. So a good Category 2 hurricane. It is expected to intensify. Could become a major hurricane before it makes landfall, moving to the northeast at about 14 miles per hour. So that's a pretty good clip. So again, we'll make landfall later tonight around the Big Bend area, and we'll hold on to that hurricane strength. So even if it's a Category 3 hurricane as it makes landfall, it will hold on to that as it moves into the southern portions of the state. They will see hurricane force winds. So you're looking at winds over 100 miles per hour in the southern portions of the state. Places like now Valdosta, for example, will experience that brunt. Now, as it begins to move further off to the north, that's when we're expecting the intensity to die off just a little bit. So we're looking at a tropical storm force winds by the time it makes it up our way, and that will be very early on Friday morning. I'll give it a window between, let's say, 4 a.m. and about 7 a.m. That will be moving through the area. So for that long, we will experience very heavy rains along with the gustiest winds, maybe up to about 40, 50 miles per hour, maybe in some spots up to 60 miles per hour as it continues to push further off to the north. We'll be out of our area by the time we get to 11 o'clock. Right? A lot of that rain will start to subside. The winds will gradually start to wear out as we head through the rest of the morning. But there you have it. That's the latest track. Now, could it change? Certainly. The Weather Service is updating this every about 3 hours, and so we get new updates on the track and the intensity as we go along. So we'll be watching that for you. So far, it has been steady as far as it becoming a major hurricane, whether Category 3 or 4. You're looking at those winds maybe getting up to about 130 miles per hour before it makes landfall. Rain, certainly an issue for us. We've had some already, ground saturated. When you couple that with the winds, certainly trees will start to be knocked down, and we'll be looking at power outages. But certainly that rain will cause some flooding as well. We have a flood watch that remains in effect through Friday evening. Notice you have these little areas, these little lines of highlighted green there, we'll say. And those are the areas where we're seeing some flooding already on some of our area creeks and streams. That will continue to be the case as we head through today, especially for tonight into tomorrow. So we'll see more of this popping up. But generally speaking, we're looking at a flood watch lasting until Friday afternoon and evening. Now, this is our probability of winds over 30 miles per hour, and it's pretty good. In fact, 100% chance for central and southern Georgia. In fact, I think those winds will be even higher there. The probability for winds over 30 miles per hour, even in the metro area, is high. You're looking at a 90% chance to 100% chance. This was updated just recently as well, where that 100% chance now stretches almost into Atlanta. And then even further north now, those winds could be strong as well. So we'll continue to watch that, and that is what's going to cause those trees to come down, but also could provide damage to the siding of your house and also the roof. Especially if we receive any tornadoes, there is the possibility for that as well. You notice the marginal risk extends almost into the city of Atlanta between that and the light green area. Light green area just means a general threat for severe weather. This would mean a marginal risk. The higher threat is well down to our southeastern states, our southeastern counties rather. You have a level 3 threat there where we have an enhanced risk. So we could see with that onshore flow, tornadoes begin to spin up. And in fact, we've already seen that in some spots, especially over into South Carolina, so certainly it's a possibility for us as well. Tropical storm warning remains in effect today. You're looking at Rome, Atlanta, Athens, all the way over to Augusta, all our counties highlighted in the blue there. And once you get down toward Macon, the central portions of the state and southern portions of the state, that's where we have the hurricane warnings that remain in effect for today. So here we go. Our radar right now shows some of that moderate rain trying to make its way further off to the north. Now you'll notice that it starts to die off a little bit as it makes its way up to the metro area. So our rain has been steady, but on the light side, and all that's doing is just adding to the rain gauge, if you will. So where that more intense rain starts to come in, it's not going to have any place to go, folks. So it's going to pile up on you. The roads that you know happen to flood easy, which probably have already started, stay away from those. Once it starts to get dark outside, you definitely want to be where you're going to be for the evening, because any ponding on the roadways gets very difficult to navigate because you can't see how deep that water is. So riding through that could be very, very hazardous, maybe even life-threatening. So don't do that, folks. Get where you're going to be, especially I'd say through early afternoon, because once that rain starts to turn heavy on you, it's going to be hard to get those windshield wipers to knock that rain off rapidly enough. Temperatures are in the 70s. We started out in the 60s, slow climb today. In fact, I think this is going to be our highs for the day. You see these low 70s around? 72 degrees is a popular number for Atlanta, Covington over toward Duluth and Athens. I think that's where we're going to stay for the rest of the afternoon. 71 degrees in Marietta. Got some 60s on the west side of the state. You got 65 degrees in Carrollton, Rome at 67, and the 60s up to the north as well. So you're not going to see a lot of sun. In fact, you're not going to see any sun at all. The clouds are in place, and again, we do have that rain that's in place as well. Notice the heavy rain starts to move further off to the north as we head through the rest of the day into tonight. That heavy rain with some embedded thunderstorms will be around. Here comes that center of circulation. That's when the winds start to pick up on us. That'll be during the wee hours of the morning on Friday, going into our regular, or what I would call our normal morning hours, starting at 5 a.m. That's going to last through about 9 before it gets out of the way. Still a bit gusty as far as those winds, even after the rain begins to subside. So again, that will loosen up some of that soil, and then more of those trees will begin to topple over. Let's go over to meteorologist Nicole Hartford with more on this storm.
Thanks, Chesley. We've been watching the rapid intensification of Hurricane Helene over the course of the last couple of days, but really the last 24 hours is when our wind speeds have really started to pick up. Yesterday morning, it was still a tropical storm and is now a Category 2 hurricane on its way to likely becoming a Category 3 hurricane. It's been undergoing a very fast intensification, in part because of the warm water of the Gulf of Mexico. We're talking sea surface temperatures along the Florida Gulf Coast in the mid to even upper 80s, and that acts as fuel for quick intensification of these tropical systems. So additional strengthening is still expected as it closes in on the coast of Florida. Right now, it is that Category 2 hurricane with sustained winds of 105 miles per hour. It has been getting faster in its movement up towards the northeast, moving now at about 14 miles per hour. And as Chesley mentioned, that quick pace will actually help us out when it comes to impacts here across North Georgia. This is forecast to intensify into a Category 3 hurricane. That's a major hurricane. And if you look at the satellite radar imagery from the last 6 hours, it really shows you how quickly this has been strengthening. We had the development of a distinct eye wall that is now starting to waver a little bit. And the wavering of that eye wall is sometimes replacement and a sign that further intensification is quickly occurring. This is forecast to become that major Category 3 hurricane before it arrives along the Big Bend area of Florida late this evening and into the overnight hours. Now, as it moves over land, this will weaken, but because it's moving so quickly, this will likely maintain hurricane strength into South Georgia and may even push some of those near hurricane strength winds into our area. We're expecting tropical storm force force winds across much of North Georgia late tonight and into early tomorrow morning. That's when the biggest impacts will be. This eventually pushes up towards the northwest with that moisture, the remnants of Helene kind of hanging out over Tennessee throughout the next day or so. Our forecast track shows you that center of circulation as it closes in on the Florida coast. This is going to be moving up towards the north, interestingly enough, because of that cold front that led to the rainfall yesterday. Typically with these tropical systems along the Atlantic coast, they get caught up in the jet stream and they're ejected up towards the northeast. That's not going to immediately happen with this because of that area of low pressure. It'll essentially just suck in a lot of that tropical moisture, leading to the remnants of Helene just kind of hanging out along Tennessee, pushing rainfall out towards Missouri, as well as portions of Kentucky throughout Friday and Saturday before it eventually starts that trek off towards the east. That will lead to potentially widespread flooding across the southeast, including here in North Georgia. We have that flood watch that remains in effect through today and tomorrow. And it's important to note that even after the rainfall subsides, you may still see additional flooding, especially along streams and creeks as all that runoff, because all the water has to go somewhere. So that flood watch remains in effect through tomorrow evening. And we're going to be watching for this closely. If you see standing water, do not try to drive through it. We do have our 11 Alive reporter, Karis Belger, who is out in Athens, and she is out on the roadways, making sure you stay safe. Karis, what are you seeing?
Well, right now we're in Athens. We're actually on Lexington Road right now. We left the downtown area not too long ago. The rain looks pretty light right now, but it's been changing throughout the morning. Some heavier rain coming down and then lightening up a little bit. I can tell you that I've been in contact with the authorities, emergency services in this area. The fire chief explained to me that right now they're really getting ready to get their command center together because they want everything in place for overnight so they can monitor conditions and of course be there to help anyone who may need it. I've also spoken with the spokesperson for the police department, who said the same exact thing is happening right now. They both tell me the main concern they may have is potential flooding in areas. There's still some people out on the roads, but they do want people to be very mindful throughout the day and of course into the evening especially. We're going to continue to be out here on the roads and monitor things, and of course if anything changes, we will be sure to keep you updated. Back to you.
All right, Karis, thank you. Looking at the roads right now, that's one area we are watching closely. Bobeth has been watching the highways for us all morning from Gwinnett County. Yeah,
your perspective from Gwinnett's been so interesting. It's been so steady out there. What's it like out there right now, Bobeth?
Hey there, ladies. Well, you know, since we got out here around 4:30, the rain has been consistent. So the roadways are wet, slippery, and potentially hazardous. And as our colleague Karis just mentioned, that's one of the reasons that officials are recommending you stay off the roadways. And as the storm progresses and gets closer to the area, things are only expected to get worse. Now, Hurricane Helene has emergency management officials on high alert as the storm is expected to pack hefty winds that could cause down trees and power lines. It could also bring a significant amount of rainfall that has officials worried about flooding. And to ensure resident safety, they suggest stay indoors unless you absolutely necessarily have to come out. And they're even defining necessary for those who just like to skirt the line a little bit. Take a listen.
That hubcap that John left on the side of the road, that Chick-fil-A cup that Susan threw out of her car, in a storm, no matter how clear the drain is before the storm, high winds and waters can bring any piece of trash, any piece of Mother Nature back into the system. So please know that our crews have been out yesterday, today, looking and clearing those drains. But the reality is that Mother Nature will bring things back into the system, which is why we want you to stay off the road.
Now that soundbite you just heard was not the one I was expecting, but that was an important comment they just made. A lot of this littering that happens, officials say this is a reason why they warn against it, because that really comes back and impact the system as folks are trying to make their way. Those products could actually block the drainage, preventing the water from draining properly. They say if you see any water pooling on a road, don't just guess it and drive through it. They say say, use the old adage that is turn around, don't drown. Officials say that's the best way to ensure that the water won't pick your car up or anything else happens. Of course, we'll continue to monitor this system and bring you updates. Live in Gwinnett, Bobette Yates, 11 Alive News.
All right, Bobette, that rain has been steady since about 4 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, we have had you covered here on streaming through our streaming app on 11 Alive Plus and 11alive.com, but also on air. That is where you will find meteorologist Chesley McNeil with an update coming up.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm meteorologist Chesley McNeil here with your 11 Live Weather Impact Alert. We are looking at the rain over us right now, but we're waiting for the rain to begin to intensify as Helene begins to move closer to our area. That storm's still down in the Gulf right now. It is intensifying, still a Category 2 hurricane, and you can start to see that well-defined wall there. That will continue to slide further off to the north. As it moves up to the north, will weaken somewhat to a tropical storm as it moves over us. Right now, that Category 2 hurricane with winds up to 105 miles per hour will continue to move into the northeast at about 14 miles per hour. That's a pretty good clip, and we hope it remains that quick as it moves up into our area. A quick moving hurricane means it has impacts, but the impacts will be minimal if it just stayed over us. Could make landfall as a Category 3 hurricane over toward the Big Bend area, continues up to the north. Notice it weakens. We could see winds around here up to 60 miles per hour. That could knock out some trees and give us power outages. Be aware today.
Welcome back to 11 Alive streaming coverage of Hurricane Helene. We are taking a live look right now in Key West, Florida, where those waves are crashing ashore, that water spilling over. We are anticipating catastrophic impact here. Here at home, this live shot from Florida is like the preview of what's to come from us with so much rain that is supposed to come our way. 11 Alive's Liza Lucas has been joining us from GEMA headquarters this morning as the governor and First Lady Marty Kemp are set to give us an update in about 40 minutes, Liza.
That's right. They'll be here with GEMA officials around 1:30. Meanwhile, we've gotten a new update in from Georgia Power. They're telling us that they are going to have more than 10,000 personnel on the ground ready to respond to the aftermath of the storm, and they're preparing for what could be extended power outages. So note that extended power outages given the breadth of the storm, the statewide impact that is anticipated. So that is something that we really want to drive home, that need for preparation, both Georgia Power and state officials reiterating that you want to have your ready kits ready to go and then prepare to stay indoors, because again, this is also going to be a nighttime event. So you want to have the phones on, alerts activated. You also want to do a little research on alerts in your counties and make sure you know how they're going to be sending out that emergency info, whether it's by sirens or another type of technology. Director Chris Stallings has also emphasized that because the impact is going to be statewide, they are bringing in partners from out of state and really leaning on them. 500 guardsmen are also on standby according to the governor's orders. And when it comes to those power outages, Georgia Power is got crews in place. They're ready to go. They're just waiting to refine that path of the storm. Take a listen.
Every storm is different, so right now we are placing crews where we think the storm is going to not hit, where it would be safest, so that we can dispatch them as soon as possible. If there is damage, you see a down power line, don't go near it.
Don't go near it. We're not going to say that enough. You're going to hear that a lot from us over the next couple of days. Don't go near any fallen power lines or any hanging wires too. You want to report those instead. Either call Georgia Power, your local EMC, or you can also call 911, but you want to steer clear. Live in Atlanta, sending it back to you.
Liza, thanks a lot. That really shows what the expectation is when you have 10,000 staff on standby for responding to power. Just one layer to what this storm will bring.
Preparation is key, and this storm is putting all of Metro Atlanta and the state of Georgia on high alert.
Joining us now, Cobb County Communications Director Ross Cavett. Ross, I know it's an incredibly busy time for you, so thanks for the time. Walk us through some of the preps that's happening right as we speak.
Well, just a short time ago, I saw Cobb County employees heading for the parking garage because we have closed county facilities here starting today at noon through the day on Friday. So they're all out of here. The chairwoman of the Board of Commissioners, she also recently signed a local state of emergency here that gives us access to better access resources should we need them in the days or weeks ahead. So she did that a short time ago as well, and then issued a brief statement about the days ahead, urging people to avoid travel during the storm, and if they're in one of the many flood-prone areas of Cobb County, that they may assess whether they need to move to another location until the storm passes. Our DOT crews are busy. They're getting ready to start 12-hour shifts to handle the expected calls for trees down and flooded roads as well. We've got a unified police and fire incident command that is being set up as well. 911 is bringing in more workers to handle the increase of calls, and our emergency operations center will activate it later on this evening. So yes, it is a tad busy in Cobb as it is across Metro Atlanta.
Yeah, Ross, so one thing that we've been talking about was a lot of people who, aren't really looking at this from a perspective of, it's not raining right now, or it's just raining, so this isn't a big deal. What would be your warning to those people, especially for things that are specific to Cobb County?
Well, as we've seen, and I've been around here for a long time, and we go back to 2009 and talk about the catastrophic floods here all the time, is that you can't wait until you need to evacuate before you should evacuate, if that makes any sense. You need to know if you're in an area that is prone to flooding or any other disaster, and just relocate yourself until the storm passes. Also, we find that people will typically be out in cars when they don't need to be driving around or out in cars, or in a room of their house that's in peril from large trees and other dangers, and people just need to assess what they need to do when this storm rolls through. As you were just talking about, it's probably going to really start jumping before dawn tomorrow. So you need to have these plans in place before you go to bed tonight, and make sure you're in a safe place when the winds come.
We're watching some video of some of the work you all have been doing there in Cobb County in the last 24 hours, really doing a deep clean of some of your storm drains, making sure they're clear to handle what could be, 6, 8, 10 inches of water. From a county infrastructure perspective, just talk about the strain on a system to have that much rain in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, DOT crews are doing what they can. They hit their traditional trouble spots, the areas they know always flood, make sure that they're ready, and also handle calls that came in from residents who have seen a clogged drain or a culvert that's piled with debris. So we've been out cleaning those, but anybody in local government and certainly stormwater will tell you that no system is designed to handle a 100-year flood or more, and we may get that this evening. It just is not capable of handling the amount of rain that we may receive after the rain we've already received. So that's the challenge for us. But if we get one of those 1 in 100-year floods or 1 in 500-year floods, there's really nothing that we can do from an infrastructure point of view to prevent flooding. It's just going to happen. So people need to realize that and be proactive when it comes to where they're staying tonight.
All right, Ross, thank you so much. It's only so much you can do. You can prep all you want, and we really hope that people do that, but we have to just wait and see how the city is built and what it can withstand with all of this rain we have coming in. We thank you for your time and for giving us this alert to keep everyone safe, and you take care out there.
All right, you too.
Thanks, Ross. A live look now at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. The airport, of course, in preparation mode for potential flights cancellations, has plans to accommodate any stranded passengers. There was a time today we had about 125 canceled flights. That number keeps changing. Ariana Manise kept a close eye on it for all morning long. We've got other 11 Alive teams keeping a close eye on the airport. You see a couple of planes there in the distance taking off. So right now people still getting to where they need to go, but we know that as the storm gets closer, things will change out there quite quickly. Another closure we want to make sure you know about this morning: Grady Hospital is closing its clinics. Now, it's just the clinics. We want to be clear that the hospital will stay open, but Grady says its clinics and neighborhood health centers will be closed today and also tomorrow. All elective and non-urgent procedures scheduled for tomorrow will be rescheduled.
While we are monitoring storm damage, the people at Fulton County Lifeline, they're working so hard this midday trying to get more people to take in animals. Caitlin Ross says they are literally asking people to step up to what they're calling storm fosters to get them home during the duration of Hurricane Helene. Caitlin, why do they need people to help so desperately here?
Fulton County Animal Services has 25 pets right now that are stuck in their old shelter, and that shelter floods all the time, even with just a small amount of rain. With the amounts forecasted overnight tonight, shelter volunteers worry it could be catastrophic. They just sent me these pictures of the animals that are still stuck in their shelter. Volunteers are with them around the clock. They're hoping that people in Metro Atlanta will be willing to foster these pets and keep them safe during the storm. Volunteers are not only worried about flooding, but power outages or the possibility of damage to the shelter. So if you're able to bring a pet home, they'll provide food, toys, leashes for the pets. The shelter coordinator told me they'll be there until at least 2 p.m. today. So if you can swing by and pick up a storm buddy, that's really going to help keep these animals safe.
All right, Caitlin, thanks so much. Let's bring in Chesley McNeil, meteorologist, who's got your weather impact alert here. You know, we were talking to Cobb County about this idea of this 100-year storm. The rain totals that you're seeing could be significant.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We had two different events. So we had that rain yesterday from a front making its way closer to the area. And now you're talking about even more rain from this tropical system that's going to move through. And so every time you got a tropical system coming through, you're talking about a lot of heavy rain. These things feed off the warm waters of the Atlantic Ocean and also off the Gulf. And so once it gets over land, all it does is just dump all that right back out, which is why you want a quick mover, right? Because that will move through and help out lowering totals, but certainly a lot coming in even before the storm begins to get in here. You can see some of these outer bands as we speak over toward the Florida area, where we've seen flooding in some places already. Now, certainly that's a lower lying area when you talk about the Florida Peninsula, but dumping a lot of heavy rain there, and certainly going to move that up our way as well. We're expecting the light rain that we have out there right now to begin to intensify, likely around the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock hour, certainly the 5 and 6 o'clock hour. We'll start to see some widespread moderate to heavy rain. We'll get some thunderstorms in here, which will provide even heavier rain in some spots around the area. Really don't want that severe weather to be around, but certainly we can't rule out a brief spin-up tornado, which could add damage to your roof or even your siding on your home. Those winds will start to pick up on us as well as we get toward the overnight period. Now, we're talking about sustained winds of about 20, maybe 35 miles per hour. The gusts will be a little higher than that, especially east of the city of Atlanta. You're talking about 50, maybe up to 60 miles per hour. This is nothing to be played with, folks, and something that we need to prepare ourselves for. With winds that high, you need to think about what's around your home. Even check on your neighbors as far as trash cans go. Any tools that they have out, maybe a shovel, rakes, things like that can be picked up and act as projectiles. So you don't want that as well. Could bust out some windows, those kind of things. So make sure you clean up all that around your house or anchor those things down. I just say bring them inside if you can. If you have a garage, maybe bring them inside the garage. Category 2 hurricane right now with those winds up to 105 miles per hour. The storm continued to slide to the north at about 14 miles per hour. Not quite a slide. It's a pretty good clip. Okay, and so hopefully it will continue to move that fast, maybe even pick up even more forward speed. That would be great, right? But we'll make landfall, or at least forecast to make landfall by tonight over toward the Big Bend area. In fact, let's get the latest track from the Hurricane Center. It shows that storm could intensify to a Category 3 before making landfall. That is a major hurricane right there. Winds up to about 120 miles per hour, makes landfall, and as it makes landfall, we'll begin to downgrade a bit. All right, it's going to lose the feeding, right? That warm water that we were talking about, of course, once it gets over land, no longer feeding it, is now dumping the water out. And so it will move further off to the north. Will start to diminish as it makes its way further to the north. But I'd say the central and southern portions of the state really got to be on the lookout, because those sustained winds could hold on, meaning that those winds could be up to 100 miles per hour or maybe even a little higher than that. All right, we're looking at the storm weakening as it continues to push further off to the north. So you're talking about tropical storm force winds over the metro area. Winds could get up to about 60 miles per hour in some spots. Okay, talking about gusts being that high. With gusts that high, that's going to blow over some trees, of course. All right. And so some of those weak trees especially, but then some of our long-standing trees could succumb to winds that high. And so we have to be on the lookout. And we have a ton of trees, of course, in our area. Not only could the trees topple over onto roadways, you have to be on the lookout for that, but also on the power lines. And so likely we will see power outages. It doesn't take much as far as the winds go. We don't need a tropical storm around here to get those power outages. And I think a lot of you know what I mean when we see winds at gusting up to 30 miles per hour. These gusts could be in the 50 and 60 mile per hour range. That storm will continue to slide up to the north, away from our area, moving over into western Kentucky and Tennessee. We'll still have some wraparound from this, and so I do think some clouds will continue to be around off and on as we head into Saturday. Certainly our conditions will get better as we head through the rest of the weekend and into next week. So we have to get there first. So we'll be dealing with these impacts. First, the rain, of course. The rain will lead to flooding, which we've already seen in our area, or already seeing some minor flooding on some of our rivers and streams, but certainly today, or at least tonight, will add more to it. And that heavier rain starts to get in here. We're looking at as much as maybe 10 inches of rainfall in some spots. Generally speaking, anywhere from 4 to 8 inches throughout the area. And of course, that's going to lead to the flooding. We have a flood watch that's in effect until Friday night. You can see more of these little highlighted green areas. It takes a whole lot of rain to make it swell its banks. The good news is that there's nothing really around that area when we have minor flooding that it really affects. But with this kind of rain, you're talking about maybe moderate to major flooding up there in northern Fulton County. So Big Creek included in this. And you see some of our other creeks and streams already on the minor side of flooding. That may add more to it as far as that rainfall goes. But generally speaking, a flood watch for much of North Georgia, again with a few warnings around the forecast area. Take a look at our wind probability. Now this one I have at 30 miles plus, sustained winds, 30 miles plus. And you can see this purple area would be 100%. chance for that. That extends all the way up into Atlanta. And then you got a 90% chance, 80% chance, so it starts to taper off as you head further into North Georgia. So you got strong winds that will be coming our way, and pretty steady as well for a period of time through the wee hours of the morning going into Friday mid-morning. So we'll be watching that as the storm system begins to move through the area. Right now, our models are showing at least the center of circulation over just to the east of the city, which means the brunt of those impacts should be further over toward our east. Certainly when it comes to severe weather, that's what we'll be looking at, and also those winds and some of the heaviest rain. Speaking of severe weather, you can see where we have the greatest threat for severe weather well over toward our east. Our southeastern counties under a level 3 or enhanced risk for severe weather to be around. And then you got that yellow area over toward Augusta, which is level 2 threat. Level 1 threat extends into the metro area. You can see even our eastern perimeter included in that green shade there, which means that we could see an isolated tornado begin to pop up in the area. Get these little quick spin-ups. They don't last long, but they could do a lot of damage, and so that's something that we'll have to watch out for. So you may hear about some warnings through the overnight tonight going into Friday morning. The tornado warning. Now, this is not often for us to see a tornado, a tropical storm warning. Starting to lose it there a little bit there. Tropical storm warning, where you see it in the blue area there, where winds could get up to about 60 miles per hour as far as the gusts are concerned. And then you look down to the south. Once you get down toward Macon, so central Georgia and down to the south, have a hurricane warning. So we'll have to watch out for that as well, especially down to the south. Could get really beat up. The moderate rainfall is now starting to move a little bit further to the north, and we had some moderate rainfall moving up, but it wasn't holding together. Now you see this widespread area just north of Macon. That's holding together a little bit, so that will continue to roll through. So now, and starting now, off and on, you'll see some moderate pockets of rain. It'll be light, and then it starts to turn moderate on you, and then turns light again, and then you'll get more of the moderate coming in. Some more of that heavy rain will start to intensify as we head toward the 5 and 6 o'clock hour. Temperatures right now are running in the 60s. We'll stay in the low 70s for highs today. In fact, I think that's our high right there, 73 degrees for an afternoon high temperature for today. And I think we'll stay right there even as we head through the evening. That rain gets in here, may cool us off just a little bit, but expecting temperatures to remain around that 70-degree mark for the most part today. You're not going to see any sunshine at all. Don't look for it. It's just the rain coming out of those clouds. That's all we'll receive. Forecast track model shows that where we have that moderate rainfall coming in. Notice this big wide area of it starting to slide further off to the north, so it's going to overtake our area. So you're talking about widespread moderate to heavy rain. We'll have those pockets in there where we get those thunderstorms. Those thunderstorms will provide, again, some heavy downpours. The winds will start to pick up late tonight as well. We'll start to see it mainly to our east first. I think those wind gusts will get up to the 20 mile per hour range, eventually the 30 mile per hour range, and will continue to pick up as the center of that circulation and what's left over from the hurricane continues to slide further off to the north. And you can see how rapidly those arrows are starting to move right there as that moves up. And so that will be our window right there. I'm going to say anywhere between, let's say 2 a.m. to about 7 a.m. will be where we'll experience the heaviest winds in the area along with the rain. So you have the wind and the rain that we'll have to deal with. Most of us, a lot of us will be sleeping at that particular time, but those winds could rattle your shade, your screens on your windows. Got to make sure those are anchored in as well, because those could blow around. But we'll start to rattle those screens a little bit, so it may wake you up, all right? If you're up, turn us on, check us out. We will be here to update you as we go along, especially any severe weather that happens to be in our area or any damage, any flooding that takes place. We'll be here to update you of what's going on in your neighborhood, so you will be alerted. Now, if you happen to lose your power, of course, you'll have to use your telephone. We have the 11 Live app. You'll get the alerts sent to your phone, and it's probably a good idea to have that on and turn up the volume as well. If there happens to be a tornado in your area, of course, we can see that alert, wake you up, let you know, so you can get into your safe place. Hopefully you have that. You already have your plan in place for this bout of weather that's going to push through the area. Again, the greatest impacts coming to us through the overnight going into Friday morning. I know a lot of schools are already closed, which is good, right? Kennesaw State even closed. Like a lot of our schools, Emory, all closed for tomorrow as well. So it shouldn't be a lot of people that have to get out there on the roads, but perhaps you do. Maybe you have to work at a hospital or someplace that stays open, or you're like us, right? You got to get into work. Have your plan ready, and you got to think to leave early, because we're not going to be sure what's going to be covering our roadways at that particular hour, right? A lot of trees down. It's dark outside. You can't really see it. It's not a lot of people up maybe traveling. So So it won't be anybody to alert that early, maybe that there's a tree down. So as you're traveling up a hill in your neighborhood, there could be at the top of that hill a tree sitting there in the roadway, and maybe too late for you to get up on it. So speed, reduce it, okay, as you're traveling around. And as we start to see the daylight come out, then we can get out and assess some of this damage, because a lot of the rain will begin to subside. You notice by 11:30, we're looking at that area, by now, an area of low pressure further off to the north of us, and you can see some spotty showers left over. Those winds will still be a bit gusty out there. I'm thinking in the 20-mile-per-hour range, 30-mile-per-hour range, and that will last at least through early afternoon. Notice even the model showing us some breaks in the clouds by 5, 6 o'clock as we head into the evening on Friday. Things start to get a little bit better for our forecast area, but even with the area of low pressure lingering around up to the north, I think it will rotate some clouds into the area by the time we get to Saturday, anywhere from partly to mostly cloudy skies, with a 20% chance for an isolated shower to roll in as we head into the evening. But that will be nothing compared to all that rain that we would have received already, and more that will be on the way. And so we can take this, right? We can handle a 20% chance at least. I think things will get better for us on Sunday and into Monday. In fact, we'll have mostly sunny skies by then. Let's go over to Nicole Harford with more on the storm.
Thanks, Chesley. We have been closely following Hurricane Helene over the last few days as it has undergone rapid intensification. This time yesterday, it had just been upgraded into a hurricane. Yesterday morning, it was still a tropical storm. So rapid intensification happens when these tropical systems increase wind speeds by 35 miles per hour or more over a 24-hour period. And you can see those winds have been steadily increasing, getting up to now the current status, which is Category 2 hurricane strength. This will continue to strengthen as it goes through the Gulf of Mexico because of how warm the water is there. It is fueling this tropical intensification. We're talking sea surface temperatures mainly in the mid to even upper 80s. That acts as fuel for these tropical systems and allows this rapid intensification, which is expected to continue. We've been watching this very closely. It's now that Category 2 hurricane with sustained winds of 105 miles per hour. But it will have wind gusts that are much stronger. As it has intensified, it has also developed a more distinct eye wall. We've been watching as this eye wall and the clearer eye within this has been forming, and that is a sign of that intensification. That distinct eye wall is typically a marker of a very strong hurricane. This has been increasing its speed up towards the northeast as well. So it's picking up the pace. Right now moving at about 14 miles per hour. So although it was a slow mover to get into the Gulf of Mexico, now that it's in the Gulf, it is quickening up towards the northeast. This is forecast to become that major Category 3 hurricane before it makes landfall along the Big Bend of Florida late tonight. The National Hurricane Center has gone back and forth in some of their advisories yesterday about just how strong this will be, Category 3 versus Category 4 in some of their official forecasts. Right now calling for a Category 3 hurricane, but I want to stress that regardless if it's Category 3, if it's Category 4, this will have devastating impacts along the Big Bend, and it will lead to storm surge as well as flooding rains and damaging winds. Those watches and warnings when it comes to the tropical storm warnings, the hurricane warnings extend up and down the southeast. As this goes over land, it is expected to weaken as we lose that warm water. It's what we always see with these tropical systems, but something we always see that may not be happening this time around is it getting caught up in the jet stream. Usually when these go over land, especially along the southeastern United States, they get picked up by the jet stream and they quickly move off towards the northeast. That's not going to be the case with Hurricane Helene. The remnants of it will actually kind of settle over portions of Kentucky as well as Tennessee because it will get pulled up into an area of low pressure off towards the west of us. So here's the forecast track of Hurricane Helene moving up towards the northeast with that landfall late tonight across the Big Bend of Florida. This then ejects up towards the north, and as it interacts with that low pressure system, a lot of the moisture, a lot of the energy associated with it gets pulled off towards the west as well. Not all of it. Some of it does end up going up towards the northeast, but This will help to quicken the pace of it as well, which is why we're not thinking that this will slow down too much as it goes over land. With the heavy rainfall in the forecast, flooding will be a major concern here throughout not only the next 24 hours, but even after the rainfall ends. So we do have a flood watch in effect for all of North Georgia that goes through tomorrow evening. As we see runoff associated with this, as the water settles, streams and creeks will continue to swell even after the rain ends. So you'll need to stay weather aware. And if you're going to be out on the roads either tonight or tomorrow, especially while it's dark, be very cautious. It will be much harder to see. If you see any barricades that are out blocking off roadways, obey them. Do not try to go around them. And if you see standing water, do not try to drive through it. You never know the state of the road under that water. And it's also difficult to tell just how deep it is. Even a few inches of water can do pretty bad damage when it comes to your car. I mentioned those tropical storm warnings and hurricane warnings. They extend up into North Georgia as well. So we have tropical storm warnings in effect for all of Metro Atlanta, all of North Georgia, and then a hurricane warning for Upson County as well as Lamar County, and that extends down towards the south into central Georgia as well as southern Georgia. This only has to do with the strength of the wind. So under the tropical storm warning, that's where tropical storm force winds are expected, and in the hurricane warning, that's where hurricane force winds are expected. So the hurricane force winds expected closer to the center of circulation, and then as it weakens, they'll go down to tropical storm force winds for North Georgia. We're also monitoring a severe weather threat. So there's a couple different factors we're going to be looking out for tonight and tomorrow. Heavy, potentially flooding rain, as well as those gusty, even damaging winds, and then the severe weather threat. With these tropical systems, they're usually the strongest. The biggest tornado threat, the highest wind speeds, those are usually on the eastern side of these tropical systems. And as we go through the next few days, we're going to have to monitor those for the potential for some brief spin-up tornadoes. The biggest threat is going to be down towards the east of us. That's where the higher risk typically is. We have that enhanced level 3 threat that extends through the Georgia coast up into South Carolina. And then as you go up towards the northwest, still something to watch, but not quite as prevalent. We could certainly see brief spin-up tornadoes through North Georgia, but our marginal level 1 risk mainly extends through the metro area down towards the south and then off towards the east. For right now, this is what it looks like through the Atlanta metro. This is from our Georgia Tech camera. You can see the steady, consistent rainfall there. Winds at this point still calm out of the southeast at 9 miles per hour, and they have been calm. They won't really start to increase until later this afternoon and later tonight. We're not seeing the gusty winds yet, but down into portions of Florida, peak wind gusts observed off towards the St. Petersburg and Clearwater area, already 45 miles per hour. Key West has gotten a 64 mile per hour wind gust, and Apalachicola, where a landfall will be very close, 36 mile per hour wind gusts. The rainfall, outer rain bands associated with this have been pushing in all morning long. You can see the center of circulation, that eye there, as some of the inner rain bands get a little bit closer to the Florida coast. We have tornado watches in effect through Florida, into portions of South Georgia, and then out towards South Carolina as well, and actually a couple tornado warnings. Notice some tornado warnings. One right now in central to South Georgia is outside of that tornado watch area. So even though we're not under a tornado watch, it's a low possibility, but still a possibility here. The heavy rainfall will continue to push in, a little band of it right now moving through portions of central Georgia. This is starting to push up into Upson County as well as Lamar County, and will continue that northward trek. So we'll start to see more of the heavy rainfall. Conditions will deteriorate as the day progresses. So if you need to make any type of preparations, if you need to get somewhere before the worst of this kicks in, you do have a little bit of time to do that. But I would say by later this afternoon, especially by the time the sun sets, make sure wherever you are is where you plan to stay. Don't get out on the roads if you don't have to. We'll see heavier pockets of rainfall throughout the next couple of hours, and Already we're seeing some of that heavier rain picking up on the north side, really getting embedded within the areas of light rainfall. So we're talking about the potential for heavy rainfall, potentially even flooding rains throughout the next 24 hours and even into tomorrow night. We have already picked up a widespread about 2 to 4 inches of rain accumulation from the rainfall so far this morning, and then the rain associated with the cold front yesterday. In addition to that, we are expecting anywhere from 3 to 6 or 7 widespread inches of rainfall with some localized higher totals possible. Some spots across North Georgia, it's likely we could see an additional 7, 8, even 9 or 10 inches of rainfall on top of what we've already picked up. Now, I don't want you to get too attached to these exact numbers. Predicting where the heaviest rainfall will be nearly impossible. The bottom line is it could lead to that flooding, and we do have a flood risk. This has been updated, now high flood risk across much of North Georgia, including the metro Atlanta area. Not good considering how saturated the ground already is. Again, with the flooding potential, you will want to stay weather aware and do not try to drive through any flooded roadways. Forecast track shows that heavier rainfall moving in later this afternoon and overnight. That's when the worst of it will be. The gustiest winds, the heaviest rain, likely through much of the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning around sunrise as that center of circulation starts to move into our area. Chesley.
All right, thanks a lot, Nicole. Really appreciate that. Looking at a live look here in Naples, and people are out looking at those waves, even someone in the water. Not very wise, especially as those waves will start to get a little higher. Maybe folks out early trying to enjoy. I see some folks leaving. They're saying, okay, it's time to cut loose and get to going as those waves will start to pick up there. Again, not a wise thing to do, but maybe they're used to it, right? They're used to it down there, so they're looking and they know exactly when to leave. Let's keep the positive thoughts. Man, you know, you got to warn people, don't do it. Just don't do it, right? Weather impact alert today because of the rain, because of the winds, and because of tornadoes that could pop up in our area. We're talking about a tropical system coming in up our way, and so it's going to lead to some power outages as well. So you got to be on the lookout. We're talking about Hurricane Helene, which is now a Category 2 hurricane. Packing winds up to 105 miles per hour, but could get stronger as it continues to push further off to the north. Our impacts here, of course, heavy rain. Now we got light rain out there now. We had the heavy rain last night, already saturating the ground, as Nicole talked about. Flooding will be an issue. We have a little bit of it out there right now. Most of the flooding that I've seen so far on some of our area creeks, rivers, and streams have been minor, but it's still going to pile up. And so that's going to increase. Even on our roadways, you're going to start to notice ponding on the roadways there. And, you drive over that and you get that big splash. Don't drive through it if you don't know how deep it is. And at nighttime, you really can't see it, so you don't want to get stuck or your car to get stuck. We're talking about strong winds. Those winds will be with us, folks, especially through the overnight going into Friday morning. Those sustained winds are capable of knocking over a lot of trees, which will lead to the power outages that we'll see. So you may go to bed with power, but you may wake up without it. So you want to make sure your phone is charged and it is loud enough that you can hear the alerts that we'll be sending out, okay? There could be some tornadoes in your area, a little bit more likely well over to the east of our area, but we could see some popping up, so we're going to keep you weather aware with that. Now, on the radar right now, we're starting to see that rain really start to become more widespread, where we didn't have much over here toward the west, our westernmost counties, Floyd County, for example, over toward the Rome area. Now the rain is overtaking you. We got some moderate pockets out there, as you can see, starting to pop up over toward the Dallas area and Paulding County, up toward Ackworth, over into, just south of Roswell, but maybe over toward the Sandy Springs area. Little moderate pockets starting to pop up there. Still light over into Lawrenceville and Winder down toward Monroe and Redan over into DeKalb County. Heavier rain a little bit further down to the south. So you look at the Edenton area over toward Monticello, Jackson. You do have some moderate pockets in here with some heavy rain indicated by some of that orange that you see in there. No lightning strikes associated with this at all, at least not right now. But later on, we could see some of those thunderstorms as some of the bands from the hurricane starts to move a little bit further to the north as well, expecting those to sustain as they continue to push further off to the north. So we'll be watching that. Speaking of which, now you see the tornado warnings. This is south of our area down into the central and southern portions of the state. You got 2 tornado warnings in the state, and then one over into parts of South Carolina. Those big boxes, those red boxes, are tornado watches. So we're watching along the Florida Peninsula into the southern portions of our state, and then well over toward the east, and even outside of the watch area, tornado warning warning has just popped up there as well. The center of circulation for the storm is well into the Gulf, as you can see, starting to slide a little bit further north, was adjacent to Miami and now just starting to slide further off to the north. Shouldn't make a landfall here. That landfall won't be until it gets up toward the Big Bend area. That's where it's set to make landfall and continue to slide further off to the north into our state, where the southern parts of the state could experience hurricane force winds, which is why a hurricane warning is in effect down there. We have the tropical storm warning up in our area, so we'll continue to monitor that. Let me give you the latest on the storm right now. Category 2 with winds up to 105, moving toward the north-northeast at about 14 miles per hour. That's a decent clip, and you really wanted to stay that fast. In fact, if it could pick up some forward speed, that would be great. As it moves onshore, all that water that it gained from the Gulf will just be put out. And so we're talking about very heavy amounts of rain. Even in the outer bands that we have been seeing, flooding has been the case over into Florida. And we're not talking about it making a direct hit over there at all, or the strongest winds over there at all. Just those outer bands causing a lot of the flooding taking place in Florida right now. Could become a Category 3 hurricane. So we have to watch this, and we'll continue to keep you updated right here. We're going to pause for a cut in real quickly, and we'll be right back. Everyone, I'm meteorologist Jesse McNeil. Weather impact alert. We have it for today. We talked about this really all week long. We're talking about today and tomorrow, with the greatest impacts of this storm making its way over toward us. Today is that day, folks. Even though our rain is light right now, that rain will intensify as we head into the latter afternoon, going into the evening. In fact, the winds will be the strongest overnight going into Friday morning as well. So we want you to be weather aware. Start getting your plan together at least now, because this could lead to some power outages. We're talking about Hurricane Helene. Now, the storm is still down into the Gulf, and so we're not seeing what we're seeing outside right now is not the outer bands from that. This is just rain for us, but the outer bands will start to move in our direction, and that's when things will start to intensify on us as we head through the afternoon. So it would be a good plan if you need to go out and get some batteries, need to go out and get some groceries. The time to do that would be now. It's a little bit dicey out there because we have the wet weather, but it won't be as strong as it will be later on this afternoon. That heavy rain already leading to flooding in the area, so you're going to see more of that popping up. Minor flooding along some of our area, rivers and streams out there, and so that's just going to continue to pile up because that water really has nowhere to go. Strong winds will start as we head through the overnight as well, expecting those to pick up around midnight, and then thereafter they'll get a little bit stronger in our area. You're talking about sustained winds could be around 35 miles per hour, 39 miles per hour. That can take down some trees. If they happen to fall on power lines, of course, you know what that means. Yeah, we're going to see some power outages around the area. It doesn't take for our area at least to have a tropical system move through. Just those stronger winds could knock out the power. There's also a tornado risk. It's lower for us right now, a little bit stronger over toward our easternmost counties, but one or two could pop up in our area. It's certainly possible, so we'll be monitoring that as well. Here's a better look at the rain on the radar right now. You notice that red box over toward Augusta and eastward. That is where we have a tornado watch that's in effect. There are a couple tornadoes a little bit further down to the south and east of our area as we speak, and so it's that area that has the greater risk for that severe weather. We are dealing with the rain right now with a few pockets out there of moderate rain. That's where you see some of those yellows in there. So over toward the Ackworth area, that extends a little bit further down into Cobb County and over into Paulding County as well. South of Roswell, over into the Sandy Springs area, you got some moderate rain. No lightning strikes associated with any of this. It's light over into Lawrenceville, Sugar Hill, Canton, over toward Taylorsville, and even over here to the west over into Cedartown. Light rain, but some of that heavier rain will be coming your way. It's already in our southernmost counties. As you can see, Edenton dealing with that heavy rain, a little bit more widespread down here as well. You see all that yellow yellow up toward Godfrey and into Madison as well. Along I-20, as you make your way closer to the city, you're going to be running into some of that heavy rain. And a lot of this will be making its way further off to the north. So Jackson, you may have some light, steady rain right now, but more of that heavy rain is coming your way probably within the next 30 minutes or so. Where's the storm right now? Well into the Gulf right here. And you can start to see as it gets closer to land, radar starting to pick up that well-defined eye wall there. That will continue to intensify as it moves up to the north. Could become a Category 3, maybe even a Category 4 before it makes landfall tonight over toward the Big Bend area. There's those red boxes that you see. These are tornado watches. We have it in the southern portions of our state and over toward the east. Where you see these filled in red boxes, those are tornado warnings. We've got one in South Carolina, one in our state as well, down toward even south of the Macon area, and then over toward the southeast. More of those will begin to pop up as well. We're not going to see a whole lot of daytime heating, but certainly during the afternoon, that's when we'll start to see these thunderstorms produce these tornadoes that will be around our area. There again is the wall, the eye wall, well defined now. Category 2 hurricane, packing those winds up to 105 miles per hour, moving to the northeast at about 14 miles per hour. So some good forward speed with this particular system. So yeah, likely to make landfall later on this evening and then head further up our way. Want it to stay really that fast, because that means it moves through quicker. That's lesser the impacts. The more it lingers around, you're talking heavier amounts of rain. You're talking longer time with wind to knock down those trees. So we're hoping that it stays at this forward clip. And the latest track from the Hurricane Center shows that, you know, the longer it takes to get to an update or at least a time frame there means the faster it goes, right? So we're looking at 120 mile per hour winds possible as it makes landfall. That'll be later on tonight. Then it moves through the southern portions of the state, still at hurricane status at that point. So winds in the southern portions of the state will be 100 miles per hour plus. Once it gets up our way, it becomes more of a tropical storm. And so that's why we're looking at a tropical storm warning in our area, because we could see wind gusts at about 60, maybe 65 miles per hour. That could do some big time damage for us, of course. Then it continues to push off to the north, where it will start to linger over toward western Kentucky and Tennessee. We'll still get some wraparound winds from this, even though the rains would leave us by Friday afternoon. Keep it locked right here for the very latest. All day long, we'll have it for you.
Program for an 11 Alive News special report.
We are now going to take you live to a press conference with Governor Kemp and First Lady Marty Kemp. Let's listen in.
For you today, so it may take me a little bit to get through this, but I just want to thank Director Stallings. I know you've been hearing from him over the last 48 hours. I want to thank him and the GEMA team that are here, certainly General Wilson and Georgia National Guard, Agriculture Commissioner Harper and his team, Insurance Commissioner King and his team, Attorney General Carr's with us, the Department of Public Safety, Georgia DOT, Department of Natural Resources, including the Environmental Protection Division, the Georgia Forestry Commission's with us, Department of Corrections, and a lot of local emergency first responders and many other partners that are here in the State Operations Center with us. I wanted to walk you through just real quick what Director Stallings has been talking to you about the last day or so on what we've done to prepare for the storm. We've declared a state of emergency, as you know, for all 159 counties on Tuesday, giving emergency management teams plenty of time to prepare and also deployed resources where needed ahead of this storm. In my direction, Director Stallings activated the State Operations Center at full-scale level yesterday morning so that we could continue to prepare and monitor the storm's progress and coordinate closely with all relevant agencies on the state, local, and federal level. As part of the state of emergency, I've authorized up to 500 Georgia Guardsmen should they be needed. I also asked FEMA, and the FEMA folks are with us here too. I want to thank them for their support. I asked them yesterday to grant us a pre-impact emergency declaration to further help get resources where they need to go. That declaration was granted this morning, and again, want to thank our federal partners for that. We have put considerable state resources toward this, literally all across state government. The Georgia National Guard, as I mentioned, we got 250 called up now with the ability to go to 500. We'll go to whatever we need as we see that need develop. General Wilson's going to speak to you next, and I'll let him address that. For the Department of Public Safety, Colonel Hitchens, all troopers and officers are available and on duty in what they call as a Phase A condition. Department of Natural Resources, we have 120 ranger teams called up for duty, 7 task force teams, and 24 strike teams ready to go that will respond as needed to help clear roads, conduct water rescues, provide security, and deliver critical supplies. Commissioner McMurray's with us, the Georgia Department of Transportation. We have crews literally embedded all across the state to help remove debris. They wanted to have me ask all our citizens if it is not necessary for you to be on the roads during and after this storm, please try to stay home. This is a big storm. It is going to affect our entire state. We feel certain we're going to be having to remove debris and clear roads statewide. So instead of deploying a bunch of resources to one part of the state like we normally would do before a storm, we're expecting to have to deal with debris fields in all parts of the state. So we're going to have a lot of people that we need to get moving to get the roads clear. And if there are people in our way, that's just going to slow down our progress, and it's very dangerous as well. As you remember in the last storm, we had a loss of life with the tree falling on a car. So just if people can stay home and stay off the roads unless it's an emergency or something critical that they have to do, that would be a big help to us. The Georgia Forestry Commission is here with us. They have 10 chainsaw teams and 42 people in an incident management team that are ready to go. The Georgia Department of Corrections has 20 chainsaw teams, commercial kitchen teams, and water tankers available. We have 150 GBI agents at our disposal, and then from the federal level, obviously FEMA support. We've got 2 urban search and rescue teams. We've stationed one of those in Gainesville, Georgia, and one in Macon, Georgia. On the state park front, at DNR outside the path of the storm are open and available to displaced citizens, including pets and animals. We're currently housing 215 Florida evacuees at our state parks. We're coordinating with our utility providers who have been incredible partners over the years and certainly this year already, and they are prepared to respond to any power outages. CEO of Georgia Power, Kemp is with us this afternoon. They have roughly 10,000 linemen deployed and ready to go as soon as the storm passes and the winds die down enough that it is safe for them to work. The Georgia EMCs have 8,000 people ready to do the same. I just want to thank them personally for the great preparation that they've done, and I know they will be very busy in the days ahead, and I know they would echo the sentiment of just trying to keep roads clear. Don't touch down power lines, don't get close to down power lines, let them get in there and do their work. Also would just like to urge people's patience. As you know, depending on really how many trees we have down, how much debris we're dealing with, how many power lines we have down, and what we're dealing with there, it's going to probably take us a while to get power back going with the size of the storm and also just how much of the state it's going to affect. So I would ask people just to be patient. I can promise you we will respond with full force as soon as it's safe to do so. The First Lady, Marty Kemp, would want me to remind everyone to make sure and remember your pets and your animals, to take care of them before the storm hits and not during the storm. And certainly we would ask you to do that. To give you a status on the storm, and Will's here as well, he can give you a weather update if you need one when we get in Q&A. This storm is currently a Category 2 with wind speeds at 100+ miles an hour. It's expected to make landfall on Florida's Big Bend area this evening as a Category 3 hurricane. As Will told me in our briefing, at this point it doesn't really matter what category this storm is. It's one of the biggest that we've ever seen in the Atlantic from a size perspective on the width of it, over around 500 miles wide. So it's going to affect a large area as it comes across Florida into Georgia. We believe it can remain at hurricane strength as it moves up through Macon and possibly into metro Atlanta tomorrow evening. This storm will travel north throughout Georgia, exiting the state around midday tomorrow. As I mentioned earlier, this will be a statewide event. We expect strong winds throughout the state with hurricane force winds, wind gust up to 80 to 100 miles an hour possible into Macon overnight. And certainly there's an extremely strong possibility of spin-off tornadoes, as unfortunately we're going to be on the state of Georgia and most of our counties are going to be on the dirty side of this storm or the east side of this storm. So that's something else people need to be prepared for. Be listening to your local media outlets for potential tornado watches and warnings. We also know that this is going to be a heavy rain event for a lot of our state, and I may get Will to come up and explain that to you in just a minute, considering what we went through with Debbie and a lot of flooding. This has the potential to be worse. Certainly the possibility of fallen trees, down power lines, debris, impossible roads, and even something we don't normally talk about, but potentially landslides with the amount of rain that we're going to get in certain parts of our state and certainly up in the more mountainous, hilly part of our state. So just be on the lookout for that as well. I mentioned the potential and probably likelihood of extended power outages are possible statewide, and certainly we're expecting that in southwest and south central Georgia. Just to recap real quick on the storm moving through the state. So we believe that the South Georgia window for the storm hitting is going to be sunset tonight through sunrise in the morning. Middle Georgia will be roughly a 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. event. And then in North Georgia, we're looking at midnight to noon. So certainly this storm hitting in the middle of the night with the potential for tornadoes and other things, people just need to be very, very, very weather aware all this evening and be prepared at home. I would encourage people to make final preparations before this afternoon so that you'll be ready when the storm comes into our state And again, I can assure you, we will respond with every asset that we have available as soon as it's safe to do so. With that, I'm going to call up General Wilson to give you a quick update on the Guard, and then I think it might be good to get Will to come up, and I'll let you talk about the wind and rain event a little bit. General Wilson.
Hey, sir. Thank you. Well, Governor Kemp and Director Stallings, sir, thanks a bunch. We're certainly glad to be here and be part of the team. A lot of great work has happened over the last several days at the local, state, and the federal level, and so your National Guard, your Georgia National Guard, has about 250 folks that are on duty today, as the governor said. He's authorized up to 500, and so we'll make some assessments and see, what is out there that we still need to do after the storm passes through. But we can certainly expand and have the capacity to do whatever the local communities need for us to do all across the state. So some of the initial mission sets that we're looking at, we have route and debris clearance teams already postured throughout the state. Those teams are comprised of chainsaw teams. We have 20 of those that are they're really all over the state, ready to get out and get to work when required. We have 8 engineer teams with some larger engineer equipment to be able to push some debris and get some stuff off of roadways when we need to. We're going to provide a trans company and some logistics capability down to Macon to be able to move commodities around the state wherever that we need to. And then we have just a bunch of general purpose soldiers and airmen that are available to provide protection and security along any infrastructure or whatever else we may need to throughout the state. So your National Guard is prepared to do whatever that we need to, and a ton of hard work and has gone into the response piece of this so far. So again, just thanks for all the effort and what you're doing for us. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Will.
Hey everyone. So as the governor has briefed and Director Stallings has been saying for the last few days, this is a significant rainfall and wind event across the state. We're expecting tropical storm force conditions at a minimum in all 159 counties in Georgia tonight and tomorrow morning. The high risk that you can see behind us from the Weather Prediction Center is their highest product that they issue. That was issued last in Georgia during Debbie for the 10 to 14 inches of rain we saw then, and we're expecting, including yesterday's rain and tonight and tomorrow's rain, storm total rainfall amounts to be somewhere in that same vicinity of 8 to 12, maybe even some higher amounts in the northeast Georgia mountains. So a high threat of significant flash flooding, life-threatening flash flooding. I would encourage everyone to have their emergency alerts turned on. If you're under a flash flood warning, you need to seek higher ground. If you're in a tornado warning, you need to seek lower ground. So again, that's two different things, two different actions to take, but you really need to be weather aware, as the governor said. We have a chance with the extent of winds, and certainly within about 50 miles of the center of the storm as it moves through Georgia, hurricane force winds to be possible. With the super saturated grounds from the rain, it will make trees and power lines that much easier to come down. So I anticipate widespread, maybe extended power outages tonight and tomorrow. Luckily, this storm will move out fairly quickly for a hurricane. So by midday tomorrow, we should see weather conditions start to rapidly improve, and we do have a pretty nice weekend behind us, so we can get out there and respond and recover.
You want to talk about the size of the wind field?
Yes, sir.
Compared to previous.
So this is the corollary really is Irma from 2017, and it's even larger. Right now, the wind field, the tropical storm force wind field, is forecast to be 400 or 500 miles wide when this storm peaks out later tonight. And as it moves through Georgia, it's going to cover the entire state. So that's why we see the tropical storm warning for the whole state, and then obviously you have the hurricane warning for much of the state as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Will. You got anything? We're good. All right, y'all got questions for anybody? Art.
Governor Kemp, with the estimate, I know it's early and this is a lot Chris Stallings talked about yesterday. Do we have any anticipation on the cost and how federal dollars could also help? Where are we looking into post of the storm, even though it hasn't hit just yet?
Well, we'll certainly worry about that when we get through all this. I know, and Director Stallings can come in with probably more specific numbers than me, but the thing I took away from the briefing, and I remember Hurricane Michael well because it was right when I came into office, and that the storm actually hit when Governor Deal was in office, and it was during the transition, and so we were working on a lot of the aftermath of how, and everybody remembers how massive that storm was, how much damage it was, not only normal damage, but just from an ag perspective and other things. And I was talking to Commissioner Harper about this earlier, but I mean, they're thinking the dollar amount of damage for this storm is going to be bigger than Michael, so it's going to be a lot.
Governor, are there any plans on what to do with outages affect the airports?
I'm sorry?
Are there any plans on what to do with outages or the weather affects airports?
Well, we'll do what we always do. I mean, you know, they got backup power sources and other things at the airport, but, you know, just like our utility contractors and our Georgia Power and EMC employees, I mean, they cannot work if the winds are so severe that it's dangerous for them, and certainly that's the case with people flying at the airport, so I'm sure at some point there'll be a slowdown or a stoppage, but you know, I know the mayor gave a press conference, I think it was yesterday. I've been in touch with him and the airport folks. You know, they know how to handle these things. The good thing about us having the State Operations Center open is that we're in contact with all these state and local resources, and so we'll just work through that if that ends up being the case.
Governor, this may be more of a question for Commissioner Oliver, but what will happen in Department of Correction facilities? Will kitchens still be staffed and that sort of thing?
Tyron, you want to speak to that?
Yes, kitchens will be staffed. The resources that we allocated to the storm response will be mainly internal, but then external if needed. So mobile kitchens could accommodate inside the prisons, but then also if it's needed in the community, we can go out there and respond as well.
Director Stallings, can you go over, time is running out for people to get the things they need. Can you go over the kinds of things that folks should have in their homes now to be able to ride out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days without power?
It's pretty simple to think about food, starting there. You need non-perishables, things that doesn't have to be refrigerated should you lose power. You know, crackers, peanut butters, things like that. If you have health conditions, as we talked about yesterday, those medicines, the pharmacy board did approve policy 14 as of this morning, so you're able to have those extensions done, get the early essential medications. I think some batteries, you know, if you've got a battery backup, sometimes we forget. Now, you don't want to set it in the garage, but a lot of times you can get a lot of power from your vehicle. Just go outside, crank the car, you can charge phones and things like that inside the car. But the simple things are those simple fixes. Think about what you'd take on a picnic with you. That's the type of food you want to have inside the house for a few days. We recommend 72 hours. So whatever you think you need to get through 72 hours. A few gallons of water, things of that nature. It's a good time if you have a bathtub at home, if you're on a well, you want to go ahead and fill those bathtubs so you can still flush commodes. You can do things like that. If you think you're going to lose certain amenities, think about those. I mean, fortunately, the temperatures aren't going to be super bad, so heat and cold we're not so concerned about. Our primary focus, and the question about the airport was important, our primary focus for recovery is our hospitals, our senior living facilities, our assisted living facilities. Any medical facility is a high priority for us. As part of the route clearing, you'll see us opening up, and Georgia Department of Transportation will be pushing those teams to clear those routes. But things that you think about whenever you're responding to that, that's what you have. Simple items, but it'll get you through.
Governor.
Yeah.
Any concern about people who are much further inland, maybe not taking the warnings as seriously as maybe they should? And what would you say to folks who are frustrated by the school closures?
Well, I mean, look, you know, we're recommending the school closures from a safety perspective. I have not heard any complaints about that. I think people understandably think that's very reasonable. I mean, this is one of the biggest storms we've ever had. I mean, it may not be the strongest category, but from a, you know, wind field perspective and the amount of damage that it has the potential to do statewide, it's better to be safe than sorry. I would hope that with as much media has been paid attention to on the storm, that everybody in the state is weather aware, and if not, after today, I certainly hope they are. And I would just encourage them to be vigilant. I mean, it's literally going to affect all 159 counties. I remember being from Athens in northwest Georgia when Michael came through. I really saw firsthand at our home in Athens the full effect of being on the dirty side of a major storm. I mean, even when it came through way up in Athens after, coming through southwest Georgia, it was snapping trees, knocking power lines down. I mean, it was unbelievable. And so we're going to see a lot of those type things over the next 24 to 36 hours. So I would just tell people to be very vigilant about their surroundings and where they're sheltering, and continue, like was mentioned earlier, have your weather alerts on.
Governor, have you been in touch with any other states? And I'm asking that because obviously the destruction is going to be widespread. You've deployed a lot of resources already, but it sounds like if you're deploying resources all around the state, that if it's really going to be.
Yeah, well, GEMA is in constant contact on things like this with other states' emergency management agencies. I mean, I've been texting back and forth with a couple of different governors that have offered support, which we do the same thing when storms hit in other places, so I'm not too awful worried about that. The thing about especially Florida with Governor DeSantis, I mean, his team has been through a lot of these, unfortunately, but they're very seasoned, and this team has too. You think about the things that we've had to respond to, whether it's a bridge on I-85 getting burned or tornadoes we responded to, hurricanes, and then certainly recently with Debbie, even though a lot of people in this part of the state here in our capital city didn't really feel the effects of Debbie, places like Lowndes County and certainly in southeast Georgia, in and around Savannah, I mean, that's one of the worst storms we've ever seen from a flooding perspective, and a lot of people didn't really realize that. But we had a great response down there, and we're ready to go. And like I said, we got a lot of assets, state, our utility company partners, private contractors that we have on state contract that help us with the debris removal, and others are all ready to go. And we'll call up more guardsmen and other folks if we need to. We'll ask for other resources from other states if we need to, and certainly our partners at FEMA have been in the trenches with us too. So we're as ready to go as we can, but there's just not much more we can do until the storm hits, the winds die down, and we can come in there behind it and start clearing roads and getting power back on.
Governor, you mentioned some of the emergency shelters earlier. Are you expecting there to be a need for any more? And if so, how many? How many people might we see in them? And how many people are in shelters right now?
We have no one in shelters now. We have 8 that are currently standing all throughout the state, and we have 30 American Red Cross response teams ready to stand up shelters as needed. You mentioned the need. As long as there's the power outages, if it's extended, then yes, we'll have to assist there. But it was kind of to the point that the governor made earlier. We're working this all across the state, so we're making preparations to stand up shelters everywhere, but we can't identify those areas until they're needed. So we have teams deployed that can make that happen.
All right, thank you, everybody. We'll keep you posted.
Thank you.
And you have been watching live a press conference from Governor Brian Kemp and other officials, state officials with GEMA, and they are showing us and telling us how the state is prepared right now for the imminent damage that we're going to be seeing from this Hurricane Helene, which will be a tropical storm once it moves into our area later tonight. The main impacts we are watching for this system, we're already feeling some now from the front that's moving through, but then later tonight, this evening, and then overnight and in the morning, that's going to be the time frame when we are going to be feeling more of those extreme impacts that the governor was just talking about for those overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. We are continuing our live coverage for you throughout the day here on 11 Alive, as well as our newscast today at 4 o'clock, and we'll continue our live streaming on 11 Alive Plus, our 11 Alive app, 11alive.com, and all of our streaming products. We'll take you back to our regularly scheduled program, but if you want more information, go to our 11 Alive streaming apps, and we will be with you here through the duration of this storm.
This has been an 11 Alive News special report. We now return to regular programming.
team, Chesley and Nicole, have been keeping you up to date on this rain that's moving through now and the additional rain that'll be moving through as well. Melissa Nord and I are carrying you through the afternoon, evening, and overnight until Chesley and Nicole come back. We'll also be hearing from some of our reporters that are out in the field. The anchors will be here in a bit as well, helping us out with this coverage. And not only this is a weather event, but there are many things going on behind the scenes here within our city and within our state to make sure that we can weather this storm pretty well. We just saw that press conference from Governor Brian Kemp and the officials from FEMA, as well as public safety officials, who were telling us that they're trying to do all they can to keep people safe, but there's nothing we can do to stop this storm from coming, but we can do things to be safe. And the state is trying to do their best to prepare everybody to be ready for this storm as it moves in. Now, you may be saying, I've already had rain. Well, that is not from Helene. This rain that we've been dealing with since yesterday is due to a cold front that's pushing through our area right now, and that is stalling out. So this rain is not going anywhere. And then after landfall tonight of Helene along the Florida coast, and I'm going to show you the entire track coming up in just a little bit, but after landfall tonight, then the storm moves up over land pretty much right over the metro Atlanta area overnight tonight, mainly early tomorrow morning. So if you're thinking you're tired of the rain, this is just the beginning. We're going to have a lot more coming in. We'll also add in the wind component, and those winds are going to be strong. Tropical storm force winds will be in our area as we have a tropical storm warning in effect. And then we're also watching the threat for any severe storms. That would mainly be on the east side of the track. So that's everything that we're going to be breaking down for you throughout the afternoon and evening, overnight, as well as we are tracking this storm that is moving through. So here's a look at radar and what we're watching. In Atlanta, you see a lot of green. Over North Georgia, a lot of green. But watch this into motion, and you can see here the yellows and orange down to the south. We're beginning to see more of an influence coming in from the south. Now, this isn't in the direct rain shield from Helene, but this is kind of an influence of the flow around Helene that's sending up a lot of that tropical moisture into our area. So we have this heavier rain right now that's from Griffin stretching through Henry County and McDonough over toward Newton County, up toward Walton County, Athens, getting in on some of that more moderate to heavy rain right now. And this is pushing up to the north. So this heavier rain is about to move into Atlanta, and we'll just keep seeing waves of rain that will be pushing in. Here's another look now at that heavier rain. And there it stretches from Meriwether County down into Upson County, Pike County, Lamar County, Spalding County. There's Henry County, Butts County, and as we mentioned, up I-20 into parts of Newton County, over into Morgan County, and up into Oconee County, and that's where it stretches up to around the Athens area. So that's that more moderate to heavy rain. And you can see that flow with that southerly influence that's pushing it more up to the north. As far as us here in Atlanta, we have already had impressive rainfall amounts. This does not even, this is before Helene. This is not due to Helene. This is from the front that came through. So you can see the purples and reds there indicating where we have some of that heavier rain that has moved through. Here's a look at some of the totals that we have out there. Let me get the right clicker, and well, I'll just do it here by the controller. Here, you can take a look at some of the totals here. 2 inches in South Gwinnett, 3.5 inches in parts of Henry County, a little more than 3 inches over on the Douglas and Fulton County line, as well as 2.3 inches up in North Fulton, lighter amounts over into parts of West Georgia. But some significant rain has already moved through, and now when we add the tropical moisture in, that is going to be on top of already impressive rainfall amounts. Now, the other thing we're watching, again, you see that flow coming in from the south. We have a tornado watch over in East Georgia, another one in South Georgia. Here is a tornado warning just north of I-16 near the Dublin area. And what happens many times within the system is that we have with the landfalling tropical system, these bands can produce some rotation, and that's why there are a couple of warnings there. Now, these tornado warnings are not in our viewing area, but this is east of Macon, also south and east of Macon, just to the west of Savannah. A few of these bands feeding through where we have some tornado warnings in effect. We're thinking that the severe weather threat and the tornado threat is mainly going to be to the east of Atlanta. Now, maybe some counties in our eastern viewing area may be a part of that, some of those bands that could have some rotation with it, but we're going to be watching that very, very closely. But you'll notice this tornado warning is outside of the tornado watch. So just know, even though the tornado watch isn't in that area, there's still the potential for some of that rotation. Another tornado watch down to the south in South Georgia and into the parts of the panhandle of Florida. Another tornado warning there north and east of Panama City. There's more of those bands. Another tornado watch there on the Florida Peninsula. Here is Helene right now. This is the system moving pretty quickly now through the Gulf of Mexico, also getting stronger. The trajectory still looks like it's going to take it up to the Big Bend region here. But I want you to know, don't focus just on the center of that circulation, as this is a very large storm, and especially on that right-hand side. So even though the Florida Peninsula here is not going to be hit by the eye of the storm, it is going to be hit by everything on the right side, which will be very heavy rain, strong winds, a storm risk. They're also going to see a lot of storm surge there along the coast on the entire western peninsula of Florida. So this is a very impactful storm that is impacting a lot of people. Here's a closer look at it, and there's that center of circulation again moving up toward the north here. Even some of those bands going up into Panama City, even though Panama City is going to be on the quieter side of the storm. Here is a live look at what we're watching right now. This is at Georgia Tech. You can see over the city of Atlanta, we've got clouds. We have rain here in our area now and at the airport. I've had a lot of people texting me, calling me, emailing me, messaging me on Facebook, asking about flight delays. We don't have any long-form weather delays right now at Hartsfield, but check with your individual flight because some flights may be delaying or canceling some flights due to this impending weather coming in. But as of right now, we don't have any organized weather delays going on at Hartsfield-Jackson. Here's a look at the severe weather threat. Now remember, I told you that trajectory coming up from the Panhandle, going through the Atlanta area. It's on that right-hand side or east of the center where we see that better chance for some stronger storms. So from the metro area over, well, let's say pretty much along the I-85 corridor here. Along the I-85 corridor, eastward is where there is a level 1 risk, level 2 risk over toward Augusta, and then a level 3 risk over a little bit closer to the coast. And then going into tomorrow, that severe weather threat shifts well up to the north. We won't even see a potential for severe weather here. Again, that's after the early morning hours. Another alert that I want you to be aware of, you see the red, that is the hurricane warning. Interesting note about this is that yesterday, that was pretty much from Columbus to Macon. They've added a few more counties. Upson County, you're in this tropical storm, actually hurricane warning now. We also have Pike or Lamar County as well as Monroe County. You are included in that hurricane warning. The rest of us are in a tropical storm warning over North Georgia and also into the metro Atlanta area. So this is saying, and we are preparing for these tropical storm force winds. Here's the track. There's that landfall later on this evening. There are the remnants, the tropical storm moving through Atlanta. Then it fades out as it moves up into parts of Tennessee and Kentucky and then just kind of wavers up there and then moves on out. We will have more updates for you. We're going to do a quick cut in on 11 Alive. Stand by because after I do that, we'll be back with more wall-to-wall coverage here on all of our streaming apps. The 11 Alive Weather Impact Team, we continue with that weather impact alert for the rest of the day today and into tomorrow as we are tracking Helene. That'll be making landfall in Florida later on this evening, and then the storm moves through the Atlanta area and Georgia. You can see the blue over us in Atlanta and North Georgia. That is where we have a tropical storm warning. But look at this, just to our south, including Upson County and Lamar County, that line to the south is where there is a hurricane warning in effect. We are bracing for tropical storm force winds here, a lot of rain, and those winds are going to be doing some damage with trees down and power outages. There's the track of this system with landfall later tonight in the Big Bend region there of Florida, and then a tropical storm right over us in Atlanta before it fades out going up to the north. Keep it right here on 11 Alive. We'll have more updates throughout the day, and if you want more information, join us now on all of our streaming apps, 11 Alive Plus, 11alive.com, and the 11 Alive app for more. Coverage of Helene, Hurricane Helene, that is getting closer to the Gulf Coast right now, and then we are bracing for that track to move through Georgia and the metro Atlanta area. That is going to be later on tonight, and then overnight and into tomorrow morning is when we're going to be feeling those higher impacts here for the overnight hours. Let's say between 2 and 8 o'clock in the morning is when we're going to be seeing the most extreme impacts. We are going to see conditions deteriorating during the day today as more rain feeds in. We'll notice the winds are going to gradually start building during the day and late night hours tonight too. When we left you, before we did that cut in on 11 Alive, we were talking about this tropical storm warning that is in effect for all of North Georgia, all of the metro area. It goes over into South Carolina and even up into the mountains north of Asheville. A tropical storm warning is in effect. Now, a lot of times these storms die out moving inland, and this one is going to be dying out, but we just happen to be in that line. We've had this before. This isn't something that is, never happens, but it is a little bit rare. We have had situations with Opal before, with Ivan, with Irma. Some of those are the memorable names of tropical systems that have impacted us. And remember Alberto back in the early 1990s, that was a slow moving storm that was more of a rain and flooding event because it just moved very slowly through the state of Georgia. So it is possible for us to have tropical conditions. Just because we don't live on the coast doesn't mean that we don't have impacts. We do have impacts from tropical systems, and this one is a big impact event here. We mentioned earlier down to the south where you see the red in Upson County and Lamar County, and then over to Monroe County. That is where we have the hurricane warning in effect, and then it's that line down to the south toward the coast is where that hurricane warning remains in effect. And you can see that here over to Apalachicola. Here's the Big Bend region. Going down to just north of Tampa is where we have that hurricane warning that is in effect. This is going to move in, most likely, landfall. So this is the plot around 8 o'clock tonight, still just off the coast, but we expect landfall to be occurring later this evening there, and then the system moves up here. Now, I want to stress something here about this cone. This is called the cone of uncertainty. This isn't a cone of impacts, all right? So the cone of uncertainty is a cone that where we see the center of circulation, it just means that center could go over here, it could be more over here. It doesn't necessarily have to be the center line. This is just the cone of uncertainty where the National Hurricane Center is saying, okay, we think the tropical storm is going to be right over Atlanta, but it might actually be over here, or it might actually be over there. So this is just the cone of uncertainty where we are forecasting where the center of the circulation will be. This is not a cone saying you're going to have impacts. I've had somebody ask me, hey Chris, I'm in Athens and I'm not in the cone. Does that mean I'm not going to get anything? It does not mean that at all. Athens is going to get a lot. You might have more impacts in Athens that we're going to have here because you're on the right-hand side, on the east side of the system, and that's that dirty side of the storm, and your impacts may be higher there. So I just want to stress, because I see that more and more now where people are, having access to these maps through, social media, through your phone apps, people sharing stuff like this, that I want to make sure that people understand that this is not a cone of impacts. It's a cone of uncertainty. We will have impacts far outside of that cone. So just a little meteorological vent from me, if you don't mind that, just to make sure everybody understands that. Then you see that area of low pressure pretty much going into Tennessee, falling apart there near southern Kentucky. It just kind of going to meander there over the next few days before it falls apart. So that's the entire cone that we're watching and the trajectory of where that system is going to be going. So we continue with this weather impact alert that is in effect all day today. It is going to be in effect tomorrow too. We may relax the weather impact alert later in the afternoon on Friday because this rain's going to be moving out on Friday. And the winds are still going to be around for a while, but they're going to start dying down somewhat. But it is going to be an impactful day still because as that system finally moves out, a lot of you are going to be dealing with picking up trees, cutting up trees, cleaning up damage out there. The main things we're watching, the very heavy rain that we're expecting that could cause some flooding, the very strong wind that will be tropical storm force wind, as well as the potential for storms that'll mainly be on the east side of the center. So what you can do now, I know we're already dealing with rain out there, and we've been telling you all week to prepare your home for this weather, and you still have time to do that, even though now you might be preparing for it outside. Something you may want to do, since it is already raining, and if you have the chance to go outside right now, go check your gutters and your downspouts and just see how water is flowing from those, and make sure that water is flowing away from the house. I did that actually earlier in the week, and knew I needed to go get one of those, extenders to make that water flow out a little bit more. I ended up having to do that this morning. So even though I've been telling everybody about it, I knew I needed to do it, but I kind of waited until the last minute. But I wanted to make sure that all of that water is flowing away from the house. You don't want it to pool there at your foundation to maybe cause some leaks into your basement or into your crawl space or even into your living area there too. So we've been telling you to prepare your home for that. Make sure the wind hasn't really started kicking up as strong. Go outside, anything outside that can blow around, either secure it and make sure it doesn't blow around, or if you have a garage and you could bring it in, or if there's some way you could secure that, you don't want anything in your backyard becoming a projectile that could be thrown around. Because we're talking about winds, 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. We may even see 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts in some of these storms that move through, especially there on the east side. That's going to bring down a lot of trees. That's going to cause some damage. With trees coming down, we know we're going to have some power outages too. So right now, prepare for those outages. Even if your phone right now is on 50% or 75% and you think everything's fine, plug it in. Get that thing charged up, because you don't want your phone to be low when the power goes out, because then you won't be able to charge it. Keep it charged up. Make sure anything that you have at your house, whether you have battery operated flashlights or chargeable flashlights or anything, make sure those are charged. Get extra batteries. Make sure you have batteries at your home, because we could have power outages here, and depending on how many we have, and we think we're going to have a lot of them, it is going to take the crews, it could take them a long time to get that power back going. I joked with my wife earlier, I don't know when I'm going to be, I'm probably spending the night here tonight. I told her I can't wait to come home Saturday, be able to relax and watch the Georgia football game, but I don't know if we're going to have power still on Saturday. So that's a big if for that. So that is the least of my worries, though, because I know that many of us are going to be cleaning up from those trees down and damage that is going to be coming. So I don't know that Saturday is going to be a relaxing day for a lot of people there after the storm moves through. These are the impacts that we have been watching. And yesterday we already had a good coverage of rain. Today we're experiencing the heavy rain and flooding that's only going to get heavier during the nighttime hours and overnight. The breezes are going to start kicking up through the evening. We're talking 20, 30 mile an hour winds this evening. And then overnight, we're watching for those winds to get stronger, as well as that potential for storms, again, mainly over on the east side. Then on Friday, the morning hours is when we'll be experiencing the heaviest rain. We have the higher chance for flooding in the early morning hours tomorrow as well. And those morning gusts could be between 40 and 60 miles an hour here in the metro area, but higher over to the east of us. But we do have light at the end of the tunnel. We're going to watch that system begin to wrap up a little bit, and it should be ending later on in the afternoon hours is when that rain's going to move away. The wind is still going to stick around with us for a while, but at least the rain part of it is going to start moving away. And the wind, it's going to remain breezy, but those strongest winds are going to be early in the morning. We're not going to have 50 to 70 mile an hour winds all day long. That's going to be mainly in those early morning hours here tomorrow, and then things start getting progressively better. So let me walk you through the timeline. This is right now, as we're watching, as we showed you on radar, those bands of heavier rain to the south of us. We have another band there in North Georgia. You can see here as we go through the afternoon hours, this is at 4:30 this afternoon, that heavier rain to the south, that is the flow that's moving our way. That's pushing that moderate and heavy rain into our area here for the late afternoon and into the evening hours. Still more of that, better coverage of that over on the east side. And then look at this, tonight at 9 o'clock, heavy rain over us now. And notice again the flow around this. The low pressure, the hurricane, is going to be down to the south, a big counterclockwise flow. So you see these arrows here coming out of the east, going through our area, and then back down to the south over in parts of West Georgia. And that is going to be rather breezy. And then heading into tomorrow morning, this is at 3 o'clock. So the center of circulation is just beginning to move into the screen here, all right? So Helene is right here. It's going to move up like this. So wrapping around above that center of circulation, you see this flow coming in here with that heavy rain and that wind that'll be moving through. There you see the center of circulation right here. This is at 6:30 in the morning. You see the bars, the isobars here? Going right like this, that's the center of circulation going from Eatonton up toward Athens. So you see that really, that's going to be some really strong winds here. And even on the back side, even on the west side, we're not saying the west side is not going to get any impacts, but the west side, usually the impacts aren't as bad. So we still have the strong winds on the west side and the heavy rain coming in right there. But the strongest part, whenever you have a moving tropical system, let's say, so with this one, it's moving this way in that right front quadrant of the forward motion, which here, it would be this quadrant right here. That is where we have the strongest of the, and the worst threats and the strongest of the storms, as well as the impacts there. Now, this is the good news for tomorrow. 12 o'clock, noon. all that heavy rain is pretty much pushing up into parts of Tennessee. We'll still have a few lingering light showers and clouds around at lunchtime. And you can see now the flow. So the center of circulation is up here. So now we're getting this part of the flow where we're going to see winds coming out of the west and out of the south, holding us in the clouds for a while. But then check this out. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we may even see some sunshine starting to come through as this entire system pushes well up to the north here. Some sun starts to break through. Still some breezes, though, on the backside, but things will be improving here during the day on Friday. And then here on Saturday, we're not going to be bright and sunny all day on Saturday. We'll have a few clouds mixing in on the back side of that system. We'll have some clouds and a little bit of rain that'll be pushing into our area as well. And then it starts to move on out. So those are the things we're watching. The other thing with this heavy rain, we have a flood watch that is in effect for our area through Friday evening. Covers all of us. We even have a few flood warnings mixed in within that. There are a lot of residents who live in flood-prone areas who know they need to be on guard whenever we have rain like this. Erica Murphy joins us right now from Washington Park. And Erica, you have been in that area today, keeping an eye on folks who are preparing for just that, the potential for flooding.
That's right, Chris. We are here in the 200 block of Joseph E. Boone in the Washington Park neighborhood. Now, we've been out here several times, and that's because the resident who lives here, Wayne Pittman, his backyard that you see behind me, typically floods severely. In fact, this area that you see behind me looks like a small lake in his backyard, and it gives him a lot of anxiety. And so that's why Wayne is prepping to make sure that his basement in his home is not flooded out this go round. Now, Pittman's family have lived in this block for well over 100 years, and every time there's a heavy downpour, he feels anxiety because he knows there often will be damaging flooding in and around his home. Later on today, Pittman will meet up with his son to try to minimize that damage.
That's what we're doing, trying to board up everything, make sure that a little water, we ain't gonna stop all the water, but that big rush of water that comes into my basement, hopefully we can prevent that from coming into my basement, because it comes through, I got 2 basement doors, and that's where it comes in. When it fills up, it just comes automatic in there. So far, we're trying to board that up today, make sure that we don't have a bigger problem.
Now, Pittman does say that since we've done our first stories on what's been happening here at his house and around his neighborhood, that he has noticed a very stark difference in the amount of water that he's seeing in and around his house. He also tells us that he has been seeing a Department of Water Management crews out here very frequently trying to keep those storm drains cleaned out. Reporting from Washington Park, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News. Chris, back to you.
All right, Erica, thank you so much. It's really comforting to know that they are being proactive with this, Erica, that they have been listening, heeding the warnings, and they are at least knowing that there's nothing we can do to stop this system, but at least they're doing what they can to hopefully make the impacts a little more minimal. Is that what you're seeing there too?
Absolutely, absolutely. I am seeing that the last time that I was out here, Chris, I've got to say I saw a lot of debris in these storm drains, but today they looked like they were cleared out, and you can tell a bit of a difference here in this downpour.
All right, let's hope it does make a difference. Erica, thank you so much for being with us here for our live stream. I'm sure you're going to have more for us coming up at 5 and 6 o'clock on 11 Alive News. Let's look at these rainfall totals, and if you've been watching us over the past few days, we've been showing you this rain comparison between the American and the European model, and at times they were showing 7-8 inches of rain, and you might be thinking, oh, the rain totals have come down, right? Well, not necessarily, because remember when we were showing you these rain totals a couple of days ago, that included the rain from last night and early today, which in some spots has already been 2 to 3, 4 inches in some areas. So we're now not talking about that rain on this rain comparison. This is the additional rain that's going to come in. We still think in total between last night and today and then through tomorrow that these rain totals are going to be in that range of 4 to 8 inches. So this is the additional rain that we're going to see coming in, and that's going to be mainly enhanced by Helene as it pushes in from the south. So we're talking maybe an additional 3.5 inches here, an additional 4 inches up toward Gainesville and Athens, according to the American model. The European model, pretty similar. We're not seeing big differences here. And what we do as meteorologists, and what I like to stress to people whenever I show them model data, just because a model says it's going to happen doesn't mean that exact number is going to happen. These are the tools that we use as meteorologists to use as guidance, and we look at these models and kind of compare them, and we note here that this is pretty similar. The American model has a little more rain there. The European has a little less in some spots like Gainesville and Athens, 3.9 and 3.5 compared to 4.1. But this also shows heavier rain up in Rome, whereas the American doesn't. So again, we just use this as guidance to know what the models are showing for rain, and then it's our jobs as the meteorologists to interpret those models and then come up with our ranges as well. The other thing that is going to be a big story, I mean, we're talking about the rain, talking about the potential for flooding, the wind. This is going to be one of those memorable storms. I mentioned earlier, we often remember Opal, we remember Ivan, we remember Irma, we remember Alberto. That was a storm that caused a lot of flooding in our area. That was a tropical storm. And everyone was a hurricane. It was just Tropical Storm Alberto, but it moved so slowly through our state, it gave us a lot of rain. Those are a lot of the memorable storms. Add Helene to the list. We're going to be talking about Helene, like, oh yeah, remember when Helene moved through and all the trees that came down and all the power outages. It's because of the wind. So notice here tonight, this is at 11 o'clock tonight. It's still not going to be crazy wind this evening, but you're going to notice the winds starting to kick up a little bit through the evening hours tonight, and especially into tomorrow morning. So let me walk you through the timeline. Tonight at 11, we're talking about 15 to 20 mile an hour wind gusts, all right? Yeah, that's breezy, but not totally crazy out there. But over to the east in Athens and Eatonton, 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts there. Let's progress through the overnight hours. Notice the big difference between 11 o'clock tonight and 5 o'clock in the morning, all right? Remember earlier, we were showing you that center of circulation. Here it is. We were talking about that in relation to the rain. Now here's that center of circulation in relation to the wind. 59 mile an hour wind gusts, 5 in the morning in Eatonton. Covington, 50 mile an hour wind gusts, 56 mile an hour wind gusts in Athens, 43 mile an hour wind gusts in Duluth. Tropical storm winds, 39 miles or greater. Now that's for sustained winds, not necessarily gusts, but we will have wind gusts higher than tropical storm force during the progression of this center of circulation moving up toward the north. Let's go now to 6:30. You see 53 mile an hour wind gusts in Athens, 48 in Gainesville, 44 here. So we're going to have a period, let's say between 3 and 7 or 8 in the morning, when these winds are going to be the strongest. And I'm so glad a kid does not need to be at a bus stop in the morning with wind like this and heavy rain. So I do think that most of the schools are closed. We have a list on our website at 11alive.com if you want to check that. Then by 7:30, that center pretty much goes through Athens, but still in Atlanta, 7:30, we're talking about the potential for 50 mile an hour wind gusts over in Cobb County, 51, 53 mile an hour wind gusts there. But then as the low moves up toward the north, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I had mentioned how the rain is going to start moving out and will start calming down a little bit as far as the rain coverage, and the clouds will break up later in the day. But we're still going to have the breezes here, even on the back side of the system. We're talking 20 to 30 mile an hour winds still on Friday afternoon, and then by Friday evening, the winds calm down a little more. We're talking then 10, 15, maybe 10 to 20 mile an hour wind gusts then. So the time frame, again, which I've been stressing to people, overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning is going to be the most impactful part of this system as it moves through. Here is the 7-day outlook. We'll go back and look at radar here in just a second, but I wanted just to get to the 7-day outlook so you can see here where we have that weather impact alert for us through the day here on Friday. Then we're also watching low rain chance Saturday and Sunday. Kind of on the back side of that system, a little wraparound moisture can come in, and that'll give us a 20% chance for a shower Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Temperatures in the 70s Saturday and Sunday. We're back to the lower 80s though Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Tuesday and Wednesday actually looking pretty good. Dry, partly cloudy, lower 80s for highs. We reintroduced a 20% chance for a shower here going through the day on Thursday. So let's get back to radar and reset here what we are watching with this storm and the progression and then all the rain that we are dealing with right now. And we are tracking, I need to reset all these radars real quick here. Sorry about that. All the rain that we've been tracking moving through our area. And here's a couple other things I need to reset for you. All right, and we'll check out the severe weather as well. Okay, here we go. When I reset this earlier, it took out some of my radars, but I want to show you that really quick as we can see that bit. So a lot of moderate rain or light rain over us. The green color shows the lightest rain. We have a lot of that on the north side and over to the west, but we've been watching to the east and south of us. This part where you see the yellows and oranges, that's the more moderate. Also a couple of pockets of heavy rain moving through, coming in from the south. That is moving into the city. We're seeing some of that coming inside the perimeter right now, that more moderate rain. I actually hear that on our roof right now. And then all of that toward Athens, still pushing up toward the north. Here is that bit of more moderate rain in the Atlanta area, surrounded by all the light rain. But this moderate and even heavy rain on the south, you see the direction this is coming from, that southerly influence and that flow. All that Gulf moisture moving our way is pushing that band, those heavier rain showers over our area, and that's what we're going to see. And that stretches from Conyers over to Newton County, Henry County, Butts County, Spalding County, Pike Lamar County, Meriwether County. You're seeing some of that more moderate to heavy rain falling right now, and that's going to keep moving up to the north toward us. Now, let me take you to where the action is with Helene. This is the storm in the Gulf of Mexico right now. You can see the area that we're watching here, the center of circulation right here. And we, of course, have been focusing on the track, but we've also been warning people, don't focus just on that track because this is a very large storm and many people are also seeing some of those impacts there. Look at these bands right here. Even though the storm is out in the middle of the Gulf, the entire western peninsula of Florida is seeing that. Look at this band right here now bearing down on Tampa. We have a live view right now from Tampa from some of our tower cams there. And this is a view right there at the Howard Frankland Bridge. Oh, I see Howard Frankland Bridge right there. That is in Tampa. Look at that water that is lapping over, I guess that's the seawall there, and cars are going by still. And again, even though Tampa is not getting a direct hit from the eye of Helene, they are on the dirty side of this storm, and those bands are coming in with some very heavy rain, and it's within those bands that we could see severe weather and tornadoes. That is why pretty much the entire peninsula of Florida is in a tornado watch right now. So look at that water. That just went over every single lane right there. On the left-hand side of your screen, you see the cars. They're moving a little bit faster, but there goes a car that was going pretty fast there on the side where that water is lapping over the edge or that seawall. Truck going by pretty fast there as well. So I'm hoping folks are slowing down because that's just like not just rainwater, that is actually water from the ocean coming in, and that's ponding on the roadway, and people can hydroplane very easily within that too. So that is a look at what they're dealing with in Tampa, even though the center of the storm is still well off to the west of them. Let's come back to the maps and I'll show you that tornado watch here. Again, there is the Florida Peninsula. Right hand on the eastern side of that wall of that eye, you see these bands coming in. So those bands coming in, bearing down on Tampa, could have severe weather with them. Here's another tornado watch here that is up in South Georgia as well as northern Florida. These bands coming in there near Apalachicola. So this track is going to go right up here into the Big Bend region. I want to take you, before I come out a little bit further here, I want to show you this. Okay, we just got an update in that it is now upgraded to a Category 3, and I'll show you that on our graphics here in just a moment. But look at this, north of Valdosta, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings with that band right here. Look at that. Let me put this into live mode because I want to show you these appendages here from this. That is a signature of rotation right here. Here's another signature of rotation right here. There's another, and there's another. So this is north of Valdosta. I'll go in a little bit tighter. We'll get some city names on there so you can see here what we're talking about. So this is near, just north of Douglas, Georgia. There's Denton, Georgia, Lumber City. Here's Fitzgerald. Many of you may be familiar with that. And so this is all north of Tifton. But 4 actually tornado warnings. And that's, again, one of those bands rotating around Helene that is causing some rotation. And you know what? Those 4 warnings are not even in the tornado watches that we have in effect. So here's another look at the storm, and you can see how that's all moving up toward the north. Take a look at temperatures. You know, we have been really hot, tying records over the weekend, the beginning part of the week. We broke and tied some records. Now with all this rain, it is much cooler. We have temperatures at about 72 here, even cooler up in parts of northwest Georgia. And so with that cooler air, that helps us kind of keep the severe weather threat a little bit lower. But the main driver with a severe weather event is this is a landfalling tropical system. And whenever you have a landfalling tropical system, the bands around it cause heavy rain, damaging winds, and even the potential for tornadoes. And that's usually on that right-hand side of the track. So remember that trajectory we were telling you, going like this through Atlanta. On that right-hand side of the track, that's where we have that severe weather threat. Level 1 risk, pretty much along the I-85 corridor. Eastward is the level 1 risk. Getting over closer to Augusta, a level 2, and then a level 3 down along the Georgia coast. So even though we don't think we'll have a tornado here in the Atlanta area, east of us, we're going to be watching for that from Macon up toward Athens for that potential during the evening hours tonight. And then tomorrow, that severe weather threat goes well over to the east of us. And we do have strong winds with that heavy rain. The hurricane warning is in effect from the coastline there in Florida, through Florida into South Georgia and also into Middle Georgia. It extends as far north as Upson County, Pike County, and Monroe County. Then the blue that you see here over us in Atlanta, Athens, all of North Georgia, Rome, really all of us are in a tropical storm warning with that hurricane warning that is down to the south of us. Here is the latest we have right now. I had just told you we got an intermediate advisory in. It is now a Category 3 hurricane. This is Hurricane Helene, Category 3, winds now up to 120 miles an hour. We think it would maintain that Category 3 status. Now, you may say, but wait a minute, Chris, last night y'all said it was going to be a Category 4. So the top end of a Category 2 is 130 miles an hour. Or actually a Category 3 is 130 miles an hour. Above that, it becomes a Category 4. So with winds at 130 miles an hour, that was a Cat 4, whereas this is saying winds may be 120 to 125. So we're only talking a difference in wind speed here of about 5 miles an hour for a high-end Cat 2 versus if you want to call it a low-end Cat 4. It's still going to be strong. It's still going to cause damage. So don't say, oh, it's only a Cat 3. That is still a major hurricane, and we're only talking the difference there of 5 miles per hour from a high-end Cat 2 or Cat 3 to a lower-end Cat 4. Then watch that trajectory moving up through the Atlanta area where we see a tropical storm still over us as that center of circulation moves through, where we will be having those tropical storm force winds that are moving on through. And then it stalls out, wraps up to the north of us, and things will be getting better during the day here. Now, we heard from the governor and state officials a little bit earlier about how the state is responding in preparation for this impactful weather event coming in. We want to take you now by phone to Chairman Rob Pitts, who is the chairman of the Fulton County Commissioner. Chairman Pitts, thank you so much for joining us. We heard from the state earlier. How is Fulton County preparing for the enormity of this storm and the impacts?
Well, we've been working all day long in our emergency management office here, I along with the manager and the key executives, following the pattern, talking and listening to the national weather people as well as our local people to get an idea of just how severe things are going to be. And what we understand is that we're probably okay here in Fulton County until about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. But during the night and first part of Friday morning, it can be pretty rough for us here. So we're prepared. We have our people on standby. In fact, some people will be sleeping in our office tonight. In fact, they got spaghetti dinners planned and pancakes in the morning. But we'll be on top of things. Want to assure the people here in Fulton County that our trucks are ready and that we'll be obviously working with Georgia Power in case, and we probably with any fallen trees that may impact power lines and things of that nature. So we're prepared.
Chairman Pitts, we know the feeling here at 11 Alive. I've got my air mattress here, a pillow and a blanket, and we'll be doing the same thing here. Your spaghetti sounds really good, but we're going to stay here safe. We're not going to venture over to you. But do you think in talking with some of your constituents that people are taking this seriously?
Well, I haven't had a chance to talk with a lot of people, but I sense, though, the ones that I have, they've kind of taken the lead from, what you guys and girls are doing, on TV, and what the word that we were able to get out, and what they see that, I think people have really taken it more seriously than they have in the past. When they see Atlanta on the map and see where it's going to hit, I think so.
And that's good to hear, and because that's what we want. We have been talking about this for a while. I hope that people have been taking, paying attention to how serious this is going to be. And Rob, Chairman Pitts, I know that you have been here a long time, as well as I have, and you remember some of those storms like Opal and Ivan and Irma that were very impactful events here. And people a lot of times think, we don't live on the coast. We don't have to worry about a tropical system. But as well as I do, we do get those impacts, and they can be pretty strong and severe.
And this one, we seem to be right in the eye of it, based on what I'm seeing on TV and what I've seen talking and listening to the people on the national scale, national level as well. So we will be impacted by it. The question is to what degree.
And that's exactly right. So thank you, Chairman Pitts, for everything that you guys are doing in Fulton County, making sure that everybody's aware, taking those actions to get our county ready for this storm that's moving in. As you know, there's no way we can stop it from coming, but there are things that we can do to stay safe and prepare. And I'm glad that you're seeing that there in Fulton County.
And absolutely. Thank you for what you're doing as well.
All right. Thanks, Chairman Pitts, for joining us there and letting us know how things are going there. And hey, well, I'm sure we'll talk again later or either tomorrow, and we'll be talking about the aftermath then. So thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you.
All right. Let's talk about that weather impact alert. We have been talking about this all week, too. We issued this alert at the beginning of the week for Thursday and Friday, and then we actually added Wednesday night in there with that rain from the frontal boundary in. But we still have this weather impact alert in effect for Thursday and Friday all day today. Tomorrow, we'll talk about whether or not we cancel this later in the day because the rain's going to move out, but we're still going to be dealing with some wind, so that could cause some impacts for people as they're outside cleaning up some of the damage with down trees and those power outages as well. But the main impacts we're watching: heavy rain, flooding rain possible, tropical storm force winds, and then the potential for storms that would mainly be on the east side. So prepare for some of those power outages. Be sure you have batteries. Make sure you're charging up your phones, all of your devices there, iPads, whatever you need to still be in touch here with society. And what I want to tell you here, we have a lot of platforms here at 11 Alive. Like right now, we're not on air on 11 Alive, but we are on all of our streaming apps right now, giving you this information. We will be going wall to wall after nightly news tonight through the evening hours and overnight to help you walk through this system during the evening hours and overnight hours tonight. But what I want you to be aware of is, though, we have a lot of platforms. The issue is if you lose power. Of course, we want you to watch us on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus, but make sure your devices are charged so that you can still get information from us on our 11 Alive app and 11alive.com on some of your devices. Now, I know Wi-Fi might be tricky with that. Cell towers, I don't know if we're going to see a lot of issues with cell towers getting damaged as to whether or not you can even use your cell phone at that time. But just have everything charged up and ready so that you're not disconnected or unplugged just because your electricity is out. I not only making sure my phone is charged, but I also have one of those, rechargeable things you can plug your phone into that will charge it as well. We have those charged up at my house too. Here again is a look at our Georgia impacts. Tonight we're watching that rain continue and the wind gusts that are going to start kicking up, and those gusts, maybe 25 miles an hour tonight. Some standing water and flooding is possible. The main impacts overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning, when we see the heavy rain and flooding moving in, the winds will increase, gust 40 to 60 miles an hour, even higher gusts in some spots. And then a low tornado risk that's mainly to the south and east of us. That's overnight. All right. Then on Friday, early heavy rain and flooding, gusts in the morning 40 to 60 miles an hour, and then afternoon rain will be ending, but it's going to stay breezy there on the back side of that system as we get the wraparound wind coming in from the west. And you'll see that here on our forecast track where we're watching that rain. Remember, I showed you a little while ago on radar the rain that's actually happening right now on the south side, a little heavier, more moderate and more heavy rain there. That continues to push up from the south, moving up toward the Athens area, pushing into Atlanta. That's going to be covering us up. This is at 9 o'clock tonight. So just know, just go ahead when you get home, just stay home, stay in the house, stay prepared for this heavy rain and also the wind that's going to be moving through. But this is at 9 o'clock. Still not anywhere near the peak of the activity. That's going to be overnight and in the morning. This is when we're getting into the peak of the activity here. So let's say midnight, 11, midnight, and after is the time frame when things are really going to start ramping up. Not only with the rain, but also with the wind. There's the center of circulation here at the bottom of your screen. This is at 3 o'clock in the morning. So just look at all this rain coming in. North of the center of the storm, we have the easterly winds coming in. Those are going to be strong. Now watch the center move up right here. This is at 6:30 in the morning. That's the center of that circulation. The National Hurricane Center has that center of circulation a little bit closer to Atlanta, but it's going to be pretty much between Atlanta and the Athens area, continuing to move up. So again, the center is important because that's how we kind of delineate between the severe weather, which is on the right-hand side of the center, versus the left-hand side, which still there are some impacts there, but it's not as strong. But again, we're still going to have, all of us are going to have impacts. In fact, all 159 counties in the state of Georgia are going to be having some kind of impacts here from this storm. It's not, half the state is and half the state isn't. All of this state is going to be feeling some impacts from this storm. So it's going to move up to the north. This is the good news of the system. Mid-morning to around lunchtime, it's going to be a lot quieter, meaning the rain will be ending. There'll still be a couple of lingering showers here on the backside. The winds, though, we're not going to be talking about 40 to 60 mile an hour winds at lunchtime tomorrow, but we will be talking about 20 to 30, 35 mile an hour wind gusts at lunchtime tomorrow. So it's still going to be breezy for a big part of the day tomorrow, even though the rain is going to start pushing out. So one thing about this system is it's a fast mover. It's not going to be like Alberto. That was a storm back in the early 90s that I was talking about a little bit earlier that came in from the south as a tropical storm, but it was an impactful storm for our state because it was such a slow mover and it dumped rain that caused a lot of flooding in South Georgia, Middle Georgia, even here in the Atlanta area. So the thing about this one is at least it's moving through quickly, and we're going to have that window tonight and early tomorrow morning where we're going to be seeing those highest impacts. However, there is light at the end of the tunnel, and things later in the day tomorrow are going to be getting better. And then as we go into Saturday, you'll notice maybe even a little sunshine in the morning with a few clouds to the north. We're still going to have some clouds mixing in, and we're holding on to a 20% chance for a shower Saturday, as on the back side of that system, we may have a little bit of rain moving through. And then on Sunday, also the potential for a little bit of rain coming through too. Here is a look at the flood watch that's in effect. It covers all of North Georgia, all of Metro Atlanta. What you'll notice here in the green, the lighter green, these are some individual river flood warnings that are in effect. So these aren't like flash flood warnings. These are just some rivers that we need to watch that the National Weather Service is projecting that will get to flood stage and maybe even above flood stage. And then these reds that you see over toward Augusta and over to South Carolina, those are flash flood warnings due to not just a river or a creek. That's because of some really heavy rain that can cause flash flooding at any moment. And I think we're going to see a lot more of those flash flood warnings appearing here. Now, I mentioned this earlier, talking about these rain totals, and you may think, oh, the rain numbers have come down. Well, no, because when we were showing you these a couple of days ago and we were talking about 7, 8+ inches of rain, that included for what happened yesterday. So this rainfall comparison now is showing us what we expect in the future. That does not include what we've already had. So we've already had some rain totals between 2 and 3 inches in some spots, and now we're going to get an additional 3.5 to maybe 4 in some areas, and that's all in association with Helene as it moves in. Here's a look at the wind. This is the part that is going to be very impactful as well. And really, we're not seeing a lot of strong winds out there right now, but the winds are going to start kicking up just a little bit through the evening hours tonight, but it's not going to be the crazy winds. The crazy winds will be coming in overnight and into tomorrow morning. So just watch those breezes starting to pick up a little bit. You still have time to get outside. I know it's raining out there, but if you wanted to tie some things down or bring some things in from your yard that could get blown around, you still have time to do that. But here you can see, look at this, 4:30 in the morning, that's when we're going to see those stronger winds. Not as strong over to the west side, but still 38-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Carrollton and Rome. We'll see 43 in Duluth, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Covington, 57 in Athens. There's that center of circulation here coming in. We're up to 40-plus-mile-an-hour wind gusts Friday morning here in the Atlanta area, maybe even up to 50-mile-an-hour wind gust here, and then some of those higher gusts over toward Athens and Eatonton. Once the center pulls up to the north and the rain ends, we'll still see the wind sticking with us. We're talking 20 to 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts still through the day on Friday. I know there's been a lot of question about high school football games on Friday night. The rain is going to be gone, but it's still going to be rather windy if anybody's still trying to play those games. And then you never know what the conditions of the fields will be or if any of these stadiums are even going to have power. So that is the big question for some of those Friday night football games as the system moves on through. Here is a look at your 7-day forecast where we have that weather impact alert still in effect for Friday with the rain that is mainly going to be early in the morning. Then it's going to start letting up. We do think we're going to hold on to the weather impact alert though for the rest of the day due to those gusty winds that'll be with us, and that could be impactful as folks are outside trying to clean up. And we don't want anybody out there in trees, clearing debris still when the winds are very gusty. Then we have lower rain chances Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Rain chances at about 20% with temperatures in the 70s. So still the breeze is calming down for the weekend. Low rain chances, sun mixing in with the clouds. Tuesday and Wednesday looking pretty good. Partly cloudy skies both days. Back to a 20% chance for a shower on Thursday as those temperatures get back up to around 80 degrees. Jesse, I know we're about to wrap. Where are we going after this? Am I doing another cut-in? Okay, so what we're going to do, folks, on our stream, if y'all stand by with us, we sometimes have to dip out of our stream so that we can do a live cut-in on 11 Alive. We're about to do that coming up in just a couple of minutes. But then when we finish that cut-in, we'll come back to you and we'll continue our live coverage here on 11alive.com, the 11 Alive app, 11 Alive Plus, and all of our streaming apps. And we're going to be going pretty much non-stop throughout the rest of the evening hours and also overnight and into tomorrow morning as well. So if you need weather information, you know where to find it right here. Stand by. We're going to do a cut-in here on 11 Alive in just a few moments.
But we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a
I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. We continue with that weather impact alert that is in effect for our area thanks to Hurricane Helene. It is hours away from a landfall along the Florida coast later on tonight. And then the system moves up through our area, giving us more heavy rain with the potential for flooding. We're going to see some strong wind that could be damaging, bringing down trees and many power outages. And we're keeping an eye on that tornado risk mainly over to the east of us. All of us are included in a a tropical storm warning for North Georgia and Metro Atlanta, and even some of our counties on the south side are in the hurricane warning, like folks in Thomaston there in Upson County, as well as Lamar County. That line to the south is in that hurricane warning. We're watching the track for landfall later on, and then the remnants go right through the state of Georgia. More updates on 11 Alive and all of our streaming apps throughout the day.
Live Plus and 11alive.com. We are tracking Hurricane Helene, which is now a Category 3 major hurricane. I'm going to pick up coverage for here in the 3 o'clock hour from Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb, and you'll see a couple of different images on the screen as you're watching this. I'm going to be talking to you, showing a bunch of graphics. Then also on the right side of the screen, you see kind of the track of Helene, where it is right now, and you'll also see some live videos and cameras coming in from the path of the storm, and that current video is in from Key West, Florida. So they are under a tropical storm warning, as well as us here in North Georgia. But as of 2:25 today, this is now a major hurricane. So Air Force hurricane hunters were flying in the storm. They're going to fly multiple more missions before landfall. And what they're trying to do is survey the atmosphere. What is the storm doing? What are the winds doing? What is the position of the storm, so that we can better plot where the storm is, how much more it can strengthen, and where it's going to ultimately end up going. Well, they've determined that this storm is now Category 3 strength. So that's additional strengthening from just the 2 o'clock advisory. So the max winds right now up to 120 miles per hour, moving northeast. I mean, this thing is booking it at 20 miles per hour, and we're going to see landfall happening sometime this evening. Let me show you a big picture on the track. We'll kind of slow it down and stop it. Landfall going to be sometime before midnight tonight. So that's going to be Category 3, maybe borderline Category 4, and that's going to happen along the Big Bend of Florida. So yesterday, the models had taken a jog back to the west with where landfall would be, and that's why the cone of uncertainty yesterday had it closer to Apalachicola right here. But now it's pretty much right there in the central part of the Big Bend. And meanwhile, what's going to happen on the eastern side is immense amounts of storm surge. We're talking unsurvivable storm surge right along the ground, all the way from Steinhatchee down to there's Horseshoe. We've got Horseshoe Beach and Bay, I think, right over there. There's a lot of different locations where, because it's on the right side of the track and the curvature of what's happening with Florida's coastline, that the storm surge is going to be really, really incredible there. But what we also want to talk about is the path of Helene as it makes its way northward. Because this storm is moving so quickly, the amount of territory it gets to is a lot more over an 8-hour period than a slower moving storm. So it's not going to be as weak as it makes it to us as some other hurricanes are after making landfall, and that's because it's moving so quickly. So it doesn't have as many hours over land to degrade before it makes its way all the way up here. So this thing's still going to be a hurricane as it passes into Georgia. And by the time it makes it into parts of the metro area, it's still going to be an incredibly strong tropical storm. So you see on the plot here, as we get into tomorrow morning, cutting the cone of uncertainty across somewhere in the metro or out towards East Georgia, 65 mile per hour sustained winds there for the tropical storm Helene at that point. And then this thing gets kind of pulled up into an upper level low, and it's just going to meander around, dumping a lot of rainfall there through the Tennessee Valley up into kind of Kentucky, lower Indiana, and Ohio. Helene impacts for us. What are we expecting? Well, we're expecting an additional 3 to 6 inches of rainfall. And Emily, if you can hear me in the back, we've got the track and everything on the right side of the screen. If we can zoom the camera in so we lose these, so we can see the graphics a little bit better, because it's throwing me off a bit trying to see it. Additional 3 to 6 inches of rainfall there. Wind gusts in the peak of this storm going to be about 40 to 60 miles per hour. So we'll have some higher wind gusts moving in. And then also on the right side of the system, we'll watch for that tornado risk. Now, we've already seen a lot of tornado warnings issued in southeastern Georgia, even kind of south central Georgia. But as we make our way through the rest of the overnight, that tornado risk will start to slide into parts of kind of the southeastern parts of our viewing area as well. So satellite and radar, you can see here in the center of Helene is moving through the Gulf of Mexico. We see on the outskirts of it on the right side, these are the feeder bands, okay? The outer side, this is the dirty side of the storm. This is where we see the tornado threat. We get a little spin in the atmosphere as these little squalls move on shore. So that tornado threat is encompassing all the Florida Peninsula. They're all under this tornado watch. You notice there's another tornado watch right there throughout northern Florida and southern Georgia. And then also, if we zoom into Georgia itself and into South Carolina, we have yet another tornado watch, and that one, actually we don't even have the watch including where these warnings are. Chris was showing you these in the 2 o'clock hour. They've got a cluster of these warnings ongoing right now. I'll zoom in so you can see them. We'll put a query on some of these, but these are not far from Vidalia, Swainsboro, Statesboro. as well. So we're looking at a lot of different tornado warnings that are ongoing right now. I'll query some of those so we can put these are radar indicated, and they're all going until kind of the 3 to 3:30 hour. But those are not in our 11 Alive viewing area. They're down in other TV markets, so that's why we're not looking at that particular being on air with that tornado warning. We'll zoom into the metro. You can see we've got rain that's been picking up this afternoon, and in fact the rain inside the perimeter is starting to increase as well. So we're starting to see the rainfall rates coming down. Those are increasing, and how much rain we're going to see accumulating on the roads as we kickstart our Thursday evening commute, that's also picking up. So I'll stop the radar. We'll zoom in a little bit more so you can see some of these areas with the heaviest rain stretching throughout Clayton County, Forest Park, Irondale as well, into McDonough, Northern Henry County, kind of out towards eastern DeKalb County, Rockdale County. We're starting to see some of that rainfall rate picking up. Now, this is not the heaviest rain we're expecting. As we get into the overnight and early tomorrow morning, that's when the swath, the main core of Helene, pushes up through Georgia, and that's when the rain really becomes much more impressive. Rainfall amounts already in the last 48 hours. Let me query some of these so you can see. This is including what we picked up on Wednesday and today. And why am I showing you this? Well, it's because from the get-go we were forecasting big picture rainfall amounts from two different weather systems, Helene and what we got with yesterday's stalled front. So that stalled front's gone, but now we're seeing Helene's moisture working in, and that's why we're going to put the two of them together. So in the last 48 hours, many locations have already picked up, as I kind of put these numbers on the map, 3 to 5 inches of rain. You can see as we push up into northwest Georgia, some of those rainfall amounts are more like 2 to 3 inches, but everybody has picked up some pretty decent rainfall now, and that's set the stage for a saturated ground, and that saturated ground could lead to easier flooding. The ground is kind of like a soaked sponge. If you think about it, you're washing the dishes. You got to wring out the washcloth or wring out the sponge before you can absorb more water. Well, our ground is saturated. That's why we're seeing a lot more runoff as rainfall rates increase across North Georgia. And that's why the flooding threat is going to get a lot more significant as we push our way through the overnight and Helene actually works up through North Georgia. Let's show you here on radar one more time those tornado warnings to the south. You also see some green boxes. I'm going to take the radar off the map so you can see we've got several flash flood warnings in effect. These are the beginning of what will be many flash flood warnings over the course of the next 24 hours. The current one in effect in our viewing area includes Butts County, Lamar County, Pike, and Spalding counties. That runs until 9:15, so a lot of rain working in there earlier today and through this afternoon, and that flash flood warning continues until 9:15. I'm going to actually get a little bit more information on that to give you guys some perspective. The Weather Service is saying they picked up about 1 to 1.5 inches of rain just early this afternoon. That flash flood warning issued at 3:11, so that's a brand new one issued just 2 minutes ago. And as rain continues, they're expecting more issues with ponding, standing water on the roadways. That could lead to flooding as well. I'm going to check my chat room. We have a chat room where we correspond with the National Weather Service and various emergency managers just to see if they've added any information about if they're seeing flood reports. I see the flash flood warning issued, but I don't see any information on what roads are flooding. So hopefully we're not seeing many flooding roads, and they're doing that proactively, issuing the warning. But certainly with rain rates increasing, you saw that kind of yellow color on the map in terms of our rainfall rates on the south side of town. That's what's leading to this flash flood warning. So Upson County, Pike, Lamar, Spalding, Butts County as well. And we'll take that off. You can see it stretches into McDonough and Henry County. All right, let me talk big picture about the timeline of how this whole event's going to end up unfolding for us, okay? Our timeline is not something that's just a quick 2-hour event and we're done. We've been talking about it for a few days. It would be kind of a marathon for us. The rest of the day today, we're expecting the rain to continue, okay? It's not just going to magically stop. The rain is going to keep pushing in from the south, and the rain rates will increase as well. So that rain is going to get heavier as we push our way later into the evening commute. We're also going to see the winds picking up a little bit. So up to this point, the winds have been pretty light. But as Helene gets closer to landfall, we'll start to see the winds out of the east picking up for us a bit. At times by the evening commute, we could have a few gusts around 25 miles per hour, but I'm really not expecting the significant wind gusts to move in until after 8 o'clock tonight or so. We will see, with the rain increasing, some standing water on the roadways, ponding water on the roadways, and flooding risks will be increasing as well. As we go through the overnight, that's when Helene makes landfall. Helene pushes into Georgia, and that's when our conditions really go downhill. So overnight tonight, we're expecting heavy rain. That heavy rain is going to be widespread. Flooding will surmount. It's going to get a lot worse. Winds are going to increase as well, especially between about 10 o'clock tonight and about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will consistently, across many areas of the state, see in North Georgia, see gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour. Then they'll pick up early in the wee hours of tomorrow morning, and we'll have gusts to 60 miles per hour. With that being said, where the core path of Helene moves, those gusts are going to be a lot higher than that. The gusts down in southern Georgia, central Georgia will be above hurricane strength. The gusts here in North Georgia, we could see some peak gusts around 70 to 75 miles per hour. That's not going to be the what everybody sees, but right in the core, we're talking about, right now the storm has an eye wall. That's where the strongest winds are. Well, as Helene is still a tropical storm, right around the core of it, we're still going to see some of those highest peak gusts that could be over 70 miles per hour. We'll also watch overnight tonight a low risk of inland tornadoes. We're seeing multiple tornado warnings across southern Georgia right now. And as we push our way through the overnight, that tornado risk will work its way through kind of east central Georgia as well. So we're watching some of that. I don't think we're going to see a huge tornado risk here in Atlanta because we're on the kind of center to left side of the track, but especially out Athens down to Putnam County, Eatonton area, we're going to see that risk of tornadoes increasing through the overnight and early tomorrow morning. Friday, big transition day. The morning and the end of the day are going to look completely different outside. First thing in the morning, the center of Helene is working over us. It is going to be a mess outside. We're talking about early heavy rain, flooding, and then gusts in the morning will again be in that peak criterion. Then as we get into the afternoon, even by about 10 o'clock in the morning, a lot of that rain is going to be tapering off. It will be staying breezy outside, but the winds will come down a few notches. So, if you noticed a large limb fell or something outside, the wind threshold comes down by midday, so that allows for a little bit of cleanup to start getting underway. Now, we showed you how widespread the rain is now. Let's go through the forecast track hour by hour. You notice here as we go through the rest of the evening commute, it's 3 o'clock right now, we go through 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Look, the rain's not ending. In fact, we see more of that yellow, the orange colors, even red showing up. So that deep tropical moisture is just working its way up into North Georgia as Helene inches closer to landfall. So rainfall amounts will start to really pick up this evening during the commute and beyond. As we get past sunset, it's raining heavily. Winds are going to increase. So if you got things you got to do, last minute grocery shopping or whatnot, get them done before sunset tonight. You should be home by about 8 o'clock. With the rain coming down, flooding threats increase, and the winds increase, it just makes driving really extremely difficult and dangerous. So this is showing you on the forecast track 10:30 tonight. You can see the rain across all of North Georgia is getting more intense. So heavier rain building in as we approach the midnight hour. Then we're going to push this to 4 o'clock in the morning. You see at 4 o'clock, Helene's well inland. In fact, Helene is booking it through central Georgia. So the center of Helene at that point, somewhere between kind of Macon and out near maybe Swainsboro. And we're on the northern side of this with all this deep moisture working across our area. So very heavy rain, winds increasing. And this is the point, I'm thinking, between about 3 o'clock in the morning and 9 o'clock, you want to go to the lowest level of your house, okay? Because this is a long duration wind event and we have a lot of rain coming in advance of the wind, we are very concerned about the numbers of trees that will come down and power outages. The trees still have all the leaves on them, right? We haven't had our peak of fall foliage. The leaves haven't dropped. Some of you are already seeing some leaf drop, but they've still got the leaves on them. That weighs the trees down. Those leaves also get kind of picked up in those gusty winds, and it adds a little bit more to the swaying of the trees. Then with all the rain, the root systems are not as firmly in place in the ground. So it's really easy when you get these long duration tropical systems this early in the season. We get the heavy rains in advance of it, then we get the strong winds, especially oak trees. They like to give way by the root system easier than, say, pine trees, because pine trees have those kind of thinner needles on them, and they're built to sway in these kind of winds. So we're more concerned overnight tonight, especially between about 3 o'clock in the morning, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, about the power outages increasing, trees coming down increasing. So what I would recommend to you is if you have a lot of trees over your house, that typically, if you get a strong, severe thunderstorm, you get a branch or two that falls, just sleep downstairs overnight tonight. Or sleep in the side of the house that doesn't have the tree over it, just so that you're, keeping yourself, doing everything you can to protect yourself and your family. All right, so overnight tonight, 4 a.m., center of the storm in central Georgia. As we work our way through 5, 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, it's coming right up through our area. So I'll take that forecast track out and we'll go a little bit slower hour by hour. You can see as we get into kind of that 5 to 6 a.m. hour. Center of Helene, it may be in Athens, it may be in Covington, could even be as far west as Atlanta, but all of our in-house kind of high resolution models have been pretty consistent keeping the center of the storm just east of Atlanta. Wherever the center ends up going, that's who ends up seeing, gusts above 60 miles per hour. Other places, you're not going to get wind, just means your wind gusts will be kind of 50 to 60 miles per hour. So that's when the center of the storm is right over us. We'll push the forecast track out to kind of sunrise time frame. Sunrise is about 7:30. Let's see if I can pause there. Here we go. And it's moving up into northeast Georgia. We're still getting wraparound strong rain, or rather heavy rain, strong winds. And then as we push it out closer to 8, 9, 10 o'clock, look how quickly this thing is moving out of here. This thing is booking it. I showed you at the beginning. Right now, Helene's moving at about 20 miles per hour. It's not going to magically slow down when it's moving through North Georgia. But after it gets through North Georgia, it's going to be pulled into an upper level low. We call it the Fujiwara effect. And you saw it on the track there. I'll show you the track again before we keep moving on with our impacts here. Look, it's moving inland, moving quickly, and then all of a sudden it gets pulled west, steered west, and then here's Friday. Okay, there's Friday. Let's push it out to Saturday so you can see. All right, there's Saturday. It's not moving. It's kind of stuck. Let's go out to Sunday. Sunday, same area, okay? And then let's go out to Monday. Oh, look at that, same area. So it gets pulled into an upper level low, it steers around. That's why it's not just us getting a lot of rain. I'm gonna go to my, I'll show you this graphic. I'm gonna pull it up since we're on a live stream. I'll pull it up big picture for you. So we're expecting another 3 to 6 inches of rain here. I'm gonna zoom out so you can see. Look at who else gets immense amounts of rainfall. From Memphis over to Cincinnati, St. Louis. Because the storm stalls, even though it's kind of cut off from the Gulf of Mexico and its winds are coming down, it's just going to park itself there and rain and rain and rain and rain. So we're getting a huge flash flooding threat because the rain's all coming in a short amount of time, but then they're going to have a prolonged rain event there where the rainfall is going to be happening over kind of a 4-day span, how much rain they're going to end up seeing. So Helene not just impacting places at landfall, but well inland as well. Now, we talked about the timing. Let's show you here another 3 to 6 inches of rain across North Georgia is expected. What the Weather Prediction Center has done is now upgraded. Sorry, that graphic kind of freaked out there. Let's go back in and zoom. They've upgraded Metro Atlanta up into the northeast Georgia mountains and what's called a high risk of excessive rain. This is basically looking at flood risk, all the components, how saturated the ground is, how quick the rain's going to be coming down, how many hours of heavy rain we're going to be getting, all those different factors. Even what is the temperature outside? How wet is the ground? How much can it absorb? It's just saturated already. I talked about the soak sponge. It doesn't take much more water to cause runoff, flooding issues, creeks, streams, bigger rivers. And so they've upgraded our area into a high risk for flooding of excessive rainfall. Yesterday at this time, they just had kind of northeast Georgia, the mountains there. And that's just not a flooding risk there. That could lead to mudslides kind of deal because of the topography there with how much rain is coming down in a short amount of time. So that's our excessive rain outlook for today. You notice, looks like we have yet another flash flood warning issued. This map shows us the big picture flood watch, but you see that red color over Atlanta? That is a new flash flood warning. So that's going to include DeKalb County, Fulton County, Gwinnett County, Henry County. I'm going to go back to radar so we can zoom in a little bit more. Then we're going to move forward with the timeline again of what we're expecting. I'll go through peak gusts and all of that. We got a lot of time here. We're on 11 Alive Plus, 11alive.com. We don't have any sharp TV times where we have to fit everything within a couple of minutes. We're going all the way to 4 o'clock, and then our big newscast will start, so you can keep joining us on here on 11alive.com and 11 Alive Plus and YouTube as well to talk about that. So the newest flash flood warning, Clayton, DeKalb County. It also looks like Fulton County. I'm seeing Clayton, even part of Fayette County. I'm going to take the radar off so we can see better. It's this whole green polygon. Okay, and within that green polygon, you're in a flash flood warning until 9:15 tonight. Here's some perspective. Okay, National Weather Service is saying with these flash flooding warnings issued, we're not seeing many issues yet. However, we think we're going to see big problems soon. Heavier rain is working through on the south side of Atlanta, pushing in, and the rain's already starting to hit the flash flood guidance across 6-hour time periods. So when they issue these warnings, they have criteria. Okay, so they're saying over the last 6 hours, we're already hitting flash flood guidance. We know we're already seeing creeks and streams beginning to flood. And the flooding is going to get worse this evening as the rain rates pick up. So again, flash flood warning. This is going to be for Fulton County, DeKalb County, southwestern Gwinnett County. It even includes portions of Fayette County and Clayton County, Henry County. And we had a second flash flood warning. We'll zoom down to the south so you can see that. And that flash flood warning includes Butts County, Spalding, Pike, Lamar, Upson counties as well. And even it looks like a little bit of sliver of Clayton County for that one as well. And that'll also go until 9:15 tonight. So 2 new flash flood warnings issued in the last 15 minutes. We're seeing rain rates increasing. The ground is saturated, everything can't be absorbed, so it's running off and it's going to start causing bigger flooding issues. Crash Clark is going to be in shortly, and he'll be kind of walking us through all of that on this marathon. So you can see we've got some of that rain that is picking up in intensity inside the perimeter, but also on the south side, you see this incredibly heavy rain rate pushing into Upson County near Thomaston. It's all moving northward. So we're going to see rain amounts increasing, flooding risk increasing. Now, earlier I talked about the winds and the hours that I'm most concerned about, power outages, trees falling because of how wet the ground is and the winds increasing. Let me show you hour by hour here on the forecast track for the winds, because outside right now it's really not that windy. I'll give you current conditions in Atlanta and then we'll do that forecast track. Ooh, look at that tower camera. That's our tower camera. Way high up. Winds are east at 9 miles per hour. Let's check the airport here so you can see that as well. Airport had delay issues yesterday, right? We'll see if they are having issues already. It says no. We can see the live camera. I'm seeing a like Virgin Atlantic flight taking off, but I would suspect that issues at the airport are going to get worse this evening as the rain rates increase, and then eventually wind gusts after 9 o'clock. You know, they're just going to get to a point where they're going to say, all right, we're going to have to do a ground stop. Okay, forecast gusts. Not that windy now. It's all about the rain for the evening commute. All about the rain for the evening commute. Turns a little bit breezy as we get it closer to sunset, and then beyond that, that's when the winds really start to pick up. So we'll push the forecast track out past midnight. You can see winds starting to gust around 40 miles per hour. Then they get worse. I mentioned 3 a.m. to about 9 or so in the morning. That's the peak wind time frame for us. Really, it's right around that 6 o'clock time frame when they'll be at their max. So you can see they'll increase. Huge area across all North Georgia is gusting 40 miles per hour. Okay. But wherever the center of the storm goes, that's where we're really going to see those wind gusts that could peak above 60 miles per hour. So this is showing you 6:30 tomorrow morning, right on top of kind of Duluth over to Athens to Covington. 10 a.m., the center of Helene is out of here. It's up into Tennessee, up into the mountains, but the winds behind it aren't magically going to just drop off and be done. It's going to stay gusty throughout tomorrow morning. So as they're trying to get up and restore power and cut down, trees that might be across the roadway, we're still going to have some of these gusty winds continuing. So wind gusts tomorrow morning until 9 a.m. above 40 miles per hour. After 9 a.m., still in that 30 mile per hour range, so still what I'd consider a windy day here. But then as we go into the afternoon, we'll start to see them gradually coming down a little bit. So you see here at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, gusts around 30. Then by 5:30, gusts around 20. So gradually they'll calm down a little bit. And if you're thinking about, all right, can I clean up? Can I blow the leaves on Saturday? Well, Saturday, because remember, Helene's going to be meandering around up across the Tennessee Valley. We're still going to see a breeze day on Saturday. It's not just going to magically be a pure, sunny, and picture-perfect Chamber of Commerce day. So again, we're tracking all this rain from Helene. That's just the beginnings of what's to come. Satellite and radar right now, you can see the center of the storm, that clear, well-developed eye. Let's zoom in a little bit more. And if I pause it, we're going to put a distance tool on this. This is the right eye wall. The center of the eye is about 130, 140 miles away from Tampa. Let's measure it to kind of Sarasota area, about 140 miles away, right? And how far away is it from landfall? Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's take that off. We'll zoom out. And 180 miles or so away from landfall. So landfall is going to be right about there, okay? And meanwhile, even though this storm is still, 500 miles away from us, 450 miles away from us, it is sending a lot of deep moisture in our direction, tropical moisture. So that tropical moisture is like a conveyor belt. You're at the grocery store, you got to put your grocery items on the checkout conveyor belt and then they go down the thing. Well, instead of groceries, Helene's putting a lot of rain on the conveyor belt and it's just getting fed up into North Georgia. And that's why our flooding threat will increase so much. So we've got rain that has been kind of tapered off overnight last night. Some of us did get a lot of rain overnight, but we had kind of this lull first thing in the morning around sunrise. And then by late morning, the rain was back. And now it's picking up in intensity, and it's going to keep picking up in intensity the later into the evening and overnight that we go. So let's go back to the top of the stack. I'm going to check Weather Service chat and see if there's anything new coming in here. They are certainly putting in a lot of new tornado warnings down to our south. But the new information for our local area here in North Georgia are those 2 flash flood warnings. So again, just as a reminder, flash flooding is more deadly than winds from a tornado, winds from a hurricane. It's not as deadly as heat technically across the country, but water is much more deadly in hurricanes than any other aspect, okay? Water is incredibly powerful. 6 inches of swiftly moving water can sweep you off your feet if you're trying to stand up. 1 foot of swiftly moving water can sweep a small car away. When you come across a flooded roadway, you may think, oh, I can just move through it quickly, we'll be done. Think twice before doing that. And there's 3 main reasons why. Number 1, you don't know how deep the water is, especially at night, you can't see it. Number 2, you don't know what is in the water. Is there a live wire in the water? Is there some kind of animal in the water, right? And you also don't know, number 3, the integrity of the road surface underneath it. Okay? A lot of times during a flash flooding event, you'll see the water swiftly going over the road, but then the culvert underneath it, the storm drain underneath it, can be completely washed out. And until that road surface finally gives way and the water, all goes below it, you have no idea that the road's ready to wash out. So that's why we always tell you, turn around, don't drown. It is never, never, never worth driving on a flooded roadway. I've seen many people drive on flooded roadways here in Atlanta. We know Atlanta roads don't handle water well. the mayor yesterday was saying they went around, Andre Dickens said that they went around the teams to clear out all the storm drains they could find, make sure that water had a place to go. That's great, and I hope you did that around your house too. But at the end of the day, when we get so much rain coming down in a short amount of time, it doesn't matter if the storm drains are cleared out, it's still going to flood. So if you come across flooding and you're trying to drive home from work tonight or tomorrow morning, okay, stop. Do not try to drive through it. You don't want your car getting stuck in the water. The waters could keep going up. You don't want to have to be rescued or the unthinkable, right? Turn around. It's not worth your safety. It's not worth your life. It's not worth that extra 5 minutes. Okay, so resetting. Our last advisory from the Hurricane Center had come in at 2:25 that upgraded it to a Category 3. Now, what we're going to get each hour leading up to landfall, here we are at 3:36, is an update on the position of the storm and if they're changing any of the intensity. So we're not going to get a major new cone of uncertainty, but they're going to keep updating the position of the storm. So that 3 o'clock position, winds of 120 miles per hour, moving northeast, north-northeast at 20 miles per hour. And those higher gusts are likely. Let me see if I can find if they have hurricane hunters in there right now. They did earlier. I think they probably do. I'm not going to pull up my graphic on here because I'd have to update it before. Let's see, there's one mission in the storm right now, and they'll have more to come. So they just had a mission in the storm, and that was an Air Force. They flew the lowest levels, and that mission, they're still in it, but that's the mission that determined, hey, this thing's actually a Category 3, it's not Category 2. So Helene's undergoing something called rapid intensification. We see this with many tropical systems that enter the Gulf of Mexico, and the reason why is we often see really warm waters. If we don't see wind shear disrupts the circulation of a storm. We get the warm waters, no wind shear, and no dry air surrounding it. Those are the three ingredients, like Goldilocks and the Three Bears, that these storms need to intensify. Rapid intensification is defined as the winds in these hurricanes increasing at least 35 miles per hour in a 24-hour window. Well, Nicole has built a graphic. I'm going to find it for you all. Nicole has built a graphic to show just how quickly this thing has strengthened. Yesterday morning, it became a hurricane, right? Took a little while for it to kind of take off and start strengthening, but now all of a sudden today, as it's entered the Gulf of Mexico with deep warm ocean waters, there's not any dry air trying to entrain it. We're really seeing that this thing is strengthening quickly, and I know the official track is a Category 3 at landfall, but earlier it had a Category 4 at landfall, and really there's no difference at the end of the day within a 10-mile range of what the impacts are. It's the same. It's catastrophic storm surge, uninhabitable areas right at the center of where landfall is going to be, because the structures themselves are going to be damaged and the power infrastructure really gets more significantly damaged as you get into high-end Category 3, Category 4 and beyond. So let's go in here, and we've got peak storm surge I can show you. And this shows you where it's going to be over 12 feet. And in fact, the Hurricane Center was forecasting, I think, maximum values of 15 to as much as 20 feet last I saw. One-story building, not high enough to survive that. Two-story building, not high enough to survive that, okay? If that storm surge is above 9 feet, depending on how high your ceilings are, you're going up to the second floor. So you can see storm surge along the Big Bend is going to be at its peak. And then here's the graphic I really wanted to show you, the wind speed history. This will show you how Helene has strengthened over the last 24 hours. See if it'll pull up for us. Yes, you can see it here. So you see, this is interesting. This is interesting. This goes through, so here's the day timeline. So this tells you, it was a tropical depression or a potential tropical system Saturday, Sunday. Monday, still tropical depression category. And then Tuesday at, I think it was 11 a.m., they designated it a tropical storm. Well, yesterday at 11 a.m., it became a hurricane. And now all of a sudden we're seeing those winds You see that? The bar just goes up really high. So the winds kind of climbed a little bit, and this white line is how high, how strong are the max winds at a given time frame, right? And when you get to today, this morning, all of a sudden, all the Goldilocks and the Three Bears things just aligned, and this thing is taking off with its max winds. So it was just a Category 1 first thing this morning, winds of 80 miles per hour, and now at 3 o'clock, winds are up to 120 miles per hour. So it's already undergone rapid intensification by the definition. Some of these hurricanes really like almost twofold that in a matter of 24 hours. So let's go back. Let's talk about Georgia impacts. So again, Helene is still several hours away from landfall. That's going to happen sometime right before midnight tonight. So after 8 o'clock, sometime between 8 o'clock and midnight tonight. Category 3 right now. It's likely going to become stronger as we get into the rest of the evening before landfall. And what are we expecting here? Well, big picture, number one, a lot of rain and a whole lot of wind. Time frame for that today, we're expecting the rain's going to continue and be heavy. It's not too windy now, but the breezes will start picking up around the evening commute. So those wind gusts will start picking up. At times they could be 20, 25 miles per hour. Then once we get past sunset, that's when the winds really start to pick up. Helene makes its landfall and then the winds really crank up. So this afternoon, our main concern for the evening commute is the flooding aspect. Standing water on the roads, ponding water on the roads, roads that are impassable because the flooding gets bad enough to where either partial lanes or total lanes are taken up, or smaller roadways could just be covered up by water altogether. That's going to get worse overnight. The flooding will get worse overnight because the rain is going to continue and gets heavier, but also the winds pick up a lot as well. Winds tonight, especially after midnight, we start seeing those gusts above 40 miles per hour. It's not just like it's a 2-hour thing where they're gusting to 40 miles per hour. They're going to gust to 40 miles per hour, midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they get worse right before dawn tomorrow morning. So they're going to get especially worse between 3 and 8 or 9 in the morning. That's when they'll get to their worst. But early overnight tonight, we'll already see them gusting at times around 40 miles per hour. As we see Helene moving further inland, there's also the low chance of a spin-up tornado. I talked about that earlier. I didn't show you the severe weather outlook. I'm going to show you that right after this, and then we'll go through forecast track again. As we get into tomorrow morning, Helene's going to be pushing up through North Georgia. That's when our winds will peak early tomorrow morning. By 9 o'clock, Helene is moving out of the state. Winds will start to come down a notch. At its peak, though, some of those highest gusts will be over 60 miles per hour at the center of the storm. Okay, the rest of North Georgia in that 40 to 60 mile per hour range. We'll see the rain tapering off. It's going to be staying breezy, but it won't be as windy as we get into the afternoon. Let me show you the outlook. Here it is for today. And this shows you the level 3 threat across kind of the Savannah area in southern Georgia. That level 2 threat is extended into Augusta, but then on the eastern side of the metro area, so this is Atlanta right here, all the way up through Gainesville, Hall County, down through Henry County, we will also have that. We'll be back with more coming up.
Dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell
We are dealing with many problems, even though we are hours away from the center of the storm passing through our area. Brand new flash flood warnings. These are for the core of the metro right now. We're talking about that for Fulton County, Gwinnett, DeKalb, Clayton. We'll break down what to expect the rest of tonight next at 4.
at 4 p.m. starts now.
Good afternoon and welcome to 11 Alive News at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. Right now, we are in the middle of another weather impact alert day as we continue to track Hurricane Helene, which has now been upgraded to a Category 3 hurricane.
Now, Helene will bring heavy rain and strong winds all across the state and much of the southeastern U.S. Right now, we want to take you live. This is video out of Pinellas County in Florida. You can see the roadways just covered in water, making it really difficult for anybody trying to drive or commute. Many residents in the county were ordered to evacuate by noon today. The county is expecting up to 8 feet of storm surge, enough to flood a home or a forced floor home as well.
And we have extensive coverage for you this evening. Our reporters have been on the ground covering the storm from every angle. We want to kick things off, though, with our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, with more on Helene's timeline and the track that it's following.
And as you mentioned, this storm is getting stronger. And this is exactly what we were expecting, with some strong rapid intensification with this. Now a Category 3 hurricane. You see it there in the Gulf of Mexico. Remember earlier in the week, we were talking about it way down in the Caribbean. This is getting closer now. Landfall is expected right up here in the Big Bend region later on tonight. We showed you that video out of Pinellas County, Florida. Look at this. The entire western coast of the peninsula of Florida is feeling the impact. So even though Tampa is not getting a direct landfall, they're getting those bands of rain coming in. Pretty much the entire peninsula is in a tornado watch. Northern Florida and South Georgia in a tornado watch. We've got a tornado warning here in the Panhandle, and that's from some of those bands, and another tornado watch up into Georgia and into South Carolina. Here is a closer look at that eye. We're seeing it coming together pretty well here as it is showing signs of strengthening now. It's going to keep moving up toward the north. As we've been saying all along, this is the firing line there between Apalachicola and north of Tampa there in that Big Bend region, and we expect that landfall later on tonight, most likely after 8 o'clock, closer to 9, 10 o'clock tonight for that landfall. Now we are seeing, we've had plenty of rain over the past few days, but it's the flow around this and this flow from the south sending a lot of Gulf moisture our way. We already have a lot of rain in our area now with some local impacts already. Melissa's going to have more on that in just a second. I want to reiterate, though, these alerts that we have. We have the hurricane warning in effect, of course, on the coast. This extends not only into South Georgia, but into Middle Georgia. And now a couple of counties in our viewing area are included in this hurricane warning. That is for Upson County, as well as Lamar County. We also have Monroe County included in that. That line to the south is the hurricane warning, but the rest of us are in a tropical storm warning, as we will be experiencing tropical storm force winds. Here is the track right now. You see, it's a Category 3. There's that hurricane warning area. We're expecting that landfall later tonight as a Category 3. I know we've been kind of going back and forth between a Cat 3 and a Cat 4, but really it's either going to be a high-end Cat 3 or a low-end Cat 4. We're only talking about a difference of about 5 miles per hour in wind speed on these forecasts here. Then watch how it goes to the north. Atlanta is included here in that tropical storm. It looks like it's going to go right over us or just a little bit to the east, and then it pushes up to the north and falls apart up into parts of Tennessee. So we are in that zone where we are going to be feeling more impact. So we continue with the weather impact alert for the rest of the day today and into tomorrow. Still, those impacts, a lot of rain, flooding rain possible, tropical storm force winds. Still watching that potential for storms, mainly on the east side. You still have time to prepare for power outages. Make sure your phone, make sure your devices are charged, make sure you have batteries, because we do expect a lot of power outages. And if your power goes out and you can't watch TV, make sure your devices are charged. You can watch us on the app or on all of our streaming services as well. We are already feeling some of those impacts now. We had the rain yesterday, more rain today, and even some of that rain is causing some flooding. Let's go to Melissa Nord with more on that.
And Chris, we have a brand new flash flood warning for Fulton County, the inner part of the metro area. And this is because we're seeing already a lot of rain coming in from the outermost parts of Helene on top of what we picked up yesterday. So I'll zoom in so you can see there's not a place in North Georgia not covered in rainfall right now. But in particular, on the eastern side of the metro, through northern Fulton County, out into Gwinnett County, DeKalb County, we have these pockets that are more moderate, and that's what's starting to lead to more rises of creeks and streams and low-lying points on the road. Also, another area with very heavy rainfall down in Pike and Lamar and Upson counties, and that's why the National Weather Service has gone ahead and put out their first flash flood warnings of this event for our viewing area here in the metro. metro. The first flash flood warning, this is for the north and eastern side of the metro. This is going to run until 9:15, so that includes Gwinnett County, Fulton County, down into DeKalb County, Clayton County, even northeastern Fayette County in that flash flood warning. And then our second flash flood warning from McDonough all the way down to Upson County in Thomaston. That is going to run until 9:15 tonight. This map is a map we do not see happen in North Georgia often at all. This is a map that's out looking what's the flood risk going forward through the overnight. And you see that bright pink color right on top of the metro all the way through the northeast Georgia mountains back into central Georgia. That's a high risk of flooding. We have a flash flood watch continuing. And as we get Helene making landfall moving inland, the rain amounts are going to add up. That will exacerbate the flooding threat, and that rain on top of the wind means the power outage risk goes up a lot. There's a lot to break down with in terms of the timeline, when we're expecting the peak winds. We'll talk about all that coming up in just a bit.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. Well, people in South Georgia are bracing for the first impacts of the storm that we'll see here in our state.
11 Alive's Angelina Salcido is live for us in Valdosta right now. And Angelina, you're at a shelter where some people will be riding out the storm tonight.
And this shelter is one of 3 that happens to be in the Valdosta area. It is an evacuation shelter being put on by the Red Cross, which basically means that people, if they feel unsafe, they can come here, ride out Hurricane Helene, and then they can leave once conditions are safe. I want you to take a look at what it looks like inside. This shelter has started to fill up slowly since opening at 2 this afternoon. There are families from all around Lawrence County here tonight. Some live far, others live close, but they were concerned by the conditions that are expected here. The Red Cross making sure that they can do all that they can to make sure that people feel comfortable. Mobile showers are in place. People can use those up until 5:30. They just want people to feel good while waiting out this storm.
They come in to stay here for the evening. We have snacks ready for them. This church, Park Avenue, has been so gracious. I see they already have a television set up for children. They're watching movies. They're having a nice, comfortable place to stay for the evening.
And many people that I spoke to inside tell me that they are just blessed to have a safe place for them to go. A lot of them, again, worried about those conditions as we start to feel winds come into this area. This is the 3rd time that Valdosta has been hit by some kind of storm since Idalia passed through back in August of last year. The typical thing that they experience here is down trees and down power lines. That's why people that come here, they say that they're not going to take any chances. They just want to make sure that they are safe. We're live tonight in Valdosta. Angelina Salcido, 11 Alive News.
Angelina, thank you. And tonight, President Joe Biden has issued an emergency declaration for Georgia. This allows the state to get federal assistance in the wake of Hurricane Helene. Both the Department of Homeland Security and FEMA will coordinate disaster relief efforts.
Well, the state is also activating hundreds of National Guard troops and forest ranger teams to manage the storm damage. Governor Brian Kemp held a briefing on state preps just earlier this afternoon. Doug Richards is live at GEMA headquarters with how our state is preparing for what's to come. Doug.
Yeah, the state is putting together teams from agencies ranging from the State Patrol to the Department of Corrections, all of which are trying to get ahead of the preparation for a storm, the scope of which is still to be determined. Governor Kemp was among the workers packed into the Georgia Emergency Management Agency Control Center this afternoon, monitoring weather reports from South Georgia and Florida, deploying state workers and utility workers to expect calls for help from every corner of the state, including Metro Atlanta. During a news conference, Kemp asked Georgia residents to be patient with recovery workers once the storm passes.
Also, would just like to urge people's patience. As you know, depending on really how many trees we have down, how much debris we're dealing with, how many power lines we have down, and what we're dealing with there, it's going to probably take us a while to get power back going with the size of the storm, and also just how much of the state it's going to affect. So I would ask people just to be patient. I can promise you we will respond with full force as soon as it's safe to do so.
Kemp said that about 18,000 utility workers from Georgia Power and other utilities are on standby to respond tomorrow to power outages once the storm passes and they can actually get out safely in it. We are live at GEMA headquarters tonight. Back to you.
All right, 410 Crash Clark here with you. If one sky tracker could pretty much sum up what we're about to deal with, it would be this one. Look at this jackknife tractor trailer, and it is smack dab in the middle of one of our major ramps along 85 southbound as you're ramping to 285 eastbound. And obviously that's going to take a while to get out of the way. They barely have that right emergency lane open. We did have a stalled tractor trailer 285 south at Atlanta Road. Now there's a wreck in the same spot. That's why you're slammed all the way back towards Cobb Parkway. Less folks out on the road, but it doesn't mean we have less wrecks. We've got one 285 south near East Ponce on the east side, and a major situation on Highway 41, Cobb Parkway near Bells Ferry. An overturned tanker truck. Use Old Highway 41 or I-75 south as your alternates. Back to you guys.
All right, Crash. And as we continue to track Helene for you this evening, you can watch free extended weather coverage right now on our 11 Alive Plus streaming app. It's free to download on your Roku, Amazon Fire, or Apple TV devices. You can also stay weather aware with our 11 Alive mobile app in case you lose power and to get those alerts to your phone. Just scan the QR code there on your screen.
The main event is still to come. We are tracking Hurricane Helene right now in the Gulf of Mexico, narrowing down that track for landfall later tonight, and then it moves through Georgia. We're talking about the impacts and what to expect time-wise coming up.
Live look at Florida's Panama City Beach, where a state of emergency has been declared. If you look there on the pier, you can see some people are still there, several beachgoers out in the water watching, but others have decided to evacuate the area as we are still bracing for impact, specifically there in Florida, as Hurricane Helene is expected to make landfall in just a matter of hours.
Meanwhile, people living in Atlanta's Washington Park neighborhood near the Atlanta University Center have seen major flooding in the past when those heavy rains move into our area. 11 Alive's Erica Murphy is live there. And Erica, you spoke with one person there who said his backyard turns into a small lake during these heavy downfalls.
That is exactly right, Jennifer. And I'm not going to take up much of your time before I show you exactly what is going on here. When I was out here earlier this year, there were about 2 feet of water. I'm going to just walk into this right now. just what a difference it makes within 2 hours time. It's almost covering my rain boots. This backyard is filling up and it is nearly a little lake back here. Pittman's family has lived on this block for well over 100 years, and every time there's a heavy downpour, he feels anxiety because he knows how damaging this flooding can be in and around his house. Later on today, Pittman plans to meet up with his son to try to minimize the damage here.
That's what we're doing, trying to board up everything, make sure that a little water, we ain't gonna stop all the water, but that big rush of water that comes into my basement, hopefully we can prevent that from coming into my basement, because it comes through, I got 2 basement doors, and that's where it comes in. When it fills up, it just comes automatic in there. So far, we're trying to board that up today, make sure that we don't have a bigger problem.
Now, if you can imagine, Pittman says that since we did our first story about flooding in this area back in March, he has noticed a stark difference in the amount of water. And I just demonstrated to you how much water is back here. It was even more than that back in March. He says he has been noticing that there have been a lot of Department of Water Management works, crews out here clearing out the storm drains. We're going to continue to check in with him as these heavy rains continue to pour down, and check back in with you. Chris?
Right. Erica, I'm glad that those folks are being proactive and trying to do things to help. We can't stop the storm from coming in, but at least they're doing things to hopefully kind of mitigate that flooding a little bit as much as they can. We continue with the weather impact alert for the rest of the night tonight and into the day. We have been talking about this all week. Now the time is coming for the worst part of the storm that's going to be moving in. Hurricane Helene expected to make landfall tonight along the coast of Florida and then move up into Georgia late tonight, overnight, and into early tomorrow morning. We're talking about an additional 3 to 6 inches. We've already had rain come in last night and today, but now an additional 3 to 6 inches possible that could cause flooding. We're still expecting 40 to 60 mile an hour plus wind gusts. Some areas could get 70, maybe even up to 80 mile an hour wind gusts to the east of us, and we're watching that tornado risk to the east as well. Here's the storm right now. It is getting closer. We expect that landfall later tonight, most likely after 8 o'clock in the Florida Big Bend region, but all of Florida is included in a tornado watch right now. You can see those bands coming into Tampa, but there's the center of the circulation. Still has a little bit of a ways to go before it makes that landfall tonight. Then the focus is the track coming up through Georgia into Atlanta as a tropical storm. We're already seeing some rain coming out of that right now. Here is that track. There's the position around 8 o'clock tonight, close to landfall then making landfall later on this evening, moving up through Atlanta. This is Friday morning, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, tropical storm. This is showing winds at 65 miles an hour going through Atlanta and then diminishing once it goes up to the north of our area. So we have to watch this very closely because we know we're going to have a lot of rain, a lot of wind with this, and also tracking that storm risk. And you can see that coverage of rain over us right now. Melissa is tracking that heavy rain we've already had, and we're already seeing some flood risks here too.
Yeah, and Chris, storm reports of flooding will probably increase as we go through the next 3 to 4 hours. And the reason why is we're starting to see some of those moderate pockets of rain, heavier pockets of rain starting to work their way up from central Georgia into the North Georgia region. So on radar right now, you can see got a couple different polygons popping up for our flash flood warnings. But I want to point out this area, Pike, Lamar, Upson counties, Spalding County, incredibly heavy rain there. That is going to worsen any flooding that is already ongoing. Flash flood warning for the central part of the metro that continues until 9:15 tonight. There will be more flash flood warnings to come. And then that south side from Pike, Lamar, Spalding, southern Henry County, Butts County, and Upson County, that also runs until 9:15 tonight. And here's why. The last 6 hours alone, some of these places have picked up, excuse me, 2 to 3 inches of rain. But big picture, between yesterday and today, some of our rainfall amounts are already 3 to 5 inches. The ground is like a soaked sponge. So as we see more rain coming in on top of it, it just can't absorb the rain. So it runs off, it causes flooding. Flood risk tonight is going to worsen. As Chris mentioned, another 3 to 6 inches of rain possible. Winds, those will also get worse tonight. Now, if you're trying to do last minute grocery shopping or something, winds are not going to be too bad early this evening. They get worse overnight. I'm expecting those winds to peak between about 3 in the morning and about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. That's when we'll see those peak wind gusts, 40 to 60 plus miles per hour. Tornado risk will be for the overnight, especially south and east. Here's the additional rainfall amounts, 3 to 6 inches. Let's go through hour by hour for winds. You notice here as we go closer to midnight, it's breezy, but the winds really crank up as we get past that midnight hour. This is 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Winds starting to gust 40 to 50 miles per hour on the east side. Everywhere across the metro are going to be gusting 40 to 60 miles per hour early tomorrow morning as the center of Helene is passing over. And then even as it pulls out of the state, we're still left with breezy winds all day tomorrow. That might help to, or rather, deter how quickly we can get the cleanup process going. Level 1 threat of severe weather, Atlanta and points east for that low risk of a spin-up tornado. That risk increases overnight tonight. So the next couple of hours, we're tracking the flooding threat. You can see widespread rain on forecast track. But let's push the forecast track out overnight. As we get early tomorrow morning, it says 4:30. This is the center of Helene, which at this point is a tropical storm pushing up through North Georgia. Now, is the center of Helene in Eatonton, or could it be a little further west towards Covington? Models might shift a little bit. Everybody's going to get the impact of the rain. Everybody's going to get the impact of the wind. But the timing of it moving through North Georgia is early tomorrow morning. As we pause it, by about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you can see the center of it is now out of our state. Rain quickly tapers off. We're left with breezy winds, but drier weather to begin that cleanup process tomorrow afternoon. Weather impact alert again for tomorrow. Luckily, over the weekend, rain chances look pretty low. We'll keep temperatures in the 70s there. But again, the next 12 hours to 18 hours, bigger impacts coming in with Helene. We'll talk more about some of those aspects of what we're expecting tonight coming up in just a bit.
All right, thank you both. Coming up, all hands on deck, how residents in North Georgia are preparing for the strong impacts of Hurricane Helene.
your state, including North Georgia.
11 Alive's Molly Oak is live along the Chattahoochee River in Helen as emergency crews and emergency management is getting ready. Molly, what are you hearing?
And you know, guys, this is one of the flood-prone areas they're keeping their eye on. But if you were here in 2017, you remember Hurricane Irma. And that's what emergency management officials are comparing the potential impacts of this storm to Hurricane Irma. They said it would be similar. So we're talking tons of downed trees and power outages for days. In White County.
We're making sure that we have adequate personnel on duty at our 911 center, our fire department, our emergency medical services, law enforcement.
Dawn Strength is the Deputy Emergency Management Director.
My top concern is wind. And the potential for flooding. You know that up here in the northeast Georgia mountains, there are several flood-prone areas. The Chattahoochee River actually starts in Helen, Georgia. The Chattahoochee River does not typically fluctuate that much, but in a tropical situation like this, it certainly can.
Strength says he's expecting the worst of it in White County to be early tomorrow morning before dawn and last through the afternoon. He also told me that if you're in the area to go ahead and get everything you'll need for the next 3 to 5 days just to be safe. Reporting live in Helen, Molly Oak, 11 Alive News.
We already have the rain now. More rain is on the way that will be heavy, causing the potential for flooding, and the wind mainly down in the Gulf right now, but that's headed our way. We'll talk about those strong wind gusts that could cause trees down and power outages.
And it's treacherous out on the roads. A jackknife tractor trailer pretty much sums up what everybody's dealing with. This is 85 southbound, right at 285 east in the heart of Spaghetti Junction. It's only going to get worse. 11 Alive News at 4, coming right back.
Coming up on 4:30, and welcome back to 11 Alive News. Hurricane Helene is now a Category 3 storm, and we are still tracking its path across the southeast.
And we are anticipating its impact here in Metro Atlanta tonight, making landfall and bringing with it a lot of wind and rain.
Now, right now in Florida, residents are already dealing with some flooding and water rising into their homes, garages, and businesses. Some families also already seeing significant damage to their homes.
So let's get you to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb in and meteorologist Melissa Nord for the very latest on what y'all are seeing with Helene.
And we have been talking about this all week. Melissa, we've been watching this storm develop, and now the time has come for this storm to really be impacting us later on tonight. Melissa, just look at this. You can see the center of the circulation right here, bearing down later on tonight on the panhandle, and notice that flow pushing up toward the north. We're already seeing some of that rain moving in.
Sending a lot of rain, and Helene is now a Category 3, but it could still get stronger before landfall, so we're going to see impacts from multiple threats. The rain and the wind. I'll talk a little bit more about what we're seeing right now coming up.
And Melissa's been tracking those flood warnings that we have in our area. She'll talk more about that here in just a second. But there you see the center of that circulation right here, pretty much just to the west of the Tampa area. And even though Tampa doesn't have a direct landfalling hurricane, they're on the bad side of the storm here. And really the entire western peninsula of Florida is on the dirty side of that storm where they're going to see those bands moving in. That's why they have tornado watches in effect. We even have a few tornado warnings there, one near Daytona Beach, as well as a tornado watches, not only in North Florida, but also South Georgia, East Georgia as well. There's that moisture feeding into our area, and that is going to continue tonight, and it's only going to get heavier. The wind also kicking up. We've got that hurricane warning in effect, of course, on the coast, but it goes into South Georgia, Middle Georgia, and even into a few of our counties here on the south side, over into parts of Lamar County, Monroe County, and also Upson County. We have a tropical storm warning in effect. We will have tropical storm force winds here tonight. Here is that track. You can see it bearing down on the Florida coastline. We still think we'll have a landfall in the Big Bend region. We were earlier thinking it might be around 8 o'clock, now maybe after 8 o'clock. And then watch this line move up to the north. The cone of uncertainty still showing that center of the circulation either here to the right or left here. Remember, this is a cone of uncertainty of where the center of circulation is. This isn't a cone of impacts. We're going to see impacts well outside of that cone. Then the system moves up to the north and it falls apart. Things will finally get better. So at least it's a mover. It's not going to stick around for a long time. It's going to move through here, but it will be impactful when it does with that weather impact alert for today, tonight, and then we're going to be watching for the heavy rain that could cause flooding, damaging wind, the potential for storms on the east side. Make sure you have batteries. Make sure your devices are charged because we do expect a lot of power outages. We've already seen a lot of rain and even some flooding issues in spots. Melissa has more on that.
And Chris, the reason we're seeing flooding coming in is because our ground has already taken in so much water the last day that it can't absorb any more rainfall. This is a snapshot, just a picture of how much water we've taken in over the last 48 hours. You see a lot of numbers behind me. The orange colors, those are over 4 inches of rain, and the rain just keeps coming. It's like somebody has gone to the grocery store. They got a conveyor belt, right? You're putting your groceries on the conveyor belt. Instead of groceries, it's water, it's rain coming in off the Gulf of Mexico, and it's not going to let up until Helene passes north of us tomorrow. We've got a couple of flash flood warnings we've been talking about, one for the center part of the metro, one on the south side. The heavy rain right now is centered on the south side of 75 through Henry County, McDonough area, Griffin and Spalding County, very heavy rain on the east side, and then all the way down into Pike and Lamar counties. You see these pockets of red. These are areas where the rainfall rates are over about an inch an hour. So you're under a flash flood warning there with rain coming down so heavily. If you're not seeing flooding happening now, we could see flooding unfolding over the next couple of hours. Always remember with these flood alerts, never, never drive on a flooded roadway. It is not worth it. In the metro right now in Atlanta, we are seeing lighter rain, but the rain's been constant all afternoon and will pick up as we work our way into the evening. We have a high risk of flooding through the overnight into tomorrow morning. We do not see this play out very often in Atlanta. So really there's two main threats. Well, three, but two bigger threats that I'm concerned about. Number one is the flooding risk. That's across all of North Georgia. Everybody is going to see an additional 3 to as much as 6 inches of rain. There could be a worst case scenario where a few spots get even more than that. Then the ground, as we get those gusty winds coming in, it sets the stage for a bigger power outage threat. Our peak gusts will happen overnight through early tomorrow morning. Some of those peak gusts will be 40 to as much as 60 miles per hour. With the ground being so wet, some of these bigger trees can come by the root system, and that's why we're really concerned about the power outage risk, the risk of trees falling as well. Tornado risk, that's also going to be in effect overnight tonight, but it's really from Atlanta east, and the bigger tornado threat that's going to be ongoing is across South and northeastern Georgia. So not as much here in the metro, but still something we'll watch as kind of a secondary threat. But really, a lot of rain that could lead to flooding. The winds coming in that will lead to more power outages and trees down. That also means impacting the roadways. We'll talk more about the hour-by-hour picture, how we're going to walk through this evening with rainfall, and when I'm expecting those peak wind gusts in your community. That's coming up in just a bit.
All right, we will be checking back often. Thank you so much, Melissa. Hurricane Helene continues to strengthen, and as our meteorologist said, it is now zeroing in on Florida's coast.
NBC's Jay Gray joining us now from Tallahassee, Florida, with more on the conditions there.
Yeah, Jennifer, Jonathan, what we're seeing is the really ragged outer bands of the storm making their way through Tallahassee right now. So we'll get some rain. It'll go away. I just looked at the radar. We've got some more moving in now, a bit of a spitting rain. It's going to pick up. And then as we go into the evening, it's really going to intensify. We won't get those breaks anymore. This is a monster storm. And you can tell by the language that the National Hurricane Center is using, that the Weather Service is using. The National Weather Service calling this, and I'm quoting here, one of the most significant weather events of the modern era. They don't use language like that a lot. I've covered a few of these storms, and you just don't hear that. The Hurricane Center warning about winds well over 100 miles an hour at landfall, and what they are calling, and I'm quoting again here, a catastrophic, deadly, unsurvivable storm surge. They say there could be a wall of water 20 feet or higher. And then you talk about the breadth of this storm, the wind field, almost 500 miles wide. The intensity of this storm, it's still churning in those warm Gulf waters. It's going to continue to gain momentum and strength, and it's going to push and cause problems well inland. You guys are talking about what's going to happen there. You're going to see wind. That's going to be an issue. Stronger wind than you normally see in that area following a storm or as a storm moves through. You're going to have that water. Look for trees to be down, power lines to be down. Make sure you're prepared. Make sure all of your devices are charged up, that you have enough gasoline, and you've still got a little time. If you decide you want to leave, now's the time to do it. Certainly don't get out there after sundown, because it just changes the dynamic dramatically. Let's talk about what this storm's going to do long term as well. FEMA is calling this a multi-state event. They believe at least 6 states, including Georgia, will see hurricane or tropical storm force winds. They say at least 9 states will be touched by Helene in some way. They'll feel the effects of this storm. So again, this is one of those storms that you don't often see, and it is heading your way. So please take it very seriously, as they are here right now. The streets are empty at this point. Anyone who was going to leave has now gone, and the window to do that here in Tallahassee just about closed. This, like a lot of cities there in Georgia, a lot of old oaks, hundreds of years old, pine trees. We expect to see those down in some areas. First responders say they're going to have to cut their way in to restore power and help anybody who may need it.
All right, Jay Gray live for us in Tallahassee. Thank you so much. And our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues all afternoon. Coming up after the break, we are heading out to Athens with a look at how the community is banding together to weather this storm. Coverage of Hurricane Helene in Athens right now. That's where a lot of rain and a lot of wind is expected to hit.
11 Live's Karis Belger is live from the Athens Clark County Police Department. And Karis, you're on what's considered to be the bad side, the side of this storm that it will see the most impacts. What are people doing there to prepare?
Well, we're hearing from emergency service crews and from people who live in the area. Everyone's doing exactly what they can to make sure they are ready. In fact, where I'm standing right now, the Athens Clark Police Department on Lexington, this will be the main emergency services center tonight. Fire, EMS, police, the sheriff's office, they will all be here tonight to try and strategize when it comes to tracking the path of this storm. I want to mention that all of those resources I just mentioned have been mapping out plans throughout the day so they could make sure that resources were strategically placed so people would have help whenever they needed it. And it was not just the Athens Clark Police Department. People who live in the area have also been preparing. Earlier today, I stopped by a local hardware store, Normal Hardware on Prince Avenue, and the manager told me that all day people have been coming in to buy cable ties, batteries, flashlights. And in fact, when we came into the store, myself and my photographer, to speak with that store manager, 2 customers bought the last of the flashlights that he had in his inventory.
Like I said, I think we've got maybe a dozen or so flashlights left. I think we're out of AA batteries, a little bit of lamp oil, that kind of stuff. But yeah, we're definitely getting hit pretty hard on the inventory right now.
Now, the Emergency Service Center tonight is expected to open at 7 p.m. and we do expect in the next few hours to see fire trucks, EMS trucks, police cars all in this area as those resources begin to get ready. Of course, we're going to continue to track the latest updates when it comes to this storm, and once we have all that information, we'll be sure to keep you updated. In Athens, I'm Karis Belger. I'm going to send it back to you, Chris.
And we are continuing to watch the progress of Hurricane Helene getting stronger, now a Category 3, just hours away from landfall in Florida. Then after that, Georgia, the next target. We'll talk more about the impacts here next.
Welcome back. With Helene about to bear down on the state, Georgia is also relying on help from some other states.
FEMA has activated Missouri Task Force 1 to help with emergency situations in the metro Atlanta area. Boone County Assistant Fire Chief Gail Blumenkamp joining us now via Skype to talk about their efforts. Live for us, Gail, your team has been out on the road today. Where are they right now?
So our team arrived in Gainesville, Georgia, just northeast of Atlanta there.
about 2 o'clock this afternoon, where they will be in staging at that location for the next couple of days.
Well, Gail, we're expecting some really strong winds, some really damaging winds and potential flooding here. What type of manpower do you have? What does your task force have in terms of preparation to assist when you have a hurricane situation like this?
So Missouri Task Force 1 went out as a Type 3 task force, which is 45 people that are prepared to do any type of mission work that may be assigned, whether it's flash flooding or flooding, water rescues, urban search and rescue from a collapsed building or structure, wide area search, whatever that mission may be, whatever the local jurisdiction needs, our men and women are there and prepared to help with whatever that task would be.
Storm, what exactly are you guys preparing for when we come to the effects of Helene?
So obviously, when we deploy to hurricanes, we anticipate water being the issue and flooding being the issue. And so the task force, even though we're only half strength at 45 members, we took all of our equipment and equipment cache that we needed for any type of mission or any type of assignment that we could do or handle, which is any man-made or natural disaster. So we have the capabilities to deal with hazmat incidents. We have the capabilities to deal with large concrete structures that may collapse or fall down. We don't anticipate that, but we do anticipate working in the water. And so taking extra boats, having all of our members that are staffed in the rescue positions being swift water and water rescue technicians. These men and women of the task force are trained of some of the best out there. And they come from all over the state of Missouri. And we deploy to several hurricanes a year because of our proximity to the Gulf Coast.
Gail Blumenkamp with the Boone County Assistant Fire Chief. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you and your team for your efforts to share with us over
You're
these
welcome, and
next
good luck
few days.
down there.
Thank you.
Weather impact alert remains in effect for the rest of the day today and into tomorrow, as we are now getting into that time frame where the landfall is imminent there in Florida. And then we're going to watch the system move through our area. The timeline still for us looks like it's going to be overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning when we have the most impactful part of this storm moving in. Here is that center of circulation right now. This is Helene, now upgraded to a Category 3 hurricane. It is going to be moving inland later tonight. The models keep going back and forth between a high-end Cat 3 and a low-end Cat 4, but just know it is going to be strong as it moves in. We have some tornado warnings here in these bands over just north of Fort Myers. Another tornado warning up near the Apalachicola area. Tornado watches in effect for the peninsula of Florida. Also here in North Florida, South Georgia, and over into East Georgia. Notice we were talking a little bit earlier about how we were having phase 1 and phase 2 of the rain moving in. The first rain was pre-Helene. Now, even though the rain shield with Helene is still to the south, the influence of the southerly flow and that Gulf moisture moving in is still enhanced by Helene as it moves our way, sending us all that rain. Here is the track. There's that landfall later on tonight. Well, we just got the new advisory in here showing that landfall later on tonight and then moving up to the north as an area of a tropical storm here in the Atlanta area and then fading out as it moves up into the Kentucky area. This just came in just a couple of moments ago, so we'll fix those boxes there for you in just a little bit. We are already seeing a lot of rain from yesterday and into today. That is already causing some flooding issues even before Helene gets here. Melissa Nord has more on tracking that.
Yeah, flooding issues. And Chris, you mentioned the new track had just come in. That has now the winds up to 125 miles per hour. If we reach 130, we're up to Cat 4. So very likely we could reach Category 4 before landfall. But regardless, the impacts are not going to change there or here, depending on what the category is at landfall. I want to expand more upon why we are expecting such a significant risk of power outages. And that's because of how much rain we're getting in advance of these strong winds. We've got a little setup here. You can see these trees. We hit them with some 40-mile-per-hour gusts, but because the ground is dry here, the root systems, they're locked in place in the ground. But
Let's redo that scenario with a lot of rain in advance of those strong winds. Now, the roots of those trees have loosened up. They're not locked into place. So then we hit them with those 40-mile-per-hour gusts or higher, and bam, we've got trees not snapping, but coming up by the root system. So that's why we're concerned about the power outage risk increasing overnight tonight as we bring in 40-mile-per-hour gusts for several hours straight on top of the incredible rainfall amounts we've already picked up and are yet to come. How much additional rain are we going to see? Another 3 to 6 inches. The flood threat will worsen overnight tonight as it's dark outside, as the winds are picking up. And those winds will really increase after 3 o'clock in the morning. From 3 to about 9 o'clock in the morning, that's when we're expecting our peak gusts between 40 and 60 miles per hour. And we'll also watch through the overnight that low-end chance, especially out in some of our eastern counties, that we could see a brief spin-up tornado. You notice out in eastern Georgia, Chris was showing you earlier that red box that is our tornado watch in effect right now. Doesn't include any parts of 11 Alive, but the viewing area. But as we go through the overnight, we'll watch that as well. A lot of heavy rain setting up shop right now, and it's right over the I-20 corridor. I want to first zoom in and show you south along 75 through Henry County. Incredibly heavy rain coming down there. You're in the flash flood warning until 9:15 tonight. Griffin down to Barnesville and also Hilltop and Pike County. We also have heavy rain there. And now we're seeing the heavy rain pushing into the I-20 corridor down from central Georgia. So heavy rain now falling in Covington, out towards Madison, Greene County, and Greensboro. And these pockets of heavy rain are going to keep pushing northward into the really hills and valleys of the North Georgia mountains as we make our way later into the evening. The rainfall rates on the south side of the perimeter also are starting to pick up. So those are picking up in Clayton County, and everybody's going to get another 3 to 6 inches of rain through the overnight. Let's talk about wind gusts hour by hour. Rain's going to continue overnight through about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wind gusts here 7 o'clock tonight. It's breezy out there, but it's not until after midnight when we really crank these wind gusts up. I think they're going to peak first thing tomorrow morning, again between 3 and 9. You notice right here tomorrow morning at 3:30, we're starting to see the gusts over 40. Then by 6:30 tomorrow morning, some of those gusts approaching 60. And finally, as we get our way past 9 o'clock in the morning, those wind gusts will start to come down. Tornado risk is east of Atlanta through the overnight. That's a level 1 risk. There is a much higher risk, though, out in eastern Georgia. So again, we're talking about rain tonight, winds picking up after midnight, and then we're going to keep the rain going until about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let me show you your 7-day forecast. You're going to notice we have an 11 Alive weather impact alert again for the day tomorrow. And as we get into tomorrow afternoon, even though the rain's gone, we're still dealing with breezy winds in the aftermath of Helene. Luckily, dry weather should stick around through the weekend as well.
All right, Melissa, 4:52 the current time. A little bit of good news with our jackknife tractor trailer. They did manage to pull it off to the side of the road. Now you got some cleanup. This is the 85 southbound ramp to 285 eastbound. Now we do see delays through Spaghetti Junction, but the good news is a lot less folks out on the roads, and that is exactly what we want. If you're going through downtown, a little slow on the connectors south, about 22 minutes from Brookwood to the south side. Folks, we got a lot more coverage as the night continues. We'll be right back.
Crews are out checking out problems across Georgia.
We wanted to take a look at some of the images coming into us through social media. Our Caitlin Ross is taking a look at all of it, and she's joining us now live. Caitlin?
Jennifer, this is all anybody is talking about, especially now that the rain is coming down really hard. People are anticipating that damage. They're wanting to see what it looks like in everybody's backyard. But before we get to the bad stuff, we have to start with the best picture you're going to see all day. A clear Fulton County animal shelter. We've been talking about this all day. The folks at Fulton County Animal Control have been desperate to get the 62 dogs that were at the old shelter out. They were asking for temporary fosters because they know that location is prone to flooding, and they wanted to make sure those animals are safe. They just told us now that all of the dogs are now in temporary fosters. So that's the great news. This next video, though, will show you why they were right to be concerned. Jason Start just sent this in from the Chattahoochee River, and you can see those river levels are already flooding to dangerously high levels. You can see the water starting to come over the end of the bank, and that's really what we're starting to see as we're anticipating all of that flooding. And with the flooding comes the closures, people sending folks home, wanting to make sure they're safe. And we want to tell you about the Waffle House Index now. This might be a little bit of a silly way to gauge severe weather, but it is legit. FEMA actually monitors the closures of these restaurants to see how seriously areas are being impacted. And some of our coworkers are showing us those Waffle Houses are closing down. Reporting live, Caitlin Ross, 11 Alive News.
All right, Caitlin, thank you so much for showing us those images. Our coverage of Hurricane Helene will continue in just a few minutes tonight on 11 Live News at 5. We'll be right back.
Eleven Alive News at 5 p.m. starts now.
Tonight at 5, all eyes on Hurricane Helene as the impacts from the storm are being felt in parts of Florida and our state tonight. Good evening and thanks for being with us. I'm Jennifer Bellamy.
And I'm Jonathan Martin. Video coming into our newsroom shows problems before the storm even makes landfall. Right now, we're going to show you some video from Pinellas County, Florida, which is already dealing with devastating flooding. Look at the video. This is on the state's west coast, right near Tampa. People were told to evacuate earlier this afternoon.
Here in our area, we are taking a live look in North Georgia now. This is from Athens, where we have seen rain heavy at times throughout the day.
Now, our teams are spread out all across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia, giving us a look at the conditions in our area tonight and what the state and local agencies are doing to prepare for what's expected. But first, we want to start things off with our team coverage of our weather impact alert with meteorologist Chris Holcomb, our chief here, and meteorologist Melissa Nord, both tracking tracking Helene. So, Chris, the big question, where is the storm right now?
It is in the Gulf of Mexico. It is bearing down on Florida right now. We still expect a landfall later on this evening. But again, don't focus just on that center of circulation, because as you just saw, Tampa already getting a lot of the impacts there. They're not even going to have a direct landfall. It's going to go up here. But look on the right-hand side, all of those storms moving in. A tornado warning there between Tampa and Fort Myers. Another tornado warning here along the Florida Panhandle. So a lot of areas impacted by this system. We are watching the center of circulation. It is getting better organized. It was upgraded this afternoon already to a Cat 3. We think it would maintain that Category 3 status, either a high-end Cat 3 or a low-end Category 4 as that landfall happens later on tonight. And as you can see, as it gets closer to Florida, the southerly flow is pushing a lot more of this moisture into our area. This rain, not with Helene's rain shield, but it's enhanced by the flow around Francine. Here is that track we're watching right now, a Category 3. This is going to be moving up the coast here, making that landfall right there in the area of the Big Bend. It will still be a Category 2 hurricane in South Georgia. We expect it to be tropical storm force here in the Atlanta area. That would be overnight tonight, mainly early tomorrow morning, when this is pretty much on top of us in Atlanta, and then it moves on up into Tennessee and Kentucky, and it falls apart once it gets into that area. So we still have this weather impact alert for us for tonight as well as tomorrow. The main impacts we're watching, we've been telling you all week about the rain, wind, and storms, but we're talking about heavy flooding rain, also damaging wind, and also the storms mainly on the east side of that track. So we want you to prepare for power outages. That wind is going to start really whipping up later on tonight. You still have time to charge up your phone, make sure you have batteries, and make sure your home is ready for this impactful event tonight with trees down and power outages. We are already seeing rain, and that is already causing some flooding in some spots. Melissa Nord is tracking those local impacts right now.
And Chris, we've already in the last 48 hours, some of us have picked up already 4 to 6 inches of rain. We're expecting another 3 to 6 on top of that. As we increase the winds overnight tonight, that will also exacerbate the potential for power outages. So what you really need to be prepared for is flooding and the possibility of power outages that could be pretty widespread and last for a long duration. We're also tracking that tornado risk, which is a low chance we'll watch through the overnight, especially east of Atlanta and east of I-75. 2 flash flood warnings remain in effect through the evening commute. These are going to be for the central part of I-75 through the heart of the city, down I-75 through Henry County, Pike, Lamar, Upson counties as well. And those are places that have seen really heavy rain increasing this afternoon. They're just one of many flood warnings that are about to come out this evening. Look at this big picture on radar, steady swath of rain across us, but it's right here where we see a lot more orange and red showing up. That's where the rain rates are in excess of an inch an hour. That's where I'm more concerned about ponding, standing water on the roadways, and creek and stream levels starting to rise. So flooding threats are increasing as the evening commute continues. You can see here some of that heaviest rain really between Newton and Newton County, Rockdale County, and then down to the south, and as well all along I-20 between Greene County and back into DeKalb County here in the center of the city. McDonough, Griffin, heavy rain moving in there, and it's lifting north. So I know the rain's not that bad in Atlanta right now. It will get worse in the next 30 minutes to an hour. You can see why. We're already starting to see some of those pockets of yellow pushing up from Clayton County into the heart of the city. So flooding threats are increasing this evening, increasing overnight, and that's why there is now a high risk of flooding in this bright magenta pink color, the entire metro area up through the North Georgia mountains. So we're watching that flooding threat, watching the power outage risk. The timing of this, we're going to break all that down coming up for you in just a bit. Crash.
All right, Melissa, appreciate that. Yeah, and I think folks really got the word, and they are hunkering down because we're seeing a lot less traffic out there. But doesn't mean we're not without problems. The cleanup continues. The jackknife tractor trailer off to the side of the road, and barely shoulder is open here on 85 South, that ramp to 285 East. But had this have been a regular Thursday afternoon rush hour, we would see major delays through the Spaghetti Junction area, but that is not the case. All right, if you're doing that downtown drive, we are seeing some delays on the connector southbound, but once you get around that Grady curve, you're okay. Here comes some reports of flooding now. This is on the I-20 eastbound ramp to 285 southbound, so be prepared. We're going to see a lot of that. This one just cropped up. Very interesting in Sandy Springs. Lake Forest Drive shut down in both directions near Wyuka Road and and Barbara Lane with a sinkhole. Just stick with Roswell Road as we look again. 85 southbound, ramp to 285 east. They should get this reopened. Give them about another 20 minutes tops, and they should reopen all of that. Again, folks, if you're where you need to be, stay hunkered down. Guys, back to you.
Good advice, Crash. Thank you so much. Tonight, our crews are in South Georgia with a look at the conditions there.
Our Angelina Salcido is in Valdosta tonight. Angelina, I know you're at a shelter where people are hoping to ride out the storm tonight.
And it has been raining on and off here in Valdosta as we wait for Hurricane Helene to make landfall in Florida's Big Bend. People here know exactly what to expect because this is the third time that a hurricane or tropical storm is going to be impacting the southern part of Georgia. The main concern here is going to be power outages and wind, and that's exactly why the staff say this is the best place for people to ride out the storm.
But I can reassure them of being safe here at the shelter because this is where you need to be when you have places that are being compromised in the midst of a storm. So you need a safe space, and this is a safe space with lots of love.
The staff here is super sweet. This is Valori's third time being in a shelter and helping people navigate through a storm. She says many are anxious because they don't know what's next or what they're going to find when they get home, which is extremely understandable. The staff is just trying to ease their anxiety and have them focus on the positive. Now, everyone in this shelter, I can tell you, is unique. Some people here are alone and do have some medical needs that they need to have attention for them. And there are other people that have large families that have come here to evacuate as well. All of them just thankful to have a place to stay tonight. I can tell you also that the doors here are going to be closing at 8 p.m. That is when a curfew will be in place in Valdosta. Police and officials here are hoping that the roads will be clear. We're live tonight in Valdosta. Angelina Salcido, 11 Alive News.
Angelina, thank you so much. And here in Metro Atlanta, Georgia Power is getting storm ready. 11 Alive's Grace King joining us live from the Georgia Power Storm Center here in Atlanta. Grace, what are they saying about the response for tonight and into tomorrow?
Well, the Storm Center is where they coordinate logistics for the 10,000 people they have across the state getting ready to respond to those power outages. Now, right now, there are about 6,000 customers without power, but that number is expected to grow mainly because of those high winds that could knock down trees, that could knock down power lines, and that's really what they're getting ready to respond to. I spoke with CEO Kim Green, who said she expects this to be a multi-day event. They're going to start, obviously, monitoring those outages, those damages, getting out tomorrow, hopefully surveying some of the damage, but they have to wait until the winds go back below 30 to 35 miles an hour before they can begin restoring power. So if you're home right now, get ready to potentially lose power and to potentially be without power for a couple of days. You can also check the Georgia Power Storm website. It'll show you where the outages are, how many people are affected, let you report an outage, check the outage status, and visit the Storm Center. That Storm Center has the resources that you could need in case of an emergency. But for now, live at Georgia Power, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
All right, Grace, thank you so much. And as we continue to track Helene, you can watch free extended weather coverage right now on our 11 Alive Plus streaming app. It is free for you to download on your Roku, your Amazon Fire, or your Apple TV device. It's a great way to watch continuing coverage. You can also stay weather aware with the 11 Alive mobile app, just in case your power goes out. Just scan that QR code you see right there on your screen.
Here is Atlanta, and here is Helene, and this system is moving into our direction. Landfall later tonight along the Florida Big Bend region, and then it travels all the way through Georgia. We're seeing good rain now, more on the way, along with damaging wind. Stay with us. We'll put a timeline on it next.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us here today. A live look right now from Naples, Florida. You can see as we show you this shot coming up how big the waves are right there. A lot of people still out on the pier watching those waves. You can see the clouds getting darker there. But again, a lot of people watching and waiting. However, others have decided to evacuate that area already tonight in Florida. Well, tonight back here in Georgia, state leaders have crews on standby for any impact that we might get from Helene.
Governor Brian Kemp held a news conference today discussing plans for state and local resources.
Tonight, our Doug Richards is live from GEMA headquarters with what else we're learning.
And Doug, Governor Kemp says that there are members from the National Guard and FEMA standing by ready to help, but you're also learning about what's being done once the storm clears out of Georgia.
Yeah, well, Georgia's Emergency Management Agency, which is the building behind me, they've been gathering resources really for a couple of days, trying to have them ready to deploy and to help manage the cleanup once this storm comes through tonight and tomorrow. Kemp was at the GEMA headquarters a little while ago, checking in on workers who have been managing resources, wrangling them, readying them for statewide dispersal as soon as it's safe to do it tomorrow sometime. Kemp said the state has search and rescue crews, chainsaw crews, hundreds of National Guard troops, GBI agents, as well as rangers from the Department of Natural Resources on standby. Kemp says the state is about as ready for this hurricane as it can be.
We got a lot of assets, state, our utility company partners, private contractors that we have on state contract that help us with the debris removal, and others are all ready to go. And you know, we'll call up more guardsmen and other folks if we need to. We'll ask for other resources from other states if we need to.
Kemp says that the state's prep work is about finished. Now it's a matter of waiting until the storm comes, the storm passes, and then assessing where the damage is and which resources to deploy as quickly as they can to handle it. We are live at GEMA headquarters tonight. Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
All right, Doug, thank you very much. And as Hurricane Helene approaches, the heavy rains and winds are expected to pick up tonight.
11 Alive's Erica Murphy is live for us from Atlanta's Washington Park neighborhood that is right near the Atlanta University Center. And Erica, we know residents have seen problems before, and they're certainly bracing for what could come tonight as well.
Jonathan, you are exactly right. The residents here in the 200 block of Joseph E. Boone have a special kind of anxiety that only a few people can understand. That anxiety is tied directly to all this rainwater here that is pooling in yards just like the one that we're in.
I get worried, scared, terrified, confused, don't know what to do.
Wayne Pittman and his family have lived here in the Washington Park neighborhood for nearly a century. He's been in this house for 5 years, and in that time, he's been dealing with major flooding during multiple storms. Not just in his house, but in his sister's house, just 2 doors down.
I have been in her backyard to clean out her drainage system, and the water have reached me up to here, and I'm standing at 6'5".
City crews have worked to clear out the storm drains in an effort to stop flooding at Pittman's house, but he says he's still being proactive just in case this round of rain becomes a problem.
That's what we're doing, trying to board up everything, make sure that a little water, we ain't gonna stop all the water, but that big rush of water that comes into my basement, hopefully we can prevent that from coming in.
Now, I want to illustrate that I'm standing in the shallow part of what Pittman calls a lake beside his house here. This has continued to grow as it has rained today, and it's going to get deeper. He says it can get up to 5 feet deep here. Reporting from Atlanta, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News.
All right, Erica, thank you so much. And right now, we want to get you back over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. So, Chris, what are you seeing right now as you continue to track Helene?
This is the big event. This is what's coming in now. We've been tracking this all week, anticipating its arrival. And then tonight is the night on the Florida coast during the evening hours when we're going to see the center of Helene make landfall. Right now, it is a Category 3 hurricane, and it most likely will be either a high-end Cat 3 at landfall or even a low-end Cat 4. The models have been going back and forth on that a little bit, and then the remnants move up into Georgia. Now, I say remnants, but it'll still be a tropical storm when it moves through the Atlanta area. So here is that center of circulation right now. You can see these storms. We often, talk about don't focus just on the center because it is a very large storm. There are many areas outside of the center of circulation that are being impacted. You can see the tornado watch and even some tornado warnings. This just north of Fort Myers with these bands moving into the western peninsula. Another tornado warning there near Apalachicola in the Florida Panhandle. So this is the system moving up toward the Big Bend region a little bit later on tonight. New information just in. We not only got the new 5 o'clock advisory in with the new track that I'll show you in just a minute, but now we are adding a few more counties here to the hurricane warning. So of course, this hurricane warning is in effect here along the coastal region. It goes into South Georgia, Central Georgia, and now additional counties now on the south side are included in this hurricane warning. At first, it was just Upson County and into Lamar County and Monroe County. Now we have added in Pike County, Spalding County, Butts County, and Jasper County. Those counties now are in a hurricane warning, and the rest of us that you see in blue, that's where we have a tropical storm warning in effect, and we are expecting tropical storm force winds moving through our area tonight. Here is that latest advisory that we just got in. Category 3, max winds 125 miles an hour. That is already a high-end Category 3 hurricane. As this moves up toward the north, it will still be a Category 2 in South Georgia. By the time it comes into Atlanta, it'll be a tropical storm and then dying out as it moves up toward the north. But that track still going right through the Atlanta area. We've seen it moving back and forth a little bit to the west and the east, but just know the impacts extend far out from that cone there that you see. So let's break down some of these impacts we're watching for tonight, or for Thursday, which is tonight. We're still expecting that rain to continue, that heavy at times. Then as we go through the overnight hours, heavy rain and flooding, winds increasing 40 to 60 miles an hour, a lower tornado risk mainly over to the east of us. And then by Friday, the more impactful time, early in the morning with rain and flooding, wind gusts 40 to 60 miles an hour. The rain pushes out by around before lunchtime, but we're still going to be experiencing breezes for much of the day here on Friday. Melissa Nord already tracking there the rain that's moving through that's causing some flooding issues.
And Chris, we have several flash flood warnings that are in effect, and the flooding threat will intensify and get worse through the overnight. And the reason why is the ground is like a soaked sponge. It really can't take any more water in. So all this rain coming in, tropical moisture ahead of Helene, it can't get absorbed in the ground. So it runs off, it goes into the creeks, the streams, the low-lying points on the roads, and that's how we get flooding. Now, we've been noticing over the last couple of hours, we're starting to see the rain rates increasing. You notice some of this yellow on the map. These are moderate rain rates along I-20 east of Atlanta, all the way stretching into Athens. Now, our 2 flash flood warnings remain in effect. Expect more of these to come out over the overnight. There's a lot more rain to come, about 3 to 6 more inches of rain to come. You can see that heavy rain stretching throughout Greene County, starting to get into Oconee County as well, lifting into the Athens area. Very heavy rainfall still falling the same places over and over again, right up this 75 corridor, just kind of west of 75 from kind of Lamar County up through Griffin and Spalding County, western McDonough, kind of near Hampton, the Motor Speedway there, and sliding right up into downtown Atlanta, and then along east of I-20 of the city. A lot of heavy rain there as well. Downtown connector, rain rates have been increasing the last 30 minutes. Haven't had any new reports of flooding. That doesn't mean it's not flooding already, but as we keep seeing more of this rain mounting overnight tonight, it will make the flooding threat worse. Now, Chris, this rain coming in plus the winds will really make the power outage risk go up as well, especially after midnight tonight.
And we are watching those winds that will start ramping up. Now, if you've been outside today, the winds really aren't that bad yet. We weren't expecting them to be bad yet. yet, but through the evening hours, you're going to notice the breezes that are going to start kicking up a little bit more. And then by tomorrow morning, this is at 4:30 in the morning. Look at these winds, 22 miles an hour wind gusts here, almost 40 mile an hour wind gusts over in Carrollton and in Covington. Look at this, Eatonton, 53 mile an hour wind gusts, 40 mile an hour wind gusts. This is the center of circulation that'll be coming in early tomorrow morning and then moving up to the north. And look at this, Atlanta gets up to 47 mile an hour wind gusts at about 6:30 in the morning, 36 mile an hour wind gusts. The reason that goes down in Athens, because that's the center of circulation there. 45 mile an hour wind gusts in Gainesville. It'll keep moving to the north, but notice here, we're going to see the rain ending later in the day on Friday, but the winds are still going to be pretty breezy. That's why we're holding on to that weather impact alert through the day on Friday. Things start getting a little bit better on Saturday. Here's the forecast track. There's all the rain coming into our area tonight. See that moisture feeding in from the south? It is going to be a really soggy night tonight, getting heavier through the overnight hours and getting windier. There's that center of circulation, 6:30 in the morning over near Athens, but still wrapping around all of that rain and wind. But you can see the improving forecast once we get into around lunchtime on Friday. The rain will start tapering off, but we'll still be dealing with some winds for a big part of the day. Weather impact alert in effect for Friday. Then rain chances lower, 20% Saturday and Sunday and Monday. Drying out more Tuesday and Wednesday with high temperatures in the lower 80s once we get past all of this rain. Stay with us, more to come.
Tonight, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, is sounding the alarm.
Now, this is all coming ahead of Helene's impacts right here in Georgia. Our Zach Merchant is joining us live right now. So, Zach, you heard from FEMA today, and they really have an important message for all of us.
They really do. And look, the best time to start getting prepared for the storm was earlier today or even days ago. But a FEMA spokesman I spoke with today says there is still time, but he stresses now is that time to start making and finish making those last-minute preparations ahead of the real brunt of this storm headed our way. Michael Hart, the agency spokesman, said FEMA is coordinating with local and state agencies to respond to this storm. He said they have stockpiles of water, food, and tarps to deploy where needed, as well as search and rescue and other resources. The spokesman recommended that all Georgians should have enough food and water on hand to last about a week. And he said you've got to make sure to get any medication you might need as well. And look, those warnings, that is something a lot of folks in South Georgia, they might be used to hearing. But Hart said with this storm, it is just as true for Metro Atlanta and North Georgia.
I encourage everyone to really take this storm extremely seriously. Take the time today, right now, to make sure that you're fully prepared and able to withstand whatever may come in the days ahead.
Another big thing to be on the lookout for, power outages. Of course, Michael Hart, the FEMA spokesman, said, while you have power now, go ahead, charge your devices, your phone, your flashlight, anything you might need. Take advantage of having the power now so that if you lose it, you can use those devices as long as possible.
That's right, Zach. We've heard some of those same warnings coming from our very own governor and GEMA as well. So we've all got to take the warning seriously, really no matter where you live in the metro area. All right, Zach Merchant, thanks so much.
Well, before we head to break, a look at radar as our weather team continues to track Helene. Our live coverage continues coming up after this break. Entire neighborhoods and parts of Florida look like this ahead of Hurricane Helene. This is video out of Tampa tonight, where there is water as far as the eye can see.
That's right. They are already feeling it. And tonight, our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, and meteorologist Melissa Nord have both been tracking Helene, looking at how this will impact us. So we'll start with you, Chris. Where is the storm right now?
It is right in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, and it is getting closer to the Florida coast. This is the system we've been tracking since it was in the northwestern Caribbean before it even developed. Now it is well developed, and it's making its way through the Gulf of Mexico, getting closer to the Florida Big Bend region, which is where we think we're going to see landfall. But don't focus just on that landfall and that center of circulation, because you can see how large this storm is. Many areas around it are impacted. In fact, look along the western coast of the peninsula of Florida. We have a tornado warning north of Fort Myers. Near Tampa, they see these bands of rain moving in. Another tornado warning south of Jacksonville. Another one here near Apalachicola. And that's what happens with these tropical systems. The bands around them that come inland often can form some rotation. And we do have tornado warnings, a tornado watch for the peninsula of Florida, North Florida, and into South Georgia. We also have tornado watches in parts of East Georgia as well. There's that center of circulation. Now, when we do track this moving to the north, we still think it's going to be in the Big Bend region later on this evening for that landfall. And then the system tracks up into Georgia. It is going to be a fast mover. So since it's coming in as a major hurricane and it's moving very fast up into Georgia, it's going to take a while before it loses that hurricane status. In fact, take a look at this. We have hurricane warnings now, of course, on the Gulf Coast region, but these hurricane warnings have been extended further up to the north. These go as far north as parts of Spalding County, Butts County, Jasper County. We now have Pike and Lamar and Upson County included still in this hurricane warning. And then the rest of us are in a tropical storm warning, because as this moves through our area, we are expecting tropical storm force winds, maybe a higher end tropical storm force winds as well. So here is that track. You can see it moving inland. We think it'll do that around 9-10 o'clock tonight for that landfall. And then still a Category 2 hurricane in South Georgia, tropical storm here, and then a remnant low as it moves on up to the north. Melissa Nord is busy tracking what's going on with those impacts of that rain, the wind, and the storm risk.
And Chris, there's multiple different facets of every single landfalling hurricane. This one is going to bring pretty significant impacts in terms of the rainfall and those strong winds coming after all of the rain. So it's going to increase the risk of power outages. Flood risk increases this evening and overnight. We're expecting another 3 to 6 inches of rain. Those winds, it's not that bad outside now. The really strong winds are not going to peak until after midnight. We're talking about 3 in the morning to about 9 in the morning. That's when we'll see widespread gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour. But you see that plus sign after it? If you're in the hurricane warning, some of your wind gusts will be in excess of 70 miles per hour. That makes the power outage risk even higher. Tornado risk will also be tracking that, mainly east and southeast of Atlanta. It's not as high of a threat as what we're expecting in, say, southeastern Georgia, but something we'll also be monitoring. Hey, we've got a lot of rainfall today, and our 11 Live Weather Impact team members on Facebook are posting the impacts of that rain. Debbie saying her backyard is turning into kind of a pond there out in Grayson. You can see rain amounts from the last 48 hours. Some of our rain totals have been about 3 to 5 inches, and the rain just keeps coming in. It's this steady swath of moisture coming in off the Gulf of Mexico. You can see the tornado watch boxes in southeast Georgia and south central Georgia. Here in the metro, the most immediate threat the next few hours is the rain that could lead to flooding. So again, we've got those areas, especially east of Atlanta, that are increasing in how heavy it's raining outside. We already have a pair of flash flood warnings right through the heart of the metro there, all the way from Locust Grove up into Atlanta, up into Alpharetta as well in that flash flood warning. But where the rain is the heaviest, it's on the east side of town, so through Gwinnett County, from McDonough to Gwinnett County and points east. Those areas we're really seeing the rain picking up, and as it keeps coming down, the ground just can't absorb it. So what that does is it's got to go somewhere. The water's got to go somewhere, so it goes into the creeks, it goes to the streams, and that can lead to flooding on low-lying points of the roadway as well. I want to end with this. Really heavy rain through Griffin. You're under the flash flood warning now, but this one section of heavy rain is going over the same areas over and over again. We're going to watch those areas for potential flooding develop this evening. We'll talk about the hour-by-hour picture of Helene coming up in a few minutes.
All right, thanks so much. Right now, our coverage continues in Athens. The area could see major impact from tonight's storm.
Our Karis Belger is joining us tonight. Karis, you've been out in Athens all day speaking with officials and people who live there about what's going on.
Yeah, so what are they telling you about what they might see there, Karis?
Well, right now they are worried about a lot of potential flooding. In fact, it's been raining on and off all day since I've been here. And in fact, within the last half hour, the rain has really picked up. Right now, I'm at the Athens Clarke County Police Department. In just a few hours, this will be the command center for all emergency operations. The fire department, the police department, of course, the sheriff's office, EMS, you name it. They will all be here monitoring the conditions, trying to coordinate everything in the next few hours. Earlier in the day, we found people shopping for supplies here in Athens. In fact, one local hardware store, Normal Hardware, ran out of batteries just before we spoke with the manager this afternoon. That's a trend authorities say they've seen over the last 24 hours since they began to track the path of Helene seriously. Lieutenant Jody Thompson says he knows people are trying to get the last bit of supplies, but people should try and be off the roads by 7 p.m.
Well, it is a scramble time. Everybody's trying to get supplies now, like water and milk and bread and batteries. Just try to wrap it up as soon as you can. The storms are moving faster than they anticipated, and we expect them to be hitting towards the evening time.
And even where I'm standing, I can still see a few cars on the road. Police really want people to hurry and wrap up so that they are not on the roads at night when they expect the weather to become a little more serious. It's really going to be a coordinated effort. Of course, like I said, all of it concentrated right here at the Athens Clarke County Police Department. We're going to continue to be here bringing you the latest details. In Athens, I'm Kara Spelger. Back to you.
All right, Karis, thank you so much. Also, tonight we know that Florida is really bracing for big impacts from Hurricane Helene.
They really are. Our Jay Gray is live tonight in Florida's capital city, Tallahassee. So, Gray, Jay, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, Jonathan, Jennifer, we've got the ragged outer bands, the very outer bands of this storm that have been coming through over the last hour or so. So we'll get a little bit of rain. It'll go away. That's all going to change, and pretty dramatically over the next several hours. We're going to see intense rains here and strong winds, 120 miles an hour or more inland here in Tallahassee. Not far inland, but inland enough, and it's going to be a very rough storm. Let's talk about the footprint of this thing, the magnitude of this storm. The wind field's going to be about 500 miles wide. That is just a gigantic system, and it's going to be moving at least 23 miles an hour. So it's really chugging along and getting more fuel from that warm Gulf water. So it's only going to intensify before it makes landfall. Now looking like around 9 to 11 o'clock this evening, and then pushing inland. As you guys have been talking about, Georgia's going to feel some very real effects from this storm. You're going to have, well, you have a hurricane watch in Macon right now. You can see hurricane force winds across the border, and then tropical storm force winds across the state. Flooding's going to be an issue, and I know you're talking about that as well. Let's listen to the words of what the experts are saying here, and I'm talking about the National Hurricane Center, National Weather Service. The Weather Service saying, and I'm quoting them here, this is one of the most significant weather events in the modern era. They don't use language like that for most storms, so this is a big deal and a huge system. The National Hurricane Center warning about those strong winds, warning about the storm surge. They say it could be catastrophic, deadly, and another report saying it's going to be unlivable. This is a serious storm, and everyone in its path should take it very seriously, guys. I know you are.
We certainly are. Jay Gray, live for us in Tallahassee. We'll be checking back with you momentarily. Thank you.
And our coverage of Hurricane Helene will continue right here on 11 Alive News at 5.
Weather impact alert for us for the rest of the night and into the day tomorrow, as now Hurricane Helene, major hurricane, Category 3 hurricane, now is bearing down, getting closer to a landfall later on tonight along the coast of Florida. And then the next target is Georgia, as the system moves quickly up through our state, giving us some big time impacts where we're going to see a lot of heavy rain with the potential for flooding, as well as damaging wind gusts that will be tropical storm force winds and maybe even some winds on the south side at hurricane force. That is going to bring down a lot of trees, and it's going to be causing power outages in our area as well. There's that center of circulation, but look how large the storm is as it's moving up to the north. You can see those storms on the west side of Florida prompting tornado warnings. We have tornado watches, additional tornado warnings there in the Florida Panhandle. There's that tornado watch that goes into South Georgia, one into East Georgia, and you can see how Helene is enhancing the flow that is pushing all of this Gulf moisture into our area. So we're still dealing with rain now, and we have more rain on the way, and the shield of rain from Helene has not even made it into our area yet. So it is only going to get worse. Here is what we're watching right now with the latest track. You see it with that landfall later tonight, most likely 9, 10 o'clock there in the Big Bend region. Then still a Category 2 hurricane as it moves into South Georgia, a Category 1 north of that, a tropical storm here in Atlanta. That timeline looks like it's going to be early tomorrow morning when it moves through here. By afternoon, it's up into Tennessee. So the good news with this is it is moving very quickly. It's not going to sit on top of us and just stay for a while and stall out. It is moving quickly, and by tomorrow afternoon, we're going to see some big time improvements with that. The spaghetti model is pretty much a similar track as what the National Hurricane is showing, with the center of that circulation just to the east of the city and then dying out again as it moves on up to the north. So here is a look at what we're watching with these potential impacts. We're watching the rain. We have already had a lot of rain. The ground is saturated. We're talking about another 3 to 6 inches of rain here. The winds are going to start gusting through the evening hours tonight, and then overnight and into tomorrow morning, with the highest winds between 3 and 9 in the morning. They'll be 40 to 60 miles an hour. Some spots even hurricane force winds there. The tornado risk is mainly a low chance on the east side during the overnight hours. Melissa Nord is tracking that rain that has already fallen, and that's already causing some issues with floods in our area.
And Chris, the National Weather Service in Peachtree City, they put out these local hurricane statements. They just issued one as we were going on air for this latest segment. They said Helene is going to bring almost unprecedented levels of flooding and wind potential here in parts of central and northern Georgia, kind of rivaling Irma. Opal, you remember that in 95. So this is a storm to take seriously. And one of the aspects I want to talk about is why we're so worried about the power outage and tree fall risk. And that's because we've had so much rain coming in, and we're expecting more rainfall before those highest winds even come in. And I want to show you an example. As we get strong winds coming at trees, if the ground is dry, those root systems, they're locked in. They're locked in a little bit better. So it's hit with those strong winds. Those trees sway a little bit, but they're able to stay upright a little bit better. But when you add a bunch of rain into the scenario, the ground is wet, it's saturated, it's muddy. Those root systems are not locked in. So they're a lot more susceptible to strong wind gusts moving in. Plus, we still have all the leaves on the trees. So that's adding a little bit more to the aerodynamic scenario. So we add those wind gusts on top of it, and it causes these trees to be uprooted by the root system. So I am concerned about power outages through the overnight, and also concerned about flooding. This is our flood risk, which shows you through the overnight into tomorrow morning, we have a high risk of flash flooding. Anywhere you look on the map, we've got rain coming down. You can see as well from Atlanta points east, it's not just Light County, pockets of heavier rain, and also this corridor stretching in through Clayton County, Henry County, down into Spalding County, and Pike and Lamar counties. Really heavy rain there. You're under a flash flood warning. These are the first of what will be many flash flood warnings tonight, Chris, one of our many threats that we'll be tracking with Helene.
And what you're explaining there about the saturated ground and with the trees falling, look what happens with these winds during the nighttime hours tonight. Now, during the evening, it's not that bad. You'll notice those breezes, though, kicking up this evening, and And then early tomorrow morning, this is at 4:30 in the morning, we're going to see those stronger winds. There's the center of circulation moving in just to the east of us, but it's spreading in those really strong winds. Look at this, 6:30 in the morning, we're talking about 47 mile an hour wind gusts here, 45 mile an hour wind gusts in Peachtree City, 47 mile an hour wind gusts in the Thomaston area, and then still holding with us there at 7:30 with these really strong winds, 58 mile an hour wind gusts over in Eatonton at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Then that center of circulation moves to the north. As it does, we're still going to be dealing with some breezes during the day that'll be pretty brisk, not as strong as those peak winds that we're talking about in the early morning hours. That's why we're holding on to that weather impact alert. Then low rain chances Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and then dry Tuesday and Wednesday before a 20% chance for shower comes back Thursday with highs in the lower 80s. Stay with us. Much more to come after the break.
Live.
Morning and night. We help you get prepared for any weather, no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
All right, so welcome back. While most of our crews are out checking on problems across our state, we wanted to take a look at some of the images coming into us tonight through social media.
Let's check in with our Caitlin Ross. She's been looking at it all for us tonight. She joins us live. Caitlin.
Jonathan, people are starting to get more alarmed. Earlier in the day, there were some jokes about Helene. Maybe people weren't taking it too seriously. But now as this rain comes down, the wind picks up, people are really starting to become worried. And if you take a look at this first video we're going to show you, you can see why. This is taken in a bridge off Tampa. Those waves are coming up over the bridge. The second one there of people trying to drive through it, really scary stuff. That's why we're telling you, you need to get home. You need to stay off the roads. And once you are inside, things can get scarier from there as we get this more severe weather in. That's why we're talking to an emergency services company that's helping deliver life-saving medical equipment to people who are stuck in their homes. People who depend on medical equipment really can be in a life or death situation, and that's why Friends of Disabled Adults says they are ready to deploy and help save people's lives.
Everything from hospital beds, power wheelchairs, manual wheelchairs, Hoyer lifts, everything that people were using in their home to stay independent that might have been lost, washed away, or they had to evacuate and left a lot of this equipment behind. We're in the position to help fill those needs around the state of Georgia.
So So really scary situation for a lot of people as we brace for the impacts of Hurricane Helene. We're going to keep up with everyone we just spoke to and make sure we have the most up-to-date information. Back to you.
All right, that is certainly good to hear tonight, Caitlin. Thank you so much. And before we get you to this break, we want to take a quick look at radar as our weather team, Chris and Melissa, continue to track Hurricane Helene. Our coverage continues coming up in just a bit.
Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive weather impact alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive weather impact alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night. We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's weather impact team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
All right, well, ahead of Helene, there are already some big concerns about flooding.
11 Alive's Molly Oak spoke with emergency officials in Helen today.
In White County. We're preparing for the absolute worst. We took on a lot of damage during Hurricane Irma back in 2017, so we kind of use Irma as a benchmark when we talk about storms, which was a loss of power for several days. We lost days. Ahead of Helene? We're basically planning to make sure that we have adequate staff to be able to respond to emergencies. We'll clear the roadways as soon as possible.
Don Strength, the Deputy Emergency Management Director for White County, says his top concerns are wind and the impacts of it and the potential for flooding.
We feel like that there probably will be widespread power outage. We know that this is going to be a storm that's going to be unprecedented because it's going to affect literally every county in the state of Georgia.
You heard Strength say that widespread effect. So he said if you're in the area, go ahead and get yourself prepared for anything you may need for the next 3 to 5 days. He says for White County, he expects the worst of it to come sometime before dawn and last through tomorrow afternoon. Back to you guys.
Our weather conditions will be deteriorating as we go through the next few hours. First with more rain, then strong winds overnight. More to come.
Nights are all about
Team 1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. 11 Alive News at 6 p.m. starts now.
Fast-moving Hurricane Helene is approaching landfall this evening. Take a look at the video. This is coming in from Florida tonight. Significant flooding already taking place. Officials warning that people in low-lying areas, this will be a deadly storm for them. Good evening, and thank you for being with us tonight. I'm Jennifer Bellamy.
And I'm Jonathan Martin. In tonight for Ron Jones. Helene is expected to be a dangerous major hurricane with impacts across the southeast. Now, our crews are spread across metro Atlanta and North Georgia, giving us a closer look at how conditions are deteriorating and how people are preparing.
But first, we want to get you over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, joined by meteorologist Melissa Noor tonight. Chris, we know that both of you have been spending the last few days and hours recently tracking Helene.
We've been anticipating its arrival. Now time is running out. This storm is going to be making landfall later on tonight on the Florida coast. Now, when I say that, I'm talking about the center of the circulation. But already Florida is getting the impacts, and already we are getting some impacts as you see that flow pushing up more of that rain into our area on top of the rain we already got yesterday. So here's the latest on the system. It is upgraded to a Category 3 storm. The center of circulation is going to continue moving up to the north. We still think landfall would be in the Big Bend region later on tonight, most likely 9-10 o'clock tonight. And then the storm continues moving up to the north. Georgia will then be its next target as it moves up for the overnight hours and early tomorrow morning. Take a look at this. We have new advisories here on this hurricane warning. Additional counties now have been added in on the south side. We now have Spalding County, Butts County, Jasper County, Pike and Lamar County, and Upson County. Those counties have now been elevated to a hurricane warning. The rest of us are in a tropical storm warning. That means areas to the south, you'll be feeling hurricane force winds more than 75 miles an hour. Here in the metro area, we're talking about tropical storm force winds gusting 40 to 60 plus miles an hour. Here's the track. You see that landfall later on tonight, 8, 9 o'clock, and then still a Category 2 storm here in South Georgia, a tropical storm over Atlanta, and then it fades out as it moves on up to the north, and things will get better. Thank goodness this is a fast mover, but still we have the potential for some flooding. Melissa Nord's been tracking that, and Melissa, we've already had the rain, and now more on the way.
More rain on the way and wind on the way too. So Chris, kind of breaking down the biggest facets of this weather impact from Hurricane Helene. We're talking about an additional 3 to 6 inches of rain. That's going to lead to significant flooding concerns overnight tonight. Then winds pick up. The worst winds for us, we're going to come in after 3 in the morning. Those gusts in the metro, 40 to 60 miles per hour. But you see that plus sign right there? If you're in the hurricane warning, your wind gusts could be over 70 miles per hour. We'll also watch the risk of an isolated brief spin-up tornado. But the most widespread threats, it's going to be that power outage threat, the trees coming down from the strong winds, and a lot of rain moving in. You can see the steady conveyor belt of moisture pulling in tropical moisture off the Gulf of Mexico. A lot of rain, it's widespread, but I want to pinpoint where we're seeing the heaviest rain set up, and it's some of the same areas under flash flood warnings. You see these green boxes on the map from northern Fulton County, Gwinnett down into DeKalb, Clayton, Henry down to Spalding, Pike, Lamar, and Upson counties. You're all under flash flood warnings, but these are the same areas that are seeing heavy rain training going south to north over and over again. So I am getting increasingly concerned about the flooding threat as you travel south along the 675-75 split and then down into kind of the western side of Henry County. Some really heavy rain coming in from Forest Park to Stockbridge. And also as we get into Sunnyside and Griffin and Spalding County, very heavy rain that's pushing in there. Also pockets of heavy rain stretching and lifting up into Athens and Oconee County. So this is just the beginning of what is more rain to come through the overnight. We're in an extremely rare high risk of flooding overnight tonight. Another 3 to 6 inches of rain coming, and then the winds really start cranking up. Chris will break down that aspect of the forecast and go hour by hour talking about when Helene's going to pass through North Georgia and when it will finally exit. That's coming up in about 15 minutes.
We will see you then. Melissa, thank you so much. Helene is expected to roar up into Georgia, with the southernmost portion getting a devastating blow. 11 Alive's Angelina Salcido live for us in Valdosta tonight. Angelina.
A little bit of rain just starting to come down here in Valdosta. Jonathan, we have about 2 hours before a curfew is put into place here at 8 p.m. and police would like the streets to be clear then. The doors to the shelter that I'm in front of will also lock at that time. But right now they're still open and they are accepting families if they choose to evacuate. Now, 2 shelters opened at around 2 p.m. There's also another shelter that opened at around 4 p.m. It's about 20 minutes from here. Most of the people that chose to evacuate live in heavily wooded areas and didn't trust the winds that Helene will bring, so they left. I spoke to a woman and her husband of 47 years. They live just 3 miles away from the shelter that's here and rode out Hurricane Idalia in their home. She says after it passed through, her neighborhood looked like a war zone, and they were lucky that their house didn't get hit. That's why they left to a shelter now.
Don't wait to the last minute to find shelter. Don't feel so confident in where you are that you cannot leave your home because you're afraid if you leave your home, someone will vandalize it or something will happen. Let it go. Life is more important than things.
Now, Joyce tells me that she's going to be okay with whatever the outcome is here and whatever her home ends up looking like, just knowing that her family is safe. Her daughter and her grandchildren are also going to be staying here throughout the night. We're going to be checking on them as we ride out the storm in downtown, just a few minutes away from here. We're live tonight in Valdosta. Angelina Salcido, 11 Alive News.
Angelina, thank you so much. Georgia's government agencies have spent much of this week preparing for the storm, and Governor Brian Kemp says the state is as ready as it can be, knowing what it knows now about the storm's strength in the Gulf. 11 Alive's Doug Richards is at Georgia's Emergency Management Agency headquarters with more for us tonight. Doug?
Yeah, Governor Kemp says that state officials are expecting a storm that could wreak havoc in all 159 of Georgia's counties, obviously including the heavily populated counties of Metro Atlanta. Governor Kemp was at the headquarters of the Georgia Emergency Management Agency this afternoon, which is spearheading the state's response in advance of the storm. The state has crews from agencies ranging ranging from the State Patrol to the Department of Corrections, including hundreds of troops from the Georgia National Guard and ranger teams from the Department of Natural Resources. They are expecting to fan out across the state sometime tomorrow once damage assessments have come in and once it is safe for them to travel.
We got a lot of assets, state, our utility company partners. We're as ready to go as we can, but there's just not much more we can do until the storm hits, the winds die down, and we can come in there behind it and start clearing roads and getting power back on.
Kemp is asking residents to be patient tomorrow as troops are dispatched around the state to start the cleanup process. He emphasizes that they will have to wait until it is actually safe for them to travel before they can finally get on with it. And then Kemp says once that happens, they will be in what he calls full force fixing things up. We are live at GEMA headquarters. Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
Doug, thank you so much. Well, after a day of steady rain all over Metro Atlanta, people are bracing for even heavier rains coming into our area very soon with Hurricane Helene.
That's right. People in some Atlanta neighborhoods are doing what they can to limit flooding in and around their homes. Let's check in with 11 Alive's Erica Murphy. She's live tonight from the Washington Park neighborhood in West Atlanta. Erica, we know that area is prone to flooding. In fact, one homeowner you talked to said he's trying to do everything he can to hopefully not see a bad situation tonight.
Absolutely, Jonathan. Wayne Pittman and his family have lived in the 200 block of Joseph E. Boone for nearly 3 generations. And every time it rains, this lot beside his house turns into an unwanted lake and a nightmare for him. Every hour that we have been out here today, this pool of water just keeps growing and growing. The last live shot that I did, I stepped into the water and it was nearly over my boot. Now, Pittman says there are 2 issues that make it a disaster area over here when it rains. One is a park that's on the other side of his property with a hill that rolls down into his yard. And the other issue is that the storm drains that constantly fill up with debris, making it nearly impossible for water to get off of the streets and into those drains. Pittman says he is planning to try to minimize the damage, but every time he sees rain, he gets stressed.
That's what we're doing, trying to board up everything, make sure that a little water, we ain't gonna stop all the water, but that big rush of water that comes into my basement, hopefully we can prevent that from coming in.
Now, Pittman was waiting for his son to help him go get some boards and to board up the doors that are the entrances to his basement. He basically told his son just moments ago to stay where he is. His son lives out in Newnan, and of course, it is just not safe to get on those roads. So he told his son to stay at home, and so what he's done is he's just improvised, and he says that he's going to put some plastic, staple some plastic to both of those doors in hopes that the water will just kind of stay outside. As far as this unwanted lake that we've been showing you, this actually was a lot worse earlier this year when we came out to his house. So the work that the Department of Water Management has been doing in keeping those storm drains clean seems to be working. Reporting from Atlanta, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News.
All right, Erica, thank you so much. And as we continue to track Helene, you can watch free extended weather coverage right now on 11 Alive Plus. It is free to download on your Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV as well.
In North Georgia, wind and flooding concerns rising tonight. How officials are asking everyone to prepare.
We help you get prepared anyway, no matter what happens.
Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive weather impact alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive weather impact alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive.
Our Helene coverage continues this evening, taking a live look out of Naples, Florida. You can see some beachgoers still hanging around out there on the pier as the storm gets closer, and you can just see the waves getting stronger and crashing. Everyone looking to see what they can ahead of Helene. Let's get back to Georgia now. 11 Alive's Molly Oak is in the northern part of the state for us tonight in the town of Helen.
That's right, Molly. We know emergency management officials there in White County say they are preparing for what could come the worst tonight.
Yeah, so as officials wait for Helene, I'm live here along the Chattahoochee River. Now, this is one of the flood-prone areas that officials say they're keeping their eye on today and tomorrow. In White County.
We're making sure that we have adequate personnel on duty at our 911 center, our fire department, our emergency medical services, law enforcement.
Dawn Strength is the Deputy Emergency Management Director.
My top concern is wind and the potential for flooding. As you know, that up here in the northeast Georgia mountains, there are several flood-prone areas. The Chattahoochee River actually starts in Helen, Georgia. The Chattahoochee River does not typically fluctuate that much, but in a tropical situation like this, it certainly can.
Strength says he's expecting the worst of it in White County to be early tomorrow morning before dawn and last through the afternoon.
We're preparing for the absolute worst and advising everyone to be prepared to go 3 to 5 days without power, have everything that you could think of that you might need during that time to be safe, and we'll get to you as quick as we can.
You know, we were chatting about if they've ever experienced something like this, and he likened it to Hurricane Irma back in 2017. He says right now they're expecting the same impacts that Irma brought. So we're talking potential for downed trees and possible power outages for days. Reporting live in Helen, Molly Oak, 11 Alive News.
Molly, thanks so much. Right now, let's turn it back over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, as we are getting closer now to Helene making landfall.
And it's making progress now through the Gulf of Mexico, getting closer and closer to that landfall that we still think will be a little bit later on tonight. But this is impacting, we're talking about landfall being the center of circulation, but the storm itself is already moving into the west coast of Florida, the Panhandle, and this is also enhancing the Gulf moisture already pushing into our area. And this rain that we've had already, we're not anywhere close to being finished with it yet. A lot more is on the way. There's that center of circulation right now. We think that track's going to move right up to the Big Bend region with that landfall 9, 10 o'clock tonight. And then Georgia will be next on Helene's list. And you can see how it's going to be moving up toward the north. We have tornado warnings, tornado watches, and no severe weather in our area right now, but we do have flood watches in effect. Here is that track. You can see it moving up toward the north. Still is a Category 2 hurricane in South Georgia. It'll be a tropical storm over Atlanta. That's why we have that tropical storm warning in effect here, and then it falls apart, moving up toward the north and kind of hovering around there in parts of Tennessee as well as into Kentucky. So here's what we're watching with the Georgia impacts for this evening. We're going to see things deteriorating a little bit more with the rain beginning to get a little heavier. The breezes are going to start kicking up this evening, and then watch for some standing water and potential flooding out there. Then overnight, the rain gets heavier. We have a better chance for flooding. The winds will increase, gusting 40 to 60 miles an hour, and a low tornado risk to the south and east of us. And then Friday morning, early heavy rain and flooding possible. Gusts in the morning 40 to 60 miles an hour, and they could even be higher than that. And then finally, it's all going to be ending later on in the afternoon as we're going to see these really strong winds that are going to be moving into our area. And with these strong winds, we have the potential of some power outages that Melissa Nord is keeping a close eye on right there as we are watching this system as it continues moving through our area where we do have the saturated ground, and with these winds coming in, thanks to all of this rain that we've been dealing with, we do expect to see some widespread power outages here in our area. And that is just not a good recipe with all of this rain we've already had, and then you add these winds to it. We'll take a closer look at these winds in a second. But Melissa, you're seeing some data coming in now, and really high risks of widespread power outages.
And Chris, that's because of how much rain we're getting plus the winds. So when we get all the rain on top of the winds, the trees can be uprooted a lot easier. We still have the foliage on the trees. We haven't had a leaf drop yet. So we're really concerned about widespread power outages in parts of our area. When I say widespread, I mean they will be widespread. The power's not going to be on in a matter of 2 or 3 hours. It's going to take a while. If you remember, back in 2020, we had Zeta come through. We had over 1 million people in the state without power, and some of those power outages lasted for more than 3 days. So that's why we've been telling you for days to have batteries, flashlights, all of that ready to go. Charge all your devices. I'll zoom in on this map where we have the hurricane warning. That's where we're going with widespread power outages likely, and that might even extend up towards the Athens area if we see some of those peak wind gusts above 60 miles per hour stretching a little bit further north. The rest of North Georgia, we're talking about many power outages that may just not be completely widespread, but everybody needs to be prepared for the possibility of power outages, and we are going to see flooding through the overnight. Speaking of flooding, several flood warnings remain in effect. Look at all this rain continuing to work its way up through North Georgia, and in particular, I'm concerned about flooding unfolding this evening through the heart of Atlanta and down I-75, where we have flash flood warnings in effect. These are rainfall rates. You see where on the map it's about yellow and orange colors. These are rainfall rates that are about an inch an hour, Chris. It's going over the same areas over and over again, flooding the one risk now. We'll talk about power outages for the risk after we get past midnight as those winds start to pick up.
And that wind is part of that recipe for those power outages. Just look at these wind gusts. This is tomorrow morning, 53-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Eatonton. We're going to see it about 6:30 in the morning, 47-mile-an-hour wind gusts here in the Atlanta area, as well as in Thomaston. Once we get past those early morning hours, still really strong winds at 7:30, but then later in the afternoon, we're going to see the rain move out, and these winds are going to start calming down a little bit. Not going away totally, but at least they won't be as strong in the afternoon hours. We hold on to that weather impact alert Friday with that rain ending during around the lunchtime hour. 20% chance for showers Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, but mainly drying out. Dry Tuesday and Wednesday as those high temperatures back up to around the lower 80s. And in Live's weather impact team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive weather impact alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive weather impact alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather.
No matter what happens. Our weather.
We appreciate you sticking with us this evening, and we are continuing to track the path of Helene and the impacts across North Georgia. Now, Athens is a part of Georgia expected to experience the brunt of this storm.
11 Alive's Karis Belger is there for us now live. Karis, how have people been getting ready for a Helene?
Well, a lot of people have been driving around trying to get some last-minute supplies. In fact, right now, there are still some cars on the road. It's been like that since my photographer and I arrived into town earlier in the day. People picking up things like groceries, of course, but there are other necessities as well. One local store, Local Hardware is what it's called, they had a steady stream of customers since yesterday. That's what the manager told me. The manager, Steve Young, told me things only just began to slow down around 2 in the afternoon when we spoke to him. The most popular items have been zip ties to tie down furniture, batteries, oil lamps, and of course, flashlights. We spoke with 2 women who walked into the store just after 2 p.m. They managed to grab the last 2 flashlights that were in stock at the store.
Well, my mom called me yesterday and I didn't realize how bad it was going to be, and she was pretty much like, girl, you haven't done anything to prepare. So she's just telling me to be ready if the power goes out, if we lose water, anything like that. So we got flashlights, I got an ice chest with ice in case the refrigerator stops working, filled up some water bottles. I'm just trying to prepare for the worst.
Now, an emergency center is supposed to be set up right here at the Athens Clarke County Police Department. It'll be police, it'll be the sheriff's office, fire, EMS. All of those crews are expected to be here in less than an hour. At 7 o'clock is when that storm center is supposed to open. They expect to be here overnight so they can track the weather, but then also make sure supplies is where it needs to be. I'll continue to keep you updated from Athens. I'm Karis Belger. Back to you.
All right, Karis, thank you so much. And we will be right back with another check of Hurricane Helene.
It's always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather.
No matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11 Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11 Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
Don't
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11 Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather.
No matter what happens. Our weather impact alert. Flooding rain. Wind moving in tonight, overnight, and early tomorrow morning. Then conditions improve through the weekend and into next week. We are not finished with our coverage now. Beginning at 7 o'clock, we will have live extended coverage here on 11 Alive, as well as on our streaming apps. Wheel and Jeopardy and our primetime programming will be moving to WATL Channel 36.
All right, you all stay safe, and we'll see you back here in just a little bit. Have a great night.